The chilly autumn air was saturated with dampness and the smell of rotting leaves. The sky was covered with dark clouds, a rapidly approaching storm front was black on the horizon. A fine rain was falling. The wind howled terribly, the crowns of the bare trees cracked, and everything merged into a single sepulchral sound that struck at the nerves. It seemed as if nature itself was mourning on this day. The day when exactly 6 years ago Konoha was attacked by the nine-tailed demon fox. The fourth Hokage, his wife and many ordinary ninja gave their lives that day to save Konoha. The village has recovered over the years, but the wound left by that terrible night has not healed to this day. It was already getting late. It was slowly getting colder outside. In the fenced cemetery, among the many gray and sad monuments, a tall figure dressed in a black cloak stood tall. The wind ruffled his cropped black hair and chilled the skin of his face, the right side of which was covered with thin lines of old scars left over from his youth. His left eye was closed, and the right one gazed with fervent sorrow at the cold stone, where only one name was written, Rin Nohara. The name of his unrequited love, with which he buried his former life. In the distance, thunder rumbled, its inexorably approaching roar tearing Obito from the veil of an emotionless trance, like that which occurs during a funeral. He raised his absent and devastated gaze for a moment, looking around at the autumnal cemetery wastelands and the lonely tombstones. An unpleasant sting approached the cold gaze of his right eye. The words of an old confession, never voiced, burst from the depths of his soul and wanted to spill out in the form of bitter tears of regret, but he had long since lost the strength to cry. There was only a wound that Obito had been trying hard to heal all these years. Obito exhaled heavily, kneeling down, closing his one remaining eye and placing the bouquet on the cold tombstone. Waves of mental pain lashed inside him as another painful memory entered his mind. Today was the day that Sensei, his wife and son had died. His lips involuntarily trembled, and a single tear rolled down his right cheek. Everyone dear to him now lay in the damp earth. He slowly wiped it away, folding his palms in a prayerful gesture. May everyone's souls find peace not in this world, but in a world much better than this one. Rin, Minato-sensei, Kushina-san, Grandma, he whispered slowly with trembling lips, feeling the waves of heartbreaking pain recede into the void. The piercing wind only grew stronger with each passing moment. A storm front, spreading across the sky, hung over the cemetery, mercilessly lashing the ground with a whip of pouring rain. Obito, with a gloomy and alienated look, rose to his feet, covering his head with a wide hood and slowly pulling his mask, carved from wood with a single slit for his right eye, over his face. The cold rain beat an endless and depressing beat on the roofs of distant buildings, the damp earth and the gloomy tombstones. Chakra rushed to his eye. Obito was about to leave this place, using Kamui, but through the wall of confused sounds of the rain and peals of thunder, he heard the screams of adults, full of rage, directed only at one. A boy. It was a very ordinary child. His black t-shirt with a whirlpool symbol on the chest stuck to his body, his white shorts were smeared with mud in places. His frightened gaze, like that of a small animal driven into a trap by a predator, wandered around in search of salvation from the people in the leaf ninja uniform pursuing him. His breathing was starting to get out of control, and his heart in his fragile body was beating faster than ever before. His usually tousled hair, which could not be brushed, was stuck to his face. He ran with all his strength, the adrenaline in his blood spurring the boy on. He took an unfortunate step and slipped on the cobblestones, slipping face first. He started to rise, but the adults, who had been running after him the whole time, surrounded the boy and began to kick him mercilessly, like a mad dog. Horror flashed across Obito's face, followed by incomprehension. And the shinobi, continuing their execution of the 6-year-old child, completely ignored the tall figure in a gloomy raincoat, standing alone in the middle of the empty graveyard. A strange anger filled his soul with a murderous impulse, but Obito, as befits a shinobi, curbed his impulses. He only clenched his fists with determination and approached the raging crowd, for inaction for him would have been tantamount to an innocent death. One of the chunin, who had had too much to drink that day, raised his fist to strike and, about to slam it into the prone and half-dead monster, was stopped. Obito tightly squeezed his wrist in his palm, not allowing the blow to occur. The execution stopped, a tense silence fell over the cemetery, interspersed with thunder in the sky and the pounding of a cold rain. What is that? What? Obito asked the man whose hand he had just stopped in a firm and chillingly calm voice. The chunin roughly pulled his wrist out of his tight grip. His gaze mercilessly burned Obito with his anger, but Obito stood calmly before him. Who the hell are you? Get out of here, you fucking defender, or you'll get what you deserve. This scum killed our relatives, now let him get what he deserves. Despite the mask and the dampness in the air, Obito could clearly detect the pungent smell of alcohol. His gaze inadvertently slid down and stopped at the boy lying down. His body was bent over, he was holding his stomach with his hands, where the majority of the blows had fallen. His clouded gaze was looking somewhere into the void, his small and fragile body was shaking from the pain in the cold water. Obito's heart involuntarily squeezed in a vice at the sight of the beaten child. He looked so weak and defenseless, and this caused anger to flare up in Obito's soul, fueled by the cruelty that he had once decided to disown. What right do you have to do such a thing? His cold voice flowed through the chilly air like ice water. It penetrated to the depths of the soul with its murderous composure. How disgusting to look at you. You have no right to call yourselves shinobi if you stoop to beating a small child. Get out of here before I kill you. The voice itself became higher for a moment, the mask of composure cracked. Chakra began to flow to his right eye again. Obito felt that this would not end well. You should get the hell out before you get what you deserve for sympathizing with this freak. One of the drunks snapped rudely. Then I have no other choice. Obito activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and raised a grave gaze to the crowd of Chunin, sending a powerful genjutsu to the minds of each of them. There was a moment of dead silence, but then everyone without exception collapsed to the ground. But what should we do with you? Obito's gaze fell on the boy, whose eyes were already closed. He had lost consciousness from the beating. Small abrasions and bruises were visible on his face and arms in places. Obito approached him and bent over the child in a grim silhouette. And why did they hate you so much? It was a very ordinary boy, 6 or 7 years old in appearance. Obito carefully took him by the hand and laid the unconscious little body on its back. Obito's eye was immediately drawn to the strange stripes on the boy's cheeks, reminiscent of whiskers. Obito carefully opened one of his eyes, which was sky blue. A vague image of his mentor involuntarily surfaced in his memory. This boy somehow distantly reminded him of Minato-sensei. Blue eyes, spiked hair of a wheat yellow color, but the structure of the face was different. Selective memory, as if by some strange obsession, compared the child's appearance with images from the past. But the chain of thoughts was interrupted by a quiet, barely audible painful groan from the baby. No, I can't leave him like this, Obito thought with pity. Maybe I should take you with me. Obito carefully lifted the small body into his arms. A dull pain cut through his retina for a moment. The Sharingan transformed into a Mangekyo, and Obito's body dissolved into Kamui's funnel. A moment passed, and Obito found himself in a place that was his home. A small wooden structure, knocked together neatly and with skill. This house stood surrounded by impassable swampy bogs, from which the trunks of long dead trees rose. The air was filled only with fog and the stale smell of dampness and rotting wood. This place was deserted and wild, which only played into the hands of its only inhabitant. Surrounded by an old forest and impassable bogs, he led a solitary life, leaving this place only when he needed to. After everything he had been through, Obito no longer wanted to be a part of the shinobi world and so chose to be a hermit. Death had taken away everyone he cared about, and he had taken many lives as well, but he did not want to do such things again. But the past, no matter how much he wanted it, did not leave him until the end, reminding him of itself every year on the day of Rin's death or on October 10th. Obito opened the large door made of oak planks and walked into his home. He carefully laid the unconscious child on the bed and began to think about what he should do next. I'm not very good at medical techniques, but I still managed to learn a few things. Obito made 2 seals and extended them to the unconscious boy to heal the wounds and abrasions left after the beating. But as soon as he did this, the wounds on the boy's face and arms began to heal on their own, making a quiet hissing sound. Thin columns of gray steam stretched upward from the healing wounds, around which the blood had not yet had time to dry. Obito convulsively took a step back, removing his mask from his face. So that's it, and the realization came to him of who this boy was and why those shinobi were chasing him. You are a Jinchuriki. But how could they do that to a child, even if he became a vessel for the tailed beast? Or, more accurately, the one who restrained the rage of the 9-tailed demon fox. Obito simply couldn't wrap his head around it. Konoha owed this kid the fact that it still existed, but in gratitude, he received only animal cruelty, not restrained even by the fact that this was a small child who was unable to stand up for himself. How disgusting it was to think about it. But if that's the case, doesn't that mean? Obito was struck by an idea. He paused for a moment, his one eye widening in surprise. Minato-sensei and Kushina-san sealed the Kyuubi into him. That means he's there. Son. Now it all fits together. But why doesn't anyone protect the child from such treatment? Not the third and his council, not anyone else. His thoughts out loud were interrupted by a quiet and painful groan from the boy, who was beginning to come to his senses. Holding his left side with his right hand and squinting from the shooting pain, he struggled to sit up. A veil of tears was coming to his eyes, but he quickly brushed them away with the back of his hand and began to look around. The interior of this place, furnished very ascetically, was completely unfamiliar to him. Next to the bed stood a nightstand on which stood a dying candle, casting its last rays of light into the semi-darkness that filled the rest of the room. The boy swallowed a lump in his throat from the dryness and seemed not to even notice Obito, who had been watching him attentively all this time. How are you feeling? Obito decided to start the conversation first as soon as the boy's gaze fell on him. The boy flinched at the unfamiliar voice. His frightened gaze caused nothing but compassion and hidden anger at the bastards who had stooped to punishing his Jinchuriki for the demon fox's deeds. The boy backed away, looking at Obito as if he were a predator ready to tear him apart. Only genuine fear was visible in the child's eyes. He would have continued to back away, but his back hit the corner. If I scared you, I apologize, Obito tried to defuse the situation. But the boy didn't seem to even hear him. The boy only began to huddle tighter in the corner and tremble like an aspen leaf. His gaze was like that of a fox caught in a trap and seeing the hunters who had come for their prey. You don't have to be afraid of me. I won't hurt you. Obito realized that the boy was afraid of him. But the child remained silent, his body constantly shaking. Here, take this, warm yourself up. He handed the boy a blanket, and he took it with distrust, slowly wrapping himself in it. The shaking gradually subsided, but his gaze remained the same. Let's get acquainted first. My name is Uchiha Obito, and yours? Naruto, the boy said in a voice trembling with excitement and fear. Naruto Uzumaki. Uzumaki. Exactly the same last name as Kushina-san. Obito's guess only took root more deeply after the boy's words. This was indeed the supposedly deceased son of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Well, Obito began, it's nice to meet you, Naruto. I have a few questions for you, but I thought I'd ask them a little later, when you're warm and rested. In the meantime, is there anything you'd like? No, he shook his head, and Obito clearly felt the notes of hidden fear in his intonation. Where are we? Obito-san. This is my home, Naruto. Are we in Konoha? Naruto asked more confidently, continuing to examine the surroundings with a slow, searching gaze. Everything around was strict and ascetic, but neat and tidy. Which could not be said about Naruto's own apartment. And why am I in your house? Why did you take me to your place? This place is far beyond Konoha, Obito answered, coming closer and sitting down next to Naruto on the bed. As for the second, I couldn't stand aside when I saw such a disgusting sight. The Uchiha gritted his teeth. I couldn't stand aside and do nothing, because inaction is often tantamount to death. But, Uzumaki looked down at the floor, the ringing pain, dull echoes in his small head, prevented him from concentrating on his thoughts, but Konoha is my home. I have lived there since birth. I must be there. Should it be because you wanted it? Or someone else? He said, you may be a child, but you are a human being and you have a choice. You can make a decision right now. Obito looked closely at the frightened blue eyes in front of him, trying to find something else behind that veil of fear, something that Naruto himself could not find in himself. Do you need to live in a village where you are hated and beaten? But I want to become Hokage. And then everyone will definitely recognize me. Naruto quickly scribbled, as if that aching pain in his whole body had not existed at all. But a moment later, the boy bent over again from a spasm caused by the sudden movement. I will become the coolest Hokage in Konoha and everyone will stop considering me a nobody, and will finally start respecting me. You have to earn respect, not try to instill it with a loud title. Obito thoughtfully noted, but involuntarily smiling to himself. This child, who had tasted injustice so early, in many ways resembled himself in childhood. And Kushina wanted a son like him. But tell me, is there anything that keeps you in Konoha? In order to earn respect and stop being an empty space, it is not at all necessary to become Hokage. It is enough to remain a real person, Naruto. I am not going to persuade you to do anything, so choose for yourself how we should proceed from here. Unwittingly, the last words touched the strings of Naruto's soul. Almost all the adults in the village, with the exception of the third Hokage, old man Tuki and his daughter Ayame, did not consider Naruto a human being. As soon as he appeared on the street, many glances, saturated with caustic reproach and pure hatred, were directed in his direction. No one wanted to communicate with him. Only hatred, only loneliness, which pressed like pincers. He so wanted to escape from this horror, find friends, be an ordinary child, but each time he met only cold indifference and chilling hatred in the looks of other residents. In his fragile soul, hidden anger and hatred for them all had long taken root. Hatred for the fact that they condemned him to suffer in the hell of loneliness. And what really should have made him stay in Konoha? Return again to a place where there was only loneliness, or make a different choice, which Obito told him about. What choice were you talking about? Naruto asked uncertainly, looking away as if afraid to look Obito in the eye. You are free to return to Konoha. But there is another way, to become my student. Naruto visibly perked up and instantly stared at Obito, whose face took on a good-natured look. I will teach you to master chakra. I will help you strengthen your mind, your body and your spirit. And I will teach you to protect your life, but not to take others. If I become a cool ninja and it will help me become Hokage later, then I agree. Naruto nodded his head politely, and in his eyes, where there had been only fear before, a spark of determination flashed. You really will teach me to be a cool shinobi, right? Oh, not at all. Obito smiled softly and sincerely, but his tone was laced with refusal. I don't want to teach you to be a shinobi. I want you to see a much greater value in life than becoming Hokage. I want to teach you to be a human. I didn't understand anything, Naruto said nervously, scratching his wet head out of awkwardness, but I agree to become your student. Obito-sensei. Well, the time will come when you will understand my words, Obito said. For now, rest. You need to gather your strength before tomorrow's training. Commentary on Chapter 1. The Teacher's Child. A legendary comeback of a DNAIAL fanfic. The strongest sensei in fanfiction is back, to show today's DNAYs who is the boss of this gym. Oh yeah, there won't be any reviews like last time, the FIC will die, and this time for good. I froze it once, I'll freeze it a second time. Either reviews, or another dead fanfic. Chapter 2. Beginning of Training. A blissful smile spread across the face of peacefully sleeping Naruto. And it seemed that nothing could disturb his serene sleep. He serenely stretched out his arms, squinting his closed eyelids tighter, contemplating a dream known only to him about his favorite dish, ramen. But the serene and pampered veil of a pleasant dream was suddenly washed away by cold water. Naruto jumped out of bed in a daze, icy water flowing off him in 3 streams. A shocked look ran around the room, stopping at the tall silhouette of Obito. His face was coldly impartial, his lips were pursed, and an empty bucket dangled in his right hand. Sensei. Naruto immediately jumped to his feet, not paying attention to the water dripping off him. How could you even do that? This is too mean. And harmful. Why you ruined such an awesome dream for me. Hardening never hurt anyone, kid. Now follow me, today is your first training. Obito's expression remained as impartial as ever, but the man could barely restrain himself from laughing out loud at such a somewhat cruel joke. However, very soon the mirth was replaced by a pang of conscience. The boy had already suffered enough, maybe he should be a little softer with him. Okay, sorry for such an idiotic joke. But from now on, you will get up every day with the sunrise and listen to my every instruction. Is that okay? Of course, teacher. The boy exclaimed, his eyes blazing, jumping down to the floor and putting on his sandals. I can't wait to start becoming a cool shinobi. Obito smiled humbly at the boy's naivety. This boy still had much to teach. Teach him not to follow the paths of hatred. Not to chase fame, glory and recognition, but to follow other, more lofty goals. Perhaps their meeting was not accidental at all. Perhaps this child really was the one to whom he could not only pass on his knowledge, adopted from Minato, but also his worldview. To a child's mind, his words sounded like abstract and inarticulate delirium, but with time, when the boy matured, he would come to a true understanding of the meaning of the lessons he gave. For now, it was necessary to start with something more mundane, and only then, when the boy had strengthened his body and his spirit, could he tackle his mind. Obito nodded silently, pulling his student along with him. The door creaked softly, and Obito stepped out onto the brightly sunlit street. The daylight was slowly rising above the eastern sky, a slight breeze was bending the yellowed reeds toward the water, but despite the fact that it was now the middle of autumn, the weather outside remained warm, which was only to the advantage of Obito and his sudden student. So, Obito spoke to him, coming out into the center of a small area from which winding paths diverged in all directions, snaking through the gloomy swamp. To clarify, we should discuss a couple more things with you. I still don't know exactly how old you are. Can you tell me? I turned 6 yesterday, the boy responded lazily and relaxedly, but his gaze became gloomier, and Obito caught it. And yet, why do they hate me so much? He whispered angrily, looking down at the ground and clenching his fists from the anger that was swelling in him. He hoped that the sensei would not hear this, but Obito heard it all perfectly. And this is not the first year that this has happened. What have you been through in these 6 years? Was that beating really more than just an isolated incident? Obito looked with genuine pity at the silent boy, whose downcast and dull gaze continued to bore into the damp earth beneath the soles of his sandals. But apparently he himself does not know who his parents are and that the nine-tailed fox is sealed within him. Well, his mind is not yet strong enough, and I will be able to tell part of this secret only with time, but not now. And there was one guy at the orphanage who really pissed me off, but I remember how I painted his whole face with toothpaste. That was so cool. Naruto's ringing laughter brought Obito back to reality, and the newly minted sensei realized that the boy had been pouring out his soul all this time. And I also poured a bucket of paint on one drunk Jonin's head a week ago. If only you knew how that idiot chased me around the whole village. Heh, mischief is so cool, but what irritates me the most is that pompous idiot, Uchiha Sasuke. When I become a strong ninja, I'll definitely beat him up. And before that, I want to pour a bucket of paint on his head. Heh. Really? And why exactly do you want to beat up another boy? Obito put his hands behind his back and slowly began to walk from side to side, listening to his student's tirade. Because he's an arrogant idiot. Naruto snorted contemptuously, folding his arms across his chest and holding his head high. I hate that idiot. He drives me crazy. All the girls run after him. Everyone wants to be his friend. But no one wants to be my friend. It's not fair. How is that idiot Sasuke any better than me? So why do you want to beat him up? Obito looked closely at the boy, who stood in place and batted his eyelashes. Why not try to resolve everything peacefully? Why do you have to beat him up in front of everyone and assert yourself at this expense? Why don't you just take care of yourself and become better? Develop your body, your spirit, your mind. After all, that is the essence of true strength, Naruto. He who has gained power and realized its true essence will no longer use force to resolve conflicts. Obito fell silent and froze in place, consumed by the attentive but uncomprehending gaze of his student. He who has mastered the way of the sword will no longer bear it. Think about these words, Naruto. I don't understand anything, but it sounds very interesting, Naruto answered in a relaxed manner. But let's teach you how to create cool jutsu already. Oh, you're so eager to get started. The mentor grinned. Well, I hope your passion for learning doesn't fade as we train, because I'm not going to spare you. Naruto nervously swallowed the lump in his throat, and for some reason the agility in him diminished a little. Now tell me, do you know what chakra is and how it is formed in the body of a shinobi? Well, it's a thing. The boy began to mumble, trying hard to remember the material from the books he had read. But the problem was that he used these books as a stand for a flower pot. I don't know how to explain it, but ninjas can do their techniques with it. Here. Answer not counted, Obito said dispassionately. Naruto snorted at that, raising his head again. Obito picked up a twig from the ground and began to draw shallow lines on the damp earth with precise movements. Come here and remember, otherwise you'll forget. Obito pointed with the tip of the twig at the drawn circle, which was divided into 2 equal parts by a curving line. Naruto came closer, examining the drawn symbol with languid interest. This is how the chakra center in the body of each shinobi is conventionally designated. This, he pointed to one of the halves of the circle, where the kanji translated as spirit was drawn, is the designation of spiritual energy in the human body. The spiritual component comes from the development of our consciousness and mind, which is why it can be increased through long meditations. Now let's move on to the physical component. The tip of the twig pointed to the second half of the circle. The body is what contains our mind and our soul. By tempering your body, making it stronger and more resilient, you not only become physically stronger, but your level of physical energy also increases. And the combination of these energies creates the third energy, what we call chakra. Naruto listened attentively to his mentor, trying not to miss a single word. Obito's words seemed much more interesting and lively than the dreary text without pictures from another book given to him by the third. And Obito himself inspired involuntary respect in Naruto's soul, for he did not look at the boy as some kind of monster, but more than considered him the same person as himself. But many things remained a mystery to Naruto. Why did he not live in Konoha? And what really connected him with the leaf? And many legends say that chakra appeared on Earth thanks to the semi-mythical figure of the Sage of the Six Paths, who became the progenitor of chakra. Meanwhile Obito continued, telling Naruto what he knew himself. Centuries have passed since then, and chakra has become an integral part of human life. Therefore, if a shinobi completely depletes his chakra supply, he will certainly die. Well, that's creepy. However, that's not all. Obito once again drew the boy's attention to himself. In the body of absolutely every ninja there is a so-called chakra circulation system, consisting of 361 points called tenketsu. Therefore, by developing your mind and body, you, accordingly, develop the center of your chakra and the circulation system, which helps to increase your chakra reserves. Obito finished his explanation, leaving Naruto in some awkward confusion. He already wanted to start practicing rather than listen to the theory. But he had no other choice. Obito dropped the branch on the ground and reached into his shirt. A moment later, he pulled out a small scroll and handed it to a bewildered Naruto. This scroll describes a set of exercises. Obito fell silent again, putting his hand in his cloak again, but this time pulling out an hourglass. The Uchiha approached a large stone sticking out of the ground and placed the watch on its cold surface, supporting it with his fingers and preparing to turn it over any moment to start the countdown. Until the sand in the upper part completely runs out, you must complete the entire set of exercises. If you don't manage to complete them, it's okay. Turn the watch over and complete the set again. If you do manage to do it in time, start meditating and try to abstract yourself from reality. The sensei was looking for a more understandable word for his student. Distance yourself from everything around you, such as sounds, the sensation of temperature, balance and other feelings. This will be the first of many steps leading to the awakening of your chakra center. Meh, what a bore. Naruto lowered his hands with a sour face, his shoulders drooped, and his bored gaze was fixed on Obito. Sensei, don't you have anything more interesting? Do it, Obito said in a firm, goosebump-inducing voice. His commanding and cold intonation, saturated with power, instantly made Naruto come to a collected look. I will watch you, but you must not turn around to look at me under any circumstances, otherwise you will repeat everything from the beginning. Why can't I turn around to look at you? Naruto sincerely didn't understand his mentor's decisions. This is some kind of stupidity, sensei. It's not stupidity, it's called concentration, Obito said judiciously. And let it be your first lesson. For patience and peace of mind will help you become not only stronger, but most importantly, wiser. Obito turned over the hourglass and sat down on the stone. Naruto immediately turned away from him. Now start warming up, I'll watch you. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked gloomily at the bright blue sky and the clouds slowly floating across it. The weather outside was beautiful, but the same could not be said about the mood that reigned in the soul of the third Hokage. His left hand twitched slightly, his fingers clenched tighter, squeezing the smoking pipe, from which rings of transparent blue smoke rose, carried away into the slightly open window. In the wise eyes of the Hokage, exuding kindness and wisdom of years lived, now reigned only murderous composure and true hostility towards several persons who were brought here by force. I'll ask again, Hiruzen began to speak, his voice sounding like a blacksmith's hammer hitting a steel bar. Sarutobi continued to face the window, but the ninjas standing behind him lowered their heads in fear, as if afraid to make eye contact with him. Where are you going, Uzumaki? Naruto. The pressure of his killing intent slowly increased, and a different side of the Hokage was revealed to the group of Chunin, not as a kindly old man, but as a cold-blooded shinobi with the nickname, Professor. Sarutobi gave the would-be shinobi a commanding look and sat back down in his chair. The third Hokage now looked little like his usual self, more like a restless soul, angry at being disturbed. Hiruzen shook his head tiredly, not even deigning to look at these drunken nobodies. I asked you a question, and it is your duty to answer it. Hiruzen continued to press his ki on them, like a noose around the neck of a condemned man. He felt how sobriety instantly returned to them. One of them began to speak, immediately stumbling from strong excitement. We were chasing this offspring to avenge our relatives. Further, we caught up with him at the cemetery and started beating him. He lost consciousness, and we kept beating him, so that this creature would definitely die. And then some scum decided to stand up for him. This bastard was wearing a mask. The Chunin was silent for a moment. In the only slit for the eye we saw the Sharingan. We told him to get out, otherwise he would get it too. But this bastard used a genjutsu on us with the Sharingan. When the genjutsu wore off, the monster was gone. So that's how it is. Hiruzen put the phone on the table and turned to the crowd of Avengers. The last remnants of pity disappeared after the words of confession of one of them. Hiruzen knew about the attitude of the inhabitants towards Naruto, but what happened yesterday went far beyond the limits of what was permitted. Fox, Take these freaks to Ibiki, and tell him that he can do with them whatever he pleases. Weasel, you stay here. Hi, Hokage-sama. The fox-masked Anbu bowed respectfully and led the crowd out of the office, leaving Hiruzen and the other Anbu alone. The weasel-masked Anbu knelt down on one knee, awaiting the Hokage's order. You can take off your mask, Itachi, the third said, turning to the window. The Anbu did so. What do you think about this? Hiruzen looked thoughtfully at Konoha outside the window. I don't know what to say, Hokage-sama. Itachi bowed his head respectfully. In the Uchiha clan, no one wears masks, and even more so, every member of the clan has both eyes. But that's not what worries me. What exactly? The professor turned to face Uchiha. Whoever this mysterious man was, his genjutsu was so powerful that it was able to temporarily disable several Chunin-ranked ninja. Usually, the more concentrated the genjutsu, the weaker its effect, but the fact that he managed to cast a powerful illusion on them that caused them to lose consciousness makes me think that this man has the Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo? Hiruzen asked, sitting down in his chair. The cursed power of the Uchiha clan. Do you think anyone could actually master eyes like that? In the entire Uchiha clan, there are currently only 2 people who have eyes like these, Itachi answered calmly, as his subordination demanded. My father is Uchiha Fugaku, and also a Konoha Jonin, Uchiha Shisui. Is Fugaku home now? Yes, Hokage-sama. And Shisui? The Hokage decided to clarify. On a mission, Itachi answered humbly, looking towards the village leader for a moment. Well then, tell your father to come to me today. And look, don't tell anyone that Naruto is missing. You can go. Yes, Hokage-sama. Itachi bowed and left the office. Forgive me, Kushina. Minato, the third looked sadly at the photo of the fourth, right after Itachi left his office. 97, 98, 99. Beads of sweat were pouring down Naruto's forehead as he stood in a push-up position. The boy, under the watchful eye of his sensei, had been doing grueling exercises for hours now. 100. He exhaled with relief and stood up on wobbly legs when he finally managed to do the last push-up with great effort. Again, Obito said dispassionately. What do you mean, again? I finished everything. The boy began to be indignant, looking at Obito with such reproach and incomprehension that it seemed he was about to burn a hole in him. This is not fair at all, Obito-sensei. You yourself said that this is the last exercise for today. First of all, don't shout, Obito cut him off in his usual calm and slightly colorless tone. The boy only snorted in a businesslike and pompous manner, stamping his foot. Secondly, you were doing the exercise incorrectly. You were supposed to bend your elbow joint strictly at a right angle, but you did less. I will not tolerate any evasions, Naruto. If you decide to do something, then do it correctly and with due diligence. Otherwise, there will be no sense in any of your endeavors. But still, you can't tell that he is too tired. The endurance of the Uzumaki clan makes itself felt. This isn't fair at all. Total crap, Naruto muttered, kicking a small stone with the toe of his sandals. My whole life has been a series of nothing but crap. He folded his arms over his chest in an offended manner, frowning and looking piercingly at the ground. The boy bit his lip out of some resentment towards his impartial teacher. Okay, sorry for being so abrupt. A kind smile spread across Obito's indifferently stern face, and Naruto turned to his mentor with distrustful interest. He raised his chin in a businesslike manner, as if waiting for another apology from Obito. I really am abrupt sometimes, for which I apologize to you. Perhaps this is part of my past speaking, a hyperactive boy who longed to be recognized and become the new Hokage. Wow, you also dreamed of becoming Hokage. That's cool. I dreamed. Obito exhaled slowly, and his thoughtful gaze turned to the small figure of the boy, illuminated by the rays of the setting sun. But now this dream is nothing more than a part of my past. Now, looking back on the years, you begin to understand how much good there was in your life and how little you valued it. But losing everything in an instant and facing death, you begin to value this life only more, no matter how difficult it may be. Therefore, Naruto, value your connections and do not be afraid of the darkness of the future, for as long as there is light in your soul, the darkness is not terrible. There was silence. Obito put his hand under his chin and looked ahead with hidden melancholy at the distant silhouettes of squat mountains illuminated by the setting sun. At the trees sticking out of the dead swamps, bleached by the winds to the color of bone. A slight breeze blew, there was not a single cloud in the orange sky, it was already approaching night, but it was still relatively light. Sensei, Naruto began to fidget in his place out of uncertainty. using the toe of his shoe to start digging into the ground, and where did you get those scars on your face? And why is your left eye always closed? One day I will tell you the whole story of my life, Naruto. The Uchiha said in a dying and philosophical tone. But let this be your first lesson. Always remember that hope is the strongest weapon against fear. Until then, let me congratulate you on your birthday. Commentary on Chapter 2. Beginning of Training. Those who don't write reviews and remain silent, know that I have trampled your mouths. Chapter 3. Nine-tailed. It's already the 4th week, and I can't create one idiotic clone. This sucks. This is total crap. A loud cry cut through the reverent silence above the endless swampy marshes in the cold autumn air, echoing for a few more seconds, fading and booming. He wanted to rage and throw himself from the realization of his own ineptitude and weakness. Sensei had shown him only one of the most basic techniques, which was taught at the academy first and foremost, and the ability to pass the genin exam depended on the level of its execution. Naruto raised his head from sheer impotence and the desire to scream at the whole area, seeing only gray clouds floating across the sky above his head. His mood was already terrible, and it seemed like it was about to start raining. He reluctantly turned his head to the right, his face distorted by an expression full of nothing but contempt for himself and what stood next to him. It was an ugly, simply distorted likeness of Naruto himself, looking as if he had fallen from a height of many meters and then a whole crowd of people had walked over him. Naruto quietly clicked his tongue in impotent anger and dispelled the illusory clone, rubbing the bridge of his nose in irritation and the realization that for several days in a row and several times he had been unable to create a single clone. And how could he even become Hokage and the most powerful ninja if he was unable to master the most basic technique that was part of the arsenal of absolutely any ninja? He dug his fingers into his hair, squeezing it with a sour expression on his face, only further ruffling his already sticking out in all directions hair. It sucks. Hey, you. Uzumaki looked up at the gloomy sky again, feeling a cold drop of rain fall on his face. If there is anyone at all out there, just tell me, why does my life always suck? But the only answer was silence in the still chilly air of the autumn swamp. How much of a suck is this? The boy narrowed his eyes and bit his lip as the image of Sasuke came to mind on its own. He would have done it the first time, something caustic pricked his mind, making the boy only become more angry. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, looking somewhere at the misty horizon and the ghostly blue silhouettes of the mountains somewhere in the distance. No way, I'll still be cooler than that arrogant idiot Sasuke. Screaming loudly won't make you strong. Naruto turned back as soon as he heard his mentor's voice. Obito, with the cold detachment of aristocrats, looked at the boy who had failed again. I don't want you to be stronger than this Sasuke or anyone else. I teach you ninjutsu for defense, not for offense or to rise above anyone. To you, my words seem abstract and incomprehensible nonsense. But the time will come, and you will understand the meaning of every word I say. Obito-sensei, I can't do this shitty technique. The boy exclaimed offendedly, looking at the Uchiha with a sour expression. I'm doing everything right, just like you showed me. But this stupid jutsu just won't become normal. Here, look for yourself. Naruto demonstratively waved his hands before closing his eyes and making a concentration seal. Obito activated his Sharingan to better see the flow of chakra in his student's body. He observed Naruto's chakra circulation system. The boy's chakra core was not yet developed enough to learn complex jutsu, but it could be developed through meditation. However, Obito noticed that Naruto's chakra was flowing chaotically, sometimes violently, sometimes calmly, like a mountain river suddenly flowing into a plain. Perhaps that was why the boy could not create a normal-looking clone. His control over his own power was too weak, and it seemed that Obito already knew the possible reason for this strange anomaly. He already has large reserves of chakra due to the Uzumaki blood, and if you take into account the nine-tailed fox sealed within him, it's a practically inexhaustible source of energy. Managing such volumes is difficult even for an adult, let alone a 6-year-old child. Perhaps this problem is related to the Kyuubi. It's worth checking. I did everything right, but I always end up with some freaks. The student's loud cry brought Obito back to reality. The man only grinned weakly, slowly approaching Naruto and his two ugly likenesses. Look into my eye. Obito knelt down, placing one hand on the boy's shoulder and keeping his Sharingan active. Naruto looked in amazement at the crimson eye that was slowly changing shape, transforming from a normal Sharingan into a Mangekyo. Look closely and don't look away. Sensei, I don't. The boy faltered when, after blinking for just one moment, the surrounding environment changed beyond recognition as if with a snap of his fingers. What the bullshit? He began to look around with a puzzled and uncomprehending expression, seeing only monotonous yellowish-beige walls and a long corridor whose ends were lost in the darkness. The water on the floor reached his ankles and pleasantly cooled his toes. Some pipes stretched along the walls, from which droplets of transparent water monotonously flowed. So it looks like this. Obito stood calmly in place, casually surveying the local environment. Very interesting. Was the appearance of the subconscious influenced by the seal placed by the fourth, or was it some other factor? He touched the cold wall covered in moisture with his fingers and directed his gaze to one end of the corridor, sensing the source of incredible malice there. Subconscious. Fourth. What's going on here, sensei? Where did we end up? Naruto looked with fear at the imperturbable Obito, who didn't even answer him and began to confidently move deeper into the corridors of this gloomy place. Obito-sensei. Follow me, and you will understand everything yourself. Naruto quickly caught up with his mentor, whose thoughtful gaze was directed somewhere into the darkness, hiding forks and turns into other corridors. Everything here was strange and alienated. The air was dry, it seemed heavy and stifling, like the midday heat. Naruto's body was paralyzed by an unprecedented ephemeral fear. He felt someone's heavy and incredible anger with every inch of his body. Convulsively turning his head from side to side, he tried to stay as close to Obito as possible. Only next to him did he feel completely safe. Their steps echoed rhythmically in the emptiness of the endless corridor. Circles slowly spread across the water from their steps. Sensei, where are we? Naruto asked, shaking with excitement and suffocating fear, trying to keep up with his mentor. Is this some kind of sewer? Your subconscious, he answered rather sullenly, without turning to Naruto. His head was occupied with other thoughts, because now Naruto would have to learn part of that hard truth about his past, which the third Hokage so diligently wanted to hide. But the question was different. How would the boy himself behave when he learned that he had unwittingly become the vessel of Konoha's disaster? Because of which the entire village had turned against him, seeing in him not a man, but the very monster that had killed their loved ones. Subconscious. But what does the fourth Hokage have to do with this? The boy did not calm down. This is your inner world, if I may say so. Or rather, it is a huge cage erected by the fourth Hokage, Obito said, trying to smoothly lead Naruto to the topic of the nine tails, turning the corner. And Naruto followed him. I believe that the subconscious is an integral part of people like you, Naruto. People in whose bodies lies a great and very formidable power. A power that only a few can understand and see the difference between a person who bears a heavy burden, often suffering alone, and the elemental, stormy power that each of the nine possesses. What are you talking about? There are others. Who do they hate? Like me. And who are these? 9. His voice trembled, his uncomprehending and frightened gaze bored into the tall silhouette of his mentor, and tiny beads of tears came to his eyes for some unknown reason. I don't understand anything. What subconscious? What does the fourth Hokage have to do with it? And why are you talking about people I don't know at all? And some kind of cage. From what or who? I don't understand anything. Now you are about to learn a hard truth that many would like to hide from you for as long as possible, Obito said in a soft voice, making the last turn and finding himself in a huge room. Its ceiling was lost in the darkness, and right opposite the narrow passage into the corridor there were gigantic gates of a cyclopean cage. At the sight of this colossus, Naruto's legs involuntarily shook. He felt simply insignificant against the backdrop of the gigantic gates of the cage, decorated with an impressive sheet of paper with a single kanji on it, seal. We have arrived. Now you better stand behind me. The one you are about to meet is the embodiment of hatred and a real natural disaster in the flesh. Uzumaki silently stood behind Obito, taking his teacher's hand in fear and continuing to look around. He wanted to fall to his knees or hide in a corner away from this place, because the concentration of this malice here was beyond the limit. Not a single muscle twitched on Obito's face. He simply did not care about the terrifying thirst for murder that literally permeated this place. Naruto, pressing himself tighter into the sensei's palm, continued to follow him. His heart was beating faster and faster with each passing moment, and the vague feeling of something dangerous was becoming clearer. The water suddenly began to ripple from behind the cage, and the brief moment of silence was broken by the noise of water flowing down and a loud rustling sound. He wanted to turn away, but the darkness behind the cage beckoned and caught his attention with its unknown. He wanted to know what kind of evil was lurking there, behind the majestic gates of this cage. The stale and heavy air was cut by the sounds of footsteps of something incredibly huge, and the razor-sharp fangs of a gigantic creature flashed in the darkness. Two blood-red eyes with vertical pupils looked down on Naruto and his mentor, burning them with their hatred. A clawed paw shot up, squeezing one of the bars of the cage with such force that it seemed as if the creature would bend the bar like a wooden rod. 9 long tails wriggled chaotically behind the back of a huge monster with a bared mouth. Red fur covered the entire body of the giant monster, and only the eyes were outlined with black fur growing to the ear. And here you are, brat. The creature drawled menacingly, finally revealing itself completely. Have you come here to take my power, boy? Nine-tailed. Naruto immediately recognized in this giant fox the same demon that almost destroyed Konoha 6 years ago on his birthday. It was you who almost destroyed Konoha, if not for the 4th Hokage. I remember how I killed that bastard along with his lousy wife. It's just a pity that I didn't manage to finish off one brat. The fox abruptly stuck his paw into the space between the bars of the cage. Obito instantly picked up Naruto's body in his arms, jumping to the side, and the next moment the demon fox's claws sank into the place where he had been standing a second earlier. Yeah, and you're here, damn Uchiha. I'm also glad to meet you, Kyuubi. Obito put Naruto on his feet, turning to face the monster, and the Mangekyo Sharingan flashed in his eye. The fox bared his teeth even more, the fur on his back stood on end, and his tails began to beat the floor, shaking the cage gates and walls. A satisfied grin spread across Obito's face. I see that you already know how different my Sharingan is from the eyes of my clansmen. The same power as that bastard Madara, the 9 tails grated with pure contempt. You remember what Madara did to you, right? Do you remember how you, the greatest of the 9 Biju, were subdued by a human and used as his pet? The 9 tails grin only grew stronger as Obito approached the gates of the cage under Naruto's surprised gaze. Yes, it's hard to forget. After all, even against the strongest of the tailed beasts, there were people whose power was much greater. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara and Namikaze Minato. Each of them defeated you. Bite your filthy tongue, pathetic human. An angry roar shook the entire space around, causing Naruto to immediately cover his ears with his hands. Streams of air rushed at him, almost knocking him off his feet, but Obito stood firm on his feet, coming as close to the cage as possible. Kyuubi attacked again unexpectedly, sticking his paw through the bars of the cage. What? The claw passed through Obito's body without causing him any harm. But Obito's face didn't move a muscle, as if he was deeply indifferent to the 9 tails' attempt to kill him. The Mangekyo is the curse of my clan. Anyone who awakened it saw the death of a loved one, in exchange for gaining power and the ability to subdue even the tailed beasts themselves. Obito walked forward with an impartial look, not at all afraid of the 9 tails. Ever since the 4th sealed you in the body of his newborn son 6 years ago, Naruto's chakra has gradually mixed with your own chakra. Perhaps Minato-sensei did this on purpose, so that Naruto could better learn to control your chakra. But you decided to use this to your advantage. You want to sharpen the seal, break it, and escape to freedom again. Isn't that right? You don't know a damn thing about me, you vile human. And mark my words, one day I'll break free from this filthy body, and you'll be the first one I finish off. A powerful blow with a paw shook the gates of the cage, and Naruto was unable to stay on his feet from the powerful push, falling into the water. Demon Fox's mad gaze was directed towards Naruto, who was frozen with fear. Yeah, I can feel your hatred. So use it, turn it into power. And bring down retribution on everyone who hurt you. I know you want it. Kill everyone. The 3rd always knew who your parents were, but he lied to you. He knew why everyone hated you, but he did nothing. You will never become one of Konoha's own. Because you and I are one. You are a part of me, as I am a part of you. I give it to you, my power. So turn it against everyone who made you suffer. The chest heaved excitedly from the ragged breathing. The soul was tormented by excruciating experiences, the heart was painfully compressed, and bitter tears of misunderstanding and pain flowed down the cheeks. I wanted to scream from helplessness and despair, but I had no strength for it. The cold emptiness of burning hatred slowly devoured the wounded soul. And everything began to fall into place. All 6 years of his life, all this hatred surrounding him, all this was connected to who he had become as soon as he was born. Bitter tears were felt on dry lips, head drooped, wheat-colored hair covered dull eyes, in which there was only emptiness and endless pain. The 9 tails, as if sensing the mental suppression of its Jinchuriki, decided to finish him off completely. Come on, remember, Naruto, remember. How they looked at you. How you wanted their recognition, but each time you received only cold hatred in their eyes. Remember how they all turned away from you. Monster, beast, murderer. To them, you will always be my incarnation, but not yourself. To them, you are not a person at all, but the living embodiment of the demon fox. So take my power and show them the monster they wanted to see. Give them over to your wrath. Burn them in your hatred. Take revenge on them all. Naruto sobbed. I have to kill them. Kill them all. For lies. For hatred. For loneliness. This is your destiny. For the demon always takes revenge on his enemies. My student is not a demon. Obito cut the nine tails off with a firm and cold voice, looking at him without fear. Yes, unfortunately, feelings often surpass rationality, and people can see a monster even in a person like themselves. But I know that my student is much better than all of them. I am his teacher, I am a mirror that must show my student what he is not able to see. And he has more humanity and love than anyone else in Konoha. I will prove it to you by teaching him. But enough, I did not come here for this. Do not dare to interfere with Naruto's chakra control anymore, or I will have to resort to drastic measures. Don't you dare order me around, you damn bastard! Roared the fox. Well, you're forcing me to do something I didn't want to do. Obito turned his gaze to the nine tails, and the Sharingan lit up in Kyuubi's eyes. He bared his teeth, trying to fight off the genjutsu, but the genjutsu was too powerful. Kyuubi collapsed on his stomach, causing high waves to form and shaking the gates of the cage with the impact of his body on the floor. Let's go. Obito slowly approached Naruto, whose gaze was fixed on the nine tails. Heavy drops of tears continued to fall, creating ripples on the water. There's no need for us to linger here any longer. The real world greeted them with the same gloomy weather, the air was cool, and somewhere on the eastern horizon a thunderstorm was rumbling. Naruto leaned back tiredly and sat down on the ground again. His gaze was full of sadness and hopelessness. Obi saw how tears flowed from the boy's eyes, slowly rolling down his chapped cheeks and falling to the ground. He had spent all these years not knowing the truth about his origins. He had no idea why the entire village hated him so much. But now he knew that he was the son of the fourth Hokage. If they had known this earlier, they would never have treated him like this. If only they had known. Grandpa the Third always knew. Filled with anger and sincere misunderstanding, Uzumaki clenched his fingers into fists, leaving small furrows on the ground. He always knew the truth. They all knew the truth. And they always lied to me. They always knew more about me than I knew myself. I hate them. I hate them all. His speech was interrupted by a sob. He ran his hand over his cheek, wiping away the tears. I don't want to believe it. Please, sensei, tell me that it's not so. Obito involuntarily shuddered, meeting Naruto's gaze. In those childish eyes, where until recently there was a thirst for learning new things and mischief, now there was only despair and loneliness. Tell me that this is a bad dream. That I am not a vessel for the power of this damn fox. I'm sorry, Naruto. As much as it pained Obito to say it, he still decided to tell his student the whole truth, no matter how hard it was. But everything you saw is the truth that you must accept. You really are the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed demon fox. It shouldn't be like this. If only they knew that my dad is the fourth Hokage, they would never treat me like this. He straightened up and slowly, with stumbling legs, wandered off somewhere. It shouldn't be like this. From the anger that was bursting through him, he punched the tree trunk with his fist, breaking it until it bled. Uzumaki quietly sobbed, resting the top of his head on the tree trunk. A veil of tears clouded his vision, his soul was filled with only pain from the realization of the scale of the lie in which he grew up. Maybe the nine tails really was right. His voice began to fade, the tears stopped flowing. Maybe I really should kill them all. And make them suffer before that. Maybe I really am who they think I am. Maybe I really should take revenge on all of them for the way they treated me. Then dig a grave for yourself too, if you decide to set foot on the path of revenge. Obito said philosophically. Naruto slowly and with a heavy heart turned to the teacher, measuring him with a devastated and detached gaze. But that would be justice. An eye for an eye, pain for pain. It's not revenge, it's justice. Justice is done for the greater good, while revenge is done for personal gain. Yes, these people made you suffer, but if you kill them, then what? Do you think that will heal the wounds in your soul? Obito's words touched something deep inside Naruto. The boy slowly moved his hand, wiping away the remaining tears and looking down. It's not worth it, Naruto. Revenge will take your life, plunge it into bloodshed. Revenge is the killer of your humanity. It takes away the whole meaning of your existence. Now tell me, when you have taken revenge on Konoha for everything you have suffered, what do you intend to do next? Now that you no longer have a purpose, no reason to exist. I don't know, sensei. Remember one truth, Naruto. Obito slowly approached his student, dropping to one knee. With sincere, parental warmth, he looked closely into the baby's eyes, as if hypnotizing him with his gaze. The one who bears retribution only sinks to the same level as his offender. But the one who finds the strength to forgive, rises higher. Revenge is not something to which one should devote one's life. I know how painful it is to remain completely alone and unwanted, Naruto. I know what pain you had to endure. For a moment, Obito's voice trembled, and something painful flashed in his gaze. A child should not grow up without a mother's love and a father's wisdom. Uzumaki looked away, as if he was ashamed and could no longer look into Obito's eyes. A cold wind stirred his hair, pleasantly cooling the hot skin of his cheeks. But in this autumn coolness and gray fog, he did not want to think about joy. Deep in the boy's soul, the memories of those who hurt him echoed with pain and pure, animal anger. The wind swayed the dead trees that surrounded them like silent sentinels. It seemed as if the weather itself was resisting the slightest relief. They all thought of him as a monster, the incarnation of the nine-tailed demon fox, but he tried so hard to prove to them that he was just as human. But now, when he had to choose between making them pay for the pain and loneliness he had caused them, or forgiving them, what should he do? How was he any better than them if he was willing to stoop so low? If he took revenge, would he become the monster everyone else saw in him? No, he had to be better than that. This was truly not how he wanted to live. He was the son of the fourth Hokage, not the nine-tailed demon fox. He was a human, just like his father and mother. You are right, sensei. Naruto smiled sincerely, wiping away the tears that were forming in his eyes. Thank you. No, thank you for understanding and listening to my words, Naruto. A gentle smile appeared on Obito's face. The man closed the eyelid of his only remaining eye, ruffling the boy's hair with his hand. I want to tell you that sometimes people give in to their feelings, but not to rationality. On that tragic night, 6 years ago, a lot of blood was shed. But your parents believed in you until the very end. They believed that you would grow up to be a real person. That is why I ask you, be a worthy successor to your great father. Obito took his hand in his palms, looking closely into the student's eyes. It was as if he saw something in the depths of Naruto's soul that the boy himself could not see. Forgive them their blindness, but I ask you, for your own sake, for the sake of the legacy that the fourth Hokage left behind, do not give in to your hatred. Do not become a monster, Naruto. Be stronger than this storm, for every storm ends one day, no matter how strong it is. And then there was silence again. With a philosophical thoughtfulness in his eyes, Obito looked up at the sky. A storm front, driven by the wind, rumbled in the distance. A hole appeared in the gloomy autumn sky, and a bright ray of daylight fell on the dead swamps in the frozen shroud of cold fog. A smile froze on Obito's lips. He looked up at the sky, and somewhere there, beyond the shroud of uncertainty of the future, he saw hope for the best. That his student would become as great as his father before him. Sensei. Naruto's quiet voice brought Obito back to reality, and the man lowered his gaze to the smiling boy. And what was he like? My dad. He was the best man I knew, the mentor answered thoughtfully, standing up to his full height. And there was no more understanding and wise mentor than Minato-sensei. Tell me more about him. Please, teacher. Well, it's my duty as a mentor to tell my student my story. Obito sat down on a stone and indicated the place next to him with his eyes. Sit down, Naruto, because the story will be long. Commentary on Chapter 3. Nine-tailed. Revenge is for suckers, forgiveness is for real men. See Obito Uchiha. Chapter 4. Continuing training. Habit is a serious matter. Naruto chuckled to himself, jumping out of bed early in the morning. Having poured a bucket of water on himself to finally wake up, snorting, he quickly dried himself off, jumped into the clothes he had prepared the night before and went out onto the platform in front of his new house. The morning mist rising from the damp ground hid the bright, warm sun, keeping the air so cool that even clothes warmed by the fire did not help. Taking a deep breath of the damp, rotting wood-scented air, Naruto shuddered from the cold and sighed as he began to stretch. About halfway through the routine, the sensei's attentive gaze pierced his back. Naruto wanted to look back, but, remembering that this was also part of the training, he endured this gaze, not wanting to stop. The punishment could be severe. Only after finishing the complex, Naruto was able to allow himself to turn to Obito-sensei. I see you've already managed to warm up. Good, but physical exercises alone won't get you very far. Well, guess what we're going to study? Chakra. The boy squeezed out uncertainly, as if afraid of answering incorrectly. Speak more clearly, Obito demanded firmly, you must be able to express your thoughts more clearly. Chakra. Sensei. Naruto put his hands behind his back, confidently looking into the eyes of his mentor, who only smirked at the boy's answer. Exactly, Obito noted, getting up from the stone and approaching the trunk of a nearby tree. Now I will show you one exercise that is designed to improve chakra control. Look, the Uchiha directed chakra to his legs and began to confidently walk along the vertical surface. Naruto opened his eyes wide at what he saw, not believing his sight and thinking that he was imagining it. Obito reached the middle of the trunk and froze in place, looking over his student's shoulder. The man smiled, seeing how Naruto reacted to this action. Wow, Naruto breathed out, his jaw dropping. How did you do that? The boy cried out, jumping up and down. Did you put glue on the soles? Of course not, Obito grinned. And, breaking away from the tree, he somersaulted to his feet in front of Naruto. I just sent chakra to my feet to anchor myself to the tree. And I suggest you do the same. But how? What should we do? Standing still was beyond Naruto's strength. He shifted from foot to foot, almost jumping, but he kept glaring at Obito, demanding that he finally tell him how to walk on a tree. First, direct chakra to your legs and try to run up the tree, Obito, holding back his cheerful laughter, nevertheless condescended to explain, noting that the child had completely turned into ears, even stopping twitching. But remember, in this matter, more is not better. Give too much, and the tree bark will crack. Give too little, and your leg will not catch. In both cases, you will fall, Obito said, putting on his cloak with a sweeping motion, effectively raising dust from the ground. There should be no problems with control, the nine tails is no longer in your way, so, go ahead. Naruto tightened the bandages on his ankles and ran up the tree trunk. He started falling before he reached the middle. However, a month of training with Obito had not been in vain. Naruto deftly flipped in the air and landed successfully on his feet. He did not pay attention to anything else, all his attention was focused on one unfortunate trunk of a long dead tree. Gripping the handle of the kunai tighter in his sweaty palm, the Jinchuriki ran up, directing the current of chakra into his feet. He confidently covered 2 meters, but the bark under the soles of his sandals cracked, and the boy almost fell on his back, only managing to successfully flip in the air at the last moment. For the first time, it's not bad. I shouldn't have any problems with chakra right now, but I still can't control the trunk of this stupid tree. No, you stupid log, but I'll control you. Naruto rushed forward to control the ill-fated tree again. But he failed again. Damn you, I'll cut you down and burn you right now. I still ask you not to swear in my presence, Obito said calmly, instantly cooling his student's ardor. You shouldn't dwell so much on failures. It's better to focus on doing this than to be constantly distracted by thoughts of failures. It just did it. The boy started waving his arms and pointing at the unfortunate trunk, which refused to submit to him. This made him cringe, and the image of Sasuke appeared in his mind again. Whatever I try to do, it's always a failure. I can't even control my chakra properly. Thoughts about the 9-tailed demon constantly creep into my head. Why am I such a loser? There is no such thing as failure, Obito said politely, there is only your inexperience. You are just beginning to master ninjutsu. You awakened the chakra center only a month ago, but you already expect to accomplish great things, having barely learned to control chakra. No, Naruto, that is not how it works. All great people started with something small. Do you think that the 4th Hokage also immediately became so powerful and wise? No, he worked long and painstakingly on himself. He is the embodiment of the fact that talent without effort is simply nothing. Surely he was an inexperienced youth. Surely he had problems with chakra control, because this is typical of all children. Therefore, do not set yourself great and difficult goals in advance, first achieve small things before you do something great. Uzumaki, overcome with an ephemeral sense of shame, looked away, pursing his lips. Sensei was right. Before achieving a great goal, one should start small. No one said that the path to the Hokage title was easy. One had to overcome many trials, make one's body stronger, make one's mind sensitive. And most importantly, as Obito believed, teach him to be a man, but not a shinobi. Therefore, gathering all his will into a fist, the Jinchuriki placed the handle of the kunai between his teeth, raising his gaze, saturated with determination, to the tree trunk. Taking a deeper breath of the cold air of the swamp, the boy set off at all the speed available to him, dispersing chakra throughout his body and directing it downwards. If I don't do this, I won't be worthy of being called my dad's son. He mentally motivated himself, starting to quickly walk along the trunk. He felt his grip on the tree trunk begin to weaken, his chakra was still too poorly obeying him. He snatched the kunai from his teeth, managing to leave a deep cut on the top of the trunk at the last moment before falling down. Uzumaki pushed off the branch and landed delicately on his feet under the impartial gaze of his mentor. For the first time, this is a very good result. Obito appreciated the result of his student's short training. However, I think you should devote at least an hour a day to meditation to develop your mind and the spiritual component of your chakra. Sensei, can I ask you a question? The young Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails raised one hand, and a sparkle of curiosity danced in his bright blue eyes. Obito's silent nod served as his only answer. I saw in books that ninja use hand seals to create techniques, but I don't understand how this even works. Just make a certain seal and the jutsu will work on its own. Not at all, Obito said slowly, walking to the edge of the swamp pond and looking into the distance. Each seal used in a technique is an important element for the correct execution of the technique. A jutsu is not just a collection of random seals, but a carefully thought-out mechanism. Even one mistake in a seal can cause the technique to malfunction, because each seal has its own meaning. Obito began to slowly form seals, continuing to look forward. For example, the snake seal, he said, forming this seal first and gathering chakra in his lungs, is used to mask the technique. To demonstrate, he held the seal for a few seconds so Naruto could get a better look at it before forming a second seal. The sheep seal is used to prevent your technique from harming you. Naruto looked at each of the hand seals with interest, but he didn't quite understand why Obito was demonstrating them so slowly. The third seal is a monkey, used when your jutsu contains a tricky idea and requires high concentration. Without weakening his concentration, Obito made another seal, a pig. This seal is usually used in earth release techniques, but can also be used in the techniques of the other 5 transformations. 5 transformations? What is that? I'll explain later, but for now just watch, Uchiha said, making a horse seal this time. This seal is used to gather the bundles of chakra together. And finally, he paused for a moment, making the last seal, a tiger. The tiger seal is used for concentration, and many fire elemental techniques are completed with this seal. Now watch. Fireball. Obito took a deep breath, leaned his body back slightly, and then abruptly exhaled a powerful stream of flame that took the form of a sphere of pure fire. Circles spread across the gray surface of the water, and ornate columns of steam shot up. Naruto's face was hit by the heat that emanated from the fire technique created by his mentor. Naruto watched the fireball technique in awe until the flames dissipated into the cold air. He was well acquainted with ninja techniques, but Obito's demonstration had left him deeply moved. He immediately wanted to learn how to breathe fire like the dragon in the old children's stories. The boy's eyes were shining with happiness, and he couldn't wait to repeat the seal combination and try to create such an amazing technique. Now I want to show you another exercise that will help you better control your chakra. Watch carefully. The man carefully stepped onto the surface of the water and walked along it as if it were land. Wow, this is so cool! Naruto exclaimed in amazement. Walking on water is much more difficult than, for example, on a tree trunk. Therefore, it is better for you to take off your clothes, so as not to risk it. When you learn to confidently stand on the surface of a tree and on water, I will begin to teach you basic ninjutsu techniques. I think you are ready to begin learning elementary techniques. It was already late evening. Myriads of twinkling stars lit up the dark velvet sky. The full moon poured its deathly pale light onto the endless swamps and lonely dead trees. A column of gray smoke poured into the night sky, the blazing fire threw up sheaves of sparks, dying out so quickly but brightly, like fireworks. Obito's slightly tired gaze was directed at the blazing fire, and his hearing was filled only with the sounds of the brushwood crackling in the fire. Everything seemed so vague and strange. Just a month ago he was just a lonely man, but by chance he met a boy whom he definitely did not expect to meet among. He had only warm and bright memories of Minato-sensei, as his wife, the never despondent, but very scary in anger Kushina Uzumaki. And now he became a mentor for their son. For Obito, it was akin to a real honor, as a sign of respect for his beloved teacher, to take on the training of his only son. From the warm memories that warmed his heart even in the darkest hour for him, a good-natured and nostalgic smile spread across Obito's thoughtful face. Sensei, what was my mother like? As if reading Obito's own thoughts, Naruto, who had been keeping a thoughtful silence until then, suddenly asked. Obito only looked away from the fire and looked closely at his student. Why tell me? Better see for yourself. A blood-red Sharingan flashed in the pleasant twilight, drawing Naruto into an illusion. Rubbing his eyes after the flash of light, he opened his heavy eyelids and saw a familiar place, the gates of Konoha. Coming closer, he saw a tall man. Next to him stood a young woman with red hair and 3 genin. One of them had a mask covering half his face and a tanto on his back. The second, or rather the second one, was a girl with chestnut hair and paint on her cheeks. And in the third genin, he unmistakably recognized his mentor. Not paying any attention to the group of genin, Naruto ran towards Kushina with a happy look. "Mom!" The boy cried out joyfully, not even paying attention to the tears. Uzumaki, with tears in his eyes, was ready to embrace her, but the boy's body passed through Kushina. Not expecting this, the boy rushed face down to the ground. Fortunately, Obito managed to catch the student in time and prevent him from hitting his face on the ground. "Just watch," Obito said quietly, helping his student stand up. "I don't need your help, leave me alone." The boy in orange glasses, who looked so much like the adult Obito, shouted. The adult Uchiha himself only bit his lip in shame, as if he saw a completely different boy, but not his former self. "I said, you will take this with you and eat every last crumb." Kushina hit the little Uchiha on the back of the head. The boy hissed in pain, starting to rub his head, while looking angrily at the scarlet-haired girl. "And if you don't eat it, I'll make you do it by force." From this blow, the adult Obito rubbed the back of his head, as if he felt a phantom pain, while involuntarily grinning. After all, Kushina was close to him, almost like a mother. "Obito, you better not argue with my wife." Minato leaned over the little Uchiha so that Kushina couldn't hear. "And you too." Uzumaki gave her husband a hefty slap, instantly making Minato hunch over in pain and hiss. "You will do everything as I tell you." Uzumaki grabbed her husband and his student by the collars, burning both with a murderous look. "Kushina-san, don't scold them like that, they will do everything your way, I will keep an eye on them." Rin added her word to this scene. "Be as strict with them as possible, Rin-chan." Kushina let go of Minato and Obito and lightly patted the girl on the cheek. "It hurts, damn it," Obito muttered discontentedly, continuing to rub the back of his head. "And you know what? When I become Hokage, you won't dare just hit me. Take my word for it, but one day I will achieve this goal." Was I really that loud? The adult Uchiha slapped his face with his palm, looking at his past self. "Oh, come on, sensei. I used to paint my father's face all the time at home." Naruto folded his arms over his chest, watching his teacher's memory. "I'm even ashamed of it now. You know, I liked you, Dadbane." Kushina stroked little Obito's head. What did she just say? Naruto couldn't believe his ears when he heard that word. Kushina-san often said the word, Dadbane, when she was excited, the sensei explained to his student. She called it a bad habit, but she couldn't get rid of it. Wow, I sometimes say a similar word too. That's definitely my mother. The Jinchuriki smiled broadly after listening to his mentor's explanation. Minato, if you and I ever have a son, I want him to be as determined and unbending as Obito. The woman turned to her husband, and he nodded affirmatively. I hope so too, Minato smiled. As his words ended, darkness once again enveloped the boy's vision. Opening his eyes, Naruto found himself back in reality. Thank you, Sensei. Naruto bowed his head down in gratitude, smiling happily. Sensei, was Mom always like this? The boy decided to clarify with his mentor, raising his gaze to his mentor again. Well, how can I put it? Obito looked thoughtfully at the ceiling, trying to remember everything he knew about this Uzumaki. Kushina-san was quite hot-tempered. She could change her mood in a second. From cheerful to sad and vice versa. But you know, she was a truly wonderful person. And I'm glad that you inherited part of your character from her. Chapter 5. The 7th Anniversary. The daytime sun poured gentle rays of warmth onto the autumn land. A quiet breeze slowly drove small waves across the gray surface of the lakes, dry and long dead trees, sticking out of the dead swamp, creaked barely audibly in the wind. White clouds floated across the blue sky, driven by northern winds. The last warm days of autumn were approaching. October was approaching its middle. The usual silence over the swampy bogs and endless lakes was broken only by the distant singing of cicadas and dull knocks. A boy in a white t-shirt, white knee-length shorts and dark blue sandals persistently beat off a series of blows on the tree trunk. His small fists were wrapped in rather stretched and dirty bandages, and his spiky hair, faintly silvered by sweat, fluttered slightly in the oncoming breeze. The boy's intent, childishly serious and therefore cute gaze was riveted to the tree trunk, as if he was hypnotizing it with his gaze. Another dull blow on the tree trunk followed, Naruto's fist left a sizable dent in the bark of the tree, and Uzumaki finally exhaled with relief. He plopped down tiredly on a stone, raising a flask of cool water to his lips. Laying back on the cold stone in bliss, his sparkling eyes were directed towards the sky. The steadily floating clouds were reflected in them, but the once dreamy look was no longer as curious and thirsty for adventure as it had been a year ago, before meeting the teacher. Certainly, but Obito's lessons, different from what children are taught in the academy, influenced Naruto and slowly rebuilt his character. I see you've already managed to train in my absence. Well, that's good. A minute of reverent silence, interrupted only by the quiet gusts of wind, was broken by the curious voice of a young man. Naruto immediately assumed a sitting position as soon as he heard the sensei's voice. Obito stood in front of him, his hands behind his back, and a good-natured smile spread across his usually serious and indifferent face. Today is your birthday, so let me give you a present. Obito slowly approached the astonished Naruto, who looked at him with wide eyes and did not dare to say a word, as if he was afraid of something. His gaze was fixed on the object that Obito held in his right hand. The Uchiha knelt down on one knee and handed the boy a bundle wrapped in rough beige cloth. What is this, sensei? Unfold it and see for yourself. Obito handed his gift to his student with a smile on his lips, not taking his eyes off Naruto. The young Jinchuriki began to unfold the scroll with bated breath from excitement, mentally only guessing what kind of object it could be. He moved the last fold with his hand and finally saw what Obito had given him. It was a miniature katana, as if custom made especially for the child. With trembling hands, he pulled the weapon halfway out of its sheath, his breathing seemed to have stopped. His unblinking gaze was riveted to the cold blade of the weapon, reflecting the endless blue sky and Naruto's face. Well, what do you say? Thank you, sensei. Naruto whispered reverently, putting the tanto back into its sheath. He was gradually returning to reality, moving away from his sincere, but very pleasant surprise. The boy, after stamping his feet for another second, took a step forward, embracing his mentor. This is an unrealistically cool gift. After holding Obito in his arms for a few more seconds, Naruto stepped back, continuing to examine the teacher's gift, turning it in different directions, as if he could not stop admiring it. I could not even dream of such a thing. This is an unreal thing. With this, I will definitely become as cool as you, sensei. Or like my dad. I don't want you to become me or try to imitate anyone else. Obito said with a soft smile on his face, placing his hand on the boy's head and gently ruffling his unruly hair. I want you to always remain yourself. Now listen. He extended his hand forward, and Naruto, by some inner inspiration, gave him the gift back. Obito tightly clutched the sheath with the weapon inside. His gaze was fixed on this gift. Memories of the past flashed in his thoughtful and darkened eyes. He wanted to forget those days, but he could not. Obito remembered the day that divided his life into before and after Rin's death and the carnage he had caused on that field. He had no control over himself. He had acted with animal cruelty, slaughtering all the Anbu without mercy. But now these were just old wounds that reminded him of a painful past. Obito had learned important lessons from that experience and now he wanted to share them with his student. He wanted to teach him not to be a killer, but to love life. A weapon never takes life. Obito continued to look at the tanto. He pulled it out of its sheath a little and saw his reflection in the cold steel of the blade. Life is taken by the one who holds the weapon in his hands. A weapon can take life, but it can also protect it. This is what I want to teach you. Obito sheathed the tanto and handed it back to his student. Naruto nodded in gratitude and took the weapon with understanding in his eyes. Obito noticed how the boy was completely focused on his words, trying to remember everything his mentor was teaching him. I gave you this weapon not for attack, but for defense. Not for you to take life, but for you to protect it. Uzumaki merely nodded, though he did not quite understand what Obito wanted to say. But Obito smiled and patted his student on the head. The boy was still too young, but in time he would understand exactly what Obito was trying to convey to him. The man slowly straightened up to his full height and thoughtfully looked into the distance, where the blue peaks of the mountain ranges were visible above the horizon, and closer to the sky, dried-up white trees stretched. And somewhere there, on the horizon of the future, images of what kind of future awaited his student arose in his mind. A boy who knew the pain of loneliness too early, whose thoughts were filled with hatred and resentment, but now they changed for the better. Obito could only guess what fate awaited his student, but he knew one thing: Naruto would become a great man, like his father. Who knows, maybe this child's significance lies not only in being a vessel for the power of the nine-tailed demon fox, but in something more. In the end, 2 lives are nothing on the scale of hundreds of thousands of human destinies. But the meeting of teacher and student has already predetermined much. Exactly a year had passed since that very moment when a chance meeting in the pouring rain changed their destinies. Obito had become attached to the little boy and considered it his duty to raise him to be a worthy person. The kind of person Minato-sensei and Kushina-san would like to see. The boy was still haunted by the ghosts of his past. He had not forgotten the nightmare he had experienced, but Obito was confident in his student's strength. He would definitely crush his hatred once and for all. He would find the strength to forgive. Uchiha turned his gaze back to his young student. He continued to examine the Tanto blade glittering in the sun with eyes burning with curiosity and joy. But in his mind, the words about what he should do with this weapon echoed quietly. But whose life should he protect? His own, or someone else's life? Naruto did not understand the meaning of these questions, and the boy decided that he did not need it yet, because the main thing was that the sensei gave him such a cool thing. It's getting late, Obito said, looking at the sun slowly floating towards the western sky. Well, I think there's a place you and I can visit today. The night air of Konoha greeted them with cold and dampness. A piercing wind drove fallen leaves through puddles and swayed the bare branches of trees. The full moon shone in the sky, and myriads of stars twinkled on the black velvet of the unattainable heights of the firmament. Naruto stood next to his mentor and slowly looked around. In the light of the pale moon, he could see the gray tombstones and the Hokage monument in the distance. It seemed that Konoha had not changed in the past year and remained the same as it had been that very day, gloomy and cold, like a late autumn rain on a November night. The silence of the night was broken by quiet footsteps. Obito's tall silhouette glided smoothly between the graves, like a restless soul. His long black cloak, which hid almost his entire body and covered his head, fluttered in the wind and resembled the black wings of an angel of death who had come for his harvest. The cold approached his body, despite the black raincoat that reliably protected him from the water. Pain awoke in the corners of his wounded heart, and Obito seemed to feel many gazes on him from the darkness surrounding him. The gazes of all those who had died 7 years ago on that fateful day. In the howling of the wind, piercing with its cold, quiet and distant echoes of the tragic past could be heard. People screamed before they died and fell silent forever. In the eyes of the dead people lying in the cemetery, the boy read only reproach and contempt. He followed Obito, and his gaze was empty and devoid of joy and curiosity. Naruto was lost in dark thoughts, his heart beating faster and faster. He saw the lost souls that were destroyed by the wrath of the nine-tailed fox. An illusion, nothing more, Obito thought as he continued walking through the cemetery between the gray tombstones. Obito and Naruto approached a tall monument in the form of writhing tongues of red flame. On the gray stone of the monument lay many flowers, drops of rain faintly sparkled in the moonlight, resembling pale pearls. Here and there, ritual candles were burning low, from which small streams of steam rose into the air. People came here during the day to remember their loved ones. Uzumaki quietly and slowly approached Obito, who froze at the monument. The boy, as if seeking consolation, squeezed the edge of Obito's sleeve in his palm. The Uchiha dropped to one knee and laid the bouquet with the others. His eye closed by itself, his hands came together in a prayerful gesture, and calm slowly spread inside, persistently fighting with the roaring echoes of mental anguish about the past, which could not be changed in any way. If he had at least one chance to change the past for the better, to make it so that Minato-sensei, Kushina-san, his parents and grandmother remained alive, he would give everything for this. But Obito was a realist and understood that his hopes were nothing more than unattainable dreams of a better life, which had slipped out of his hands too early. But fate had given him a student. A chance to pass on his teachings in philosophy to another. Someone who would carry that worldview forward. Perhaps, Obito reasoned, this boy was destined to have a profound impact on the world system. To change this damn shinobi world for the better. Obito couldn't know for sure, for Naruto still had much to teach. He could only hear the student standing next to him trembling and silently mourning his parents. A long and oppressive silence hung between them. Each was thinking about something the other didn't even know about. The wind gradually died down, and the silence became even more tense. Obito looked at the many bouquets, the smoldering candles, and the photographs of Naruto's parents. The boy slowly stepped forward and stopped in front of the photographs of a smiling man with wheat-colored hair and a pretty woman with red hair. His heart ached painfully, and he barely held back his tears. 2 crystal tears fell from his cheeks, breaking on the cold stones and turning into nothing. The boy sobbed, wiping the tears from his eyes with the back of his hand. His lips trembled, tears continued to cut his cheeks one after another and burn stronger than any fire. Cut more painfully than any blade. He slowly lowered his gaze, no longer able to look at the two photographs of the two dearest people he never got to know. Obito, who had been silently standing next to his student with his head bowed and his hands folded in a prayer gesture, straightened up to his full height. He stood next to Naruto, placing his hand on his student's shoulder and feeling the boy shudder and cry. He looked so tiny and defenseless that he wanted to hug him right now and try to comfort him. But was that able to bring the dead back to life even for a short moment and ease the mental torment? Obito clearly knew that it was not. Sensei. Naruto's quiet and sorrowful voice broke the silence. The boy looked up, and his painful gaze, filled with nothing but pain, seemed to be looking into Obito's very soul. Why? Why did this happen? Why did they die, and I'm alive? Why? It would have been better if I had died that day. Don't say that, Obito replied almost immediately. What happened was not your fault and never was, Naruto. You couldn't have changed the outcome of that night. No one could. But why? Naruto asked, constantly sobbing and shaking not from the cold, but from crying. The veil of tears in front of his eyes prevented him from seeing Obito's thoughtful and gloomy expression. It hurts me because of this. Why did they all die, and I'm alive? Am I really to blame for the fact that my mom and dad died? Am I a murderer? He spoke as if there was nothing good and joyful left in his soul, only a black emptiness of despair and hopelessness. A small chill involuntarily ran down Obito's spine. It hurt him to look at his student, crushed by grief and sorrow for his parents. No, Obito cut him off with a firm and decisive voice, looking at him with cold severity and wisdom in his eyes. You are a man, and your name is Naruto Uzumaki. You are the son of the bravest man I can remember and the kindest and most compassionate woman. Your parents' love is still alive inside you. They gave their lives for you, Naruto, so that their son could live. Their love saved you that day and will save you more than once. They are alive inside you and protect you from all troubles. But I so wanted them to come back to life, even for a moment. I so wanted to see them for real, Sensei. But you don't have the power to bring the dead back to life, Naruto. None of us have the power. Obito shook his head in disappointment, trying to find the words to calm his student. When we lose someone close to us, a part of our soul dies with them. We lose a part of our former selves. There is no place in our world where love for one's neighbor is not overshadowed by the bitterness of loss, but doesn't our love only become stronger because of this? Naruto wiped the tears from his eyes and looked at Obito, who towered over him, his heart sinking. A child should not grow up without parental love, but your parents' love will always live with you. Uzumaki looked back, stopping his gaze once again on the photos of the fourth Hokage and his wife. His father's warm smile and his mother's piercing gaze made Naruto stop crying. It really felt like they were standing next to him now. That they were there, even if invisible, looking at their son and always ready to come to him, even in the most difficult and darkest hour of his life. I never knew them, but I still love them. The boy lowered his eyes to the cold stone under his feet, clenching his hands into fists. There was a slight irritation from tears on his cheeks, and the pain in the corners of his soul gradually subsided and went into oblivion. His heart was warmed by the warmth. There are bonds that can transcend even death itself. Obito placed his hands behind his back, his thoughtful gaze directed towards the Hokage monument, illuminated by the pale light of the moon. A small smile, full of hope, appeared on the man's thin lips, touched by old scars. Love cannot bring the dead back to life, but it can change the lives of the living for the better. Please remember this, Naruto. Do not be indifferent to the fates of others. Love this life, for it is the most precious thing you have. Honor the sacrifice of your parents, for their love conquered death itself so that you could live. Live this life happily for them. Of course, Sensei, Naruto said with a smile through his tears. Obito smiled kindly, running his hand over Naruto's head and tousling his already wild hair even more. He slowly and with pleasure inhaled the fresh night air when the wind finally died down. Naruto finally calmed down and looked up at his mentor, who looked calm and confident, and in whose gaze one could read real wisdom and strength that Naruto so desired to learn. And for himself, he decided that one day he would become as strong and smart as his teacher. But that's not just a sacrifice, Naruto. Obito looked indulgently at his student, whose gaze was slowly returning to its usual shade of joy and curiosity. The love of your father and your mother is still alive in you. They were not afraid to lose their lives for you and all of Konoha. This is not just sacrifice or love. This is the triumph of life over death. Therefore, Always do the right thing, love life and be compassionate, for these are two forces that can change people for the better. Commentary on Chapter 5. The 7th Anniversary. I Respect Deep Purple. Chapter 6. A Lesson of Strength. The cold blade flashed in the rays of the midday sun, falling with the speed of lightning. A loud screeching sound cut through the air, a sheaf of sparks showered the ground under the feet of the mentor and his student, who were conducting another sparring match. Naruto grabbed the hilt of his weapon with both hands, pressing with all his strength on the kunai that Obito clutched in his left hand. Obito was like a cliff, proudly towering over the boy who was so eager to get him with at least one of his attacks. But Obito, even without the Sharingan and with one hand, in complete relaxation parried Naruto's every blow, as if for him this was not sparring at all, but some kind of game. Naruto stepped back for a moment, then suddenly rushed forward and delivered a slashing blow diagonally from his entire shoulder. The blade quickly cut through the autumn air. Obito automatically thrust his kunai forward, blocking the most powerful blow his student could afford. And again, the grinding sound and flying sparks marked the clash of the two weapons. This time, the force of Naruto's blow was an order of magnitude greater than before, and Obito immediately noticed this when his hand with the kunai clenched and it moved to the side by inertia, opening a gap in the defense. Uzumaki immediately noticed this, and it seemed to give him even more strength to continue his onslaught. He fearlessly rushed forward, intending to at least end this sparring with a long-awaited victory, which he had never achieved before. This only spurred him on to develop himself even more persistently. He wanted to defeat his mentor at all costs and prove to himself how cool he had become. That he was no longer the loser who was unable to stand up for himself even in front of this upstart Sasuke. The spark of determination in the boy's eyes flared up with renewed vigor, which did not escape Obito's attention. The boy began to hit even harder than before, as if he was not sparring, but fighting to the death, on which his life depended. His face was focused and cold, and the image of Minato-sensei, whom his son resembled so much at that moment, involuntarily appeared in Obito's mind again. It was as if a small copy of Yellow Lightning with slightly shorter hair appeared before him. Naruto brought down a chopping blow on his sensei's weapon, making an unpleasant screeching sound. The Uzumaki began to push the enemy kunai down with all the force available to him, not noticing how beads of sweat began to roll down his forehead. He abruptly removed his weapon from the kunai in Obito's hand, twirling it over his head like a pole and striking from the right side, aiming for the sparring partner's thigh, which was left unprotected. Obito quickly extended his left hand, delivering such a fast backhand strike that Naruto only managed to notice it at the last moment, but it was too late. The kunai crashed into the blade of the tanto in the boy's hands with incredible force, causing Naruto to almost drop his weapon from his hands. The force of Obito's blow was too great, although the Uchiha did not fight him even with a quarter of his real strength. Uzumaki almost spun around his own axis and fell to the ground from the inertia that spun him like a top. He dispersed the chakra throughout his body and jumped back, looking with surprise and admiration at his sensei, who seemed absolutely invincible to him. Attack. A slight, relaxed grin played across Obito's face, which only further angered Naruto. The boy's eyes flashed, tearing up from his place as fast as he could. He jumped up to Obito's side, and this time the Uchiha decided to act first. A swift downward strike with the handle of the kunai almost slammed into the top of Naruto's head, but the Uzumaki managed to move his body to the side at the last moment, immediately striking back. He swung the tanto in his palms, delivering a stabbing blow to the stomach of his taller and more experienced opponent. Obito stepped to the side, and the cold blade flew past. The Uzumaki immediately arched, and a quick roundhouse kick slammed into Obito's stomach, but the man did not even bat an eyelid. The force of the blow was too insignificant for him to feel the slightest discomfort. He grabbed Naruto by the leg with lightning speed and, spinning around his own axis, threw him to the side. The boy didn't even have time to really understand anything, as he was flying towards the nearby lake. Only at the last moment did Uzumaki perform a colorful acrobatic pirouette in the air. He passed chakra through the soles of his sandals, confidently standing on the gray surface of the water, reflecting the sky, slowly covered with clouds. Naruto raised his gaze forward, now seeing Obito, confidently standing on the surface of the water. Obito lowered his left hand with a kunai down, and raised his right to face level, folding his fingers into a concentration seal. A slight chill ran down Naruto's back, something told him that Obito was about to start acting more seriously and not holding back like before. And his intuition did not fail him. Obito quickly exhaled a powerful stream of roaring flame, disturbing the surface of the lake. Many circles spread across the water from the monstrous heat of the technique, and thin columns of steam soared upward. Naruto jumped away as quickly as he could from the miniature wall of pure fire rushing towards him. He was about to attack again, but he felt the cold blade of a kunai at his neck. You lost, Obito said dispassionately, standing behind Naruto. And I won. Again. Really, sensei? A sly grin appeared on the boy's face, and a moment later his body dissolved into the air like a mirage on a hot day. An illusory clone, then. The water under Obito's feet began to ripple, and the man looked down. Two hands appeared from beneath the icy water, and a moment later Naruto emerged from under the water right in front of Obito. The Uzumaki, taking advantage of his mentor's moment of surprise, immediately extended his hand with the tanto upward, placing its blade against Obito's neck. His body trembled slightly from the cold water, his usually spiky hair hung like vines, but a faint smile was reflected on his face, full of anticipation that he had finally managed to achieve victory. You lost, sensei. Well, I don't think so. Obito smiled slyly, and his body disappeared in a cloud of white smoke with a strange pop. Naruto stepped back in surprise, dumbfounded, sincerely not understanding what had just happened. He had never seen such techniques performed by his master before. You were the one who lost, Obito's chilling voice sounded behind Naruto, and Uzumaki saw a cold kunai blade pressed to his neck out of the corner of his eye. It was a decent sparring, Naruto. Today you pleasantly surprised me with your ingenuity and ability to defend yourself. You really do have those traits that only Minato-sensei could see. Damn it, I still lost again. Naruto sighed in disappointment, putting the tanto back into its sheath. The feeling of his own insignificance was only getting stronger from the cold that gripped his body. This is complete crap. You shouldn't be so fixated on winning or losing. The main thing is that you can gain useful knowledge for your mind, Obito said judiciously. I'm not teaching you to win through violence and fighting. I'm teaching you for the sake of protection from violence and fighting. I'm not teaching you the way of the ninja, I'm teaching you to be a man. But I am already a human being. Your body shell alone is not enough to be called a human in full, because in this world there are also monsters that walk in the guise of people. Obito looked indulgently at his student, who still did not fully understand his teachings, even though he was already 10 years old and 4 years had passed since their meeting. Your mind is still too young and inexperienced to understand the meaning of the words spoken. But with time, you will gain wisdom. And remember that I will test you from time to time. I wish to temper not only your body, but your mind too. However, for now, let's not get distracted by these thoughts. It would be better for you to change your clothes now and warm yourself by the fire. The last thing I need is for you to catch a cold. The warmth from the fire slowly drove away all the cold. Naruto sat on a small log, stretching both hands forward and looking at the burning logs with a thoughtful expression on his face. Obito, who was sitting next to him, added new logs to the burning fire from time to time. The sun had already begun to decline towards the western side of the sky. The sky was painted in soft orange tones, but it was still relatively warm outside, especially by mid-autumn standards. Naruto couldn't get that strange technique that Obito used at the very end of their sparring out of his memory. His sensei was there and would definitely have lost that sparring, but he suddenly disappeared in a cloud of white smoke and appeared behind Naruto. If it had been Shunshin, Naruto would have been able to at least see his sensei moving. But it was definitely not body flicker, it was something else. Sensei. Finally, unable to stand the long silence, Naruto turned to Obito to find out everything directly. And what technique did you use at the very end? I've never seen anything like that. This technique is called shadow clone. Obito threw a few more logs on the fire before turning to his student, whose gaze was fixed on him with intense and interested interest. AB rank jutsu, but unlike, say, illusionary clones, you actually create a material clone. However, the clones you create are not independent beings. They cannot do anything of their own free will, they are guided only by the will of their creator. There was a moment of silence. Obito tried to remember anything else he knew about this effective, but very dangerous technique, which even its creator, Senju Tobirama, placed in the category of forbidden techniques. Naruto mentally imagined how soon he would learn this technique and definitely this time become a cool ninja, and would finally be able to defeat Obito in a fair fight. Shadow cloning is also notable for the fact that it can cause harm to its user. Obito's ingratiating voice pulled Naruto out of his thoughts and, as it seemed to him, images of the near future, when he would finally be able to defeat his sensei. The Uchiha looked at his student carefully with all seriousness in his gaze. Since you divide your chakra equally in two when you create a shadow clone, you can significantly increase the number of clones, spending equal amounts of your chakra to create and maintain them. And this is where the danger lies. For a person even with an average reserve of chakra, this technique can be dangerous, because it spends a huge amount of it, so it is always better to limit yourself to 1 or 2 clones, no more. However, you do not have this disadvantage. Naruto perked up with interest when he heard the last words addressed to him. The corner of Obito's lip twitched slightly when he saw the boy's reaction to his words. After all, Obito still hadn't told him that Naruto was possibly the last representative of the Uzumaki clan, whose descendants were famous for their phenomenally huge reserves of chakra and incredible vitality, and that is why they are best suited as Jinchuriki. And Naruto himself inherited part of this innate power from his mother. It may only be indirectly related to the nine-tailed fox, Obito said shrewdly, as if reading his student's thoughts. What's more important is who your mother was. I'm sorry I didn't tell you this sooner. Obito paused for a moment, collecting his thoughts. Kushina-san was a representative of a very old shinobi clan, whose age is not inferior to the Senju and Uchiha clans. And this clan was called Uzumaki. Wow, so I have a cool clan too. Just like you, sensei. The boy exclaimed joyfully, but Obito bit his lip sadly, about to tell his student the unpleasant truth. And where do they live now? I really want to meet the other Uzumaki. That's so cool. Unfortunately, the place that was home to your clan for many years now lies in ruins. Obito said with sympathy in his voice. Naruto's face darkened visibly at the news. The ninja from Uzushiogakure were known for their knowledge of Fuinjutsu, and therefore were a danger on the international stage. The village was destroyed by the combined forces of 3 countries during the Second Shinobi World War. The surviving villagers scattered throughout the world, and Uzushio still lies in ruins. It's possible that there is no one left there. Some strange and ephemeral feeling of desolation and oppressive loneliness began to fill the boy's soul. Naruto lowered his eyes to the fire. His heart was pierced by thin needles that brought pain and real disappointment. Was he really the last Uzumaki in this world, and did he really have no one left whom he could call his relative? It did not even make him want to think about anything good. But still, somewhere in the farthest corners of his soul, hope glimmered. Perhaps there was something worthwhile in Uzushio after all. Or someone, the last surviving Uzumaki who decided to stay in their fiefdom. Obito, as if sensing the thoughts and feelings of his student, looked closely at the boy before speaking. If you wish, we can visit Uzushiogakure soon. Perhaps there you will be able to find answers to many of the questions that trouble you. Hearing this, the boy turned to his mentor, and his eyes lit up as before. But behind Naruto's gaze, he could see something else that was bothering the little Uzumaki. But there is something else that still bothers you, isn't it? Is it related to the 9 tails? You see, Naruto squeezed out in an uncertain tone, raising a somewhat melancholic gaze to the teacher. His fingers tightly clenched on his shirt, on his stomach, right above the place where the seal of the 4th Hokage was. Sometimes I have failures. I can't fully control my chakra normally, no matter how hard I try. And it really seems to me that the 9 tails is trying to do something wrong again. It seems as if he wants to break me again. I hear in my dreams how he promises me power and strength. And I want to possess this power. And I don't know how to learn to deal with this, sensei. But the 9 tails can teach you to fight with this feeling, Obito answered without a second's hesitation in his usual ingratiating and philosophical tone. His eyes stared at his student intently and attentively, penetrating Naruto's very soul, as if seeing through his nature. Naruto shuddered nervously from such a look, and questions were born in his head. He did not understand what Obito meant by his words. Yes, the 9 tails has a truly great and incomparable power that only a few can harness. But the question is why? Because brute force is nothing without the power of one's own body and mind. All the power that the Kyuubi possesses restrains its beliefs. We are made up of the events of our past, and this can build walls around the spirit that will only destroy it, Naruto. Uzumaki listened to his mentor's speech, fascinated, even though he didn't really understand anything of what Obito was trying to convey to him. But Obito himself understood very well that he hadn't yet voiced his main idea, which should have been at the very end. The idea that Naruto should learn first and foremost. Some people are made weak and insignificant by reason, but others are given power and greatness. Obito stood up from his place, slowly pacing around the fire. His gaze was fixed on the blazing fire. Many images and thoughts were born in his mind. Kyuubi is not ready to give up his hatred, because it drives him. In the same way, you are not able to renounce your desire to become Hokage. But does this not mean becoming a slave to your own beliefs and trying to chase your dream, completely ignoring others? His ingratiating voice seemed to penetrate to the bone and made you involuntarily shiver from the empty cold. This is the essence of the question. Are you ready to give up all your strength, to remain weak, but without tarnishing your essence? Your humanity? Well, I think there is always a choice. No, Naruto, you have no choice in this matter, Obito cut him off with a calm and unusually cold voice. Naruto only shrugged his shoulders in confusion. But your willingness to break this connection, to give up power, this is a lesson in strength that the Nine Tails can teach. To believe in an ideal, to believe in a principle and be ready to reject it. This is something that neither the Nine Tails nor many other people have been able to learn. But this is not the only lesson that the Kyuubi can teach us. Not only does will control power, but will can also control the power of others, just as Uchiha Madara did. You feel the presence of the beast deep inside your body. You feel its power. But what do you feel? A primitive killer instinct, a thirst for vengeance, the personification of hatred and elemental power concentrated inside you. You only have to reach out your hand. Obito stretched his hand forward as if in some kind of trance, stretching it out towards the burning fire. And that power will be yours. The Kyuubi understands how deep the connection between the two of you is, and so you, feeling this hunger, can call upon the power of the beast when your own strength is not enough. Your will can draw upon its power. And if you accept its power, you will feel how powerful you have become. So tell me, Naruto, will you accept the power of the Nine Tails? Uzumaki folded his hands under his chin, directing his pensive gaze with piercing blue eyes at the burning fire. Memories from 4 years ago floated before his eyes, the very day when he learned that he was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the reason why all of Konoha hated him. He felt with his entire small body that incredible malice of the Nine Tails and that incredible power that the strongest and most formidable of the Nine Biju possessed. How powerful would Naruto become if he could obtain even a fraction of this power? But, no, Uzumaki brushed that thought aside. This was not the source from which he should draw his strength. No, sensei, Naruto finally said. His voice was quiet, but firm and confident. He understood the essence of the question and was able to find the right answer. I do not need any power other than my own. So that's your answer, Obito smiled approvingly, squatting down in front of Naruto and looking him in the eyes. The shadows from the burning fire created strange shadows on Obito's face. You made the right choice, Naruto. Wisdom is growing within you, and now you know that this is the true lesson of strength, to turn away from the power that is not yours. I will test your mind from time to time. And if you learn the lessons I teach you, I will teach you several of your father's techniques. Chapter 7. Not Quite Abandoned Island. The hot rays of the sun scorched the exposed areas of skin, and the gusty wind from the sea ruffled the hem of the cloak, so familiar to Obito's appearance. From east to west, as far as his eye could see, stretched an azure ridge of the coastline. The tall trees on the rocky beach, disturbed by the wind, rustled menacingly, resembling a living wall that kept behind it all the gloom of the island of the land of whirlpools. From time to time, the waves ran up onto the small coastal stones, breaking into a multitude of splashes. In places, from under the sand and stone, like bones, the skeletons of long-dead ships stuck out, and the noise of the surf was interspersed with the cries of soaring seagulls. The wind in the sky quickly drove the cirrus white clouds somewhere to the south, and the day was approaching lunch. The sun began to bake even more strongly. Naruto looked around with a dreamy and inquisitive expression, his soul filled with anticipation of a quick visit to his historical homeland. But after a few hours of walking along the deserted beach, his enthusiasm began to fade. He looked with indifference at the element of the stern of the crashed ship sticking out from under the sand, tugging the strap of his backpack out of boredom and slowly wiping away the beads of sweat that had appeared. He stopped from time to time because of small stones that were just trying to get into his shoes because of his open toe. The boy shook his head in irritation, lifting his foot and shaking the sand out of his sandals. Say, why are we walking for so long? You could have easily transported us to Uzushio with that technique of yours. Kamui. Uzumaki continued to look around with a bored look. Everything around him seemed incredibly boring, as if he had been living here for many years and was tired of seeing the same thing every day. We will never get to Uzushio at all. The boy hung his head and shoulders from the boredom that had fallen on him, causing his hair to cover his eyes and his gaze to be directed downwards. Unfortunately, I have to admit that I don't know the location of Uzushio, Obito said in a somewhat guilty voice, turning over his shoulder to look at his student. Naruto looked at him puzzled, his whole look literally saying that Obito should know the location of the village ruins if he knew about the clan itself. Well, don't look at me like that. This is really my first time here, and I only know about the Uzumaki clan and its village from history books and stories told by Kushina-san. But then what do we even do? Naruto persisted. If we don't know Uzushio's location, how are we supposed to find the village? There are a few small fishing villages here on the shore that miraculously survived the devastating war that once destroyed Uzushiogakur. Obito slowed down so Naruto could catch up with him. The boy grabbed the straps of his backpack with both hands, pursing his lips and looking at Obito with interest. I think the locals might know the location of the village and would be happy to point it out for a small fee. Obito shook the small bag of coins in his hand demonstratively, narrowing his one eye slyly. Naruto chuckled in satisfaction and nodded. Opening his coat due to the rising temperature, Obito stared into the distance, seeing the outlines of low-rise houses and docks on the horizon. It seemed to be one of the fishing villages he had just told you about. Obito immediately quickened his pace, and Naruto immediately followed suit. In the distance, the vague outlines of small fishing boats loomed in the blue sea, but there was one thing Naruto could not understand. If Uzushio, which was the center of life in this place, lay in ruins, and the Uzumaki clan was scattered across the world, then why were there still people living here? Here, on the windswept deserted shore, he felt a strange, existential loneliness and desolation. It seemed to him as if life had left these places forever, and now this island was completely at the mercy of nature and the elements. But despite all the horrific bloodshed that once took place here, life still huddled in these places and continued to exist, despite all the hardships. Obito involuntarily grinned, as if he felt the same feelings as his student. What was this if not proof of the triumph of life over death and emptiness? Something he had to fight for years before realizing many things and beginning to instill his views in his student. Obito stopped in his tracks as dozens of local eyes turned towards him. Their skin was slightly tanned and copper-colored, apparently due to working in the sun. They were dressed poorly and very modestly. Some did not even have the simplest shoes, and their bodies were covered in plain blouses and pants. Naruto involuntarily walked behind Obito, feeling the many intent and sullen glances of the locals, who, apparently, did not like foreigners too much. This ringing silence lasted for several long and tense moments before the fishermen continued with their business. Someone checked their gear, hung up nets to dry and hung up fish. The air was filled with the smell of fish and salt, and several small boats were moored near a small shack in the adjacent pier. From the very edge of the settlement, a small path overgrown with low grass wound deep into the forest wall. You're not from around here. One of the fishermen, an old man who looked to be about 60, approached Obito and his student. His narrow brown eyes swept over them. No one comes to see us very often. Who are you and what are you doing here? I am a historian from the capital, writing a work on the disappeared shinobi clans. Obito automatically gave out a legend, previously invented for such cases of meeting with the locals. And this is Naruto, my assistant. He pointed to the boy behind him, who straightened his shoulders and smiled affably at the old man. Right now I am writing about the Uzumaki clan and would like to learn more about their life, traditions. The village, he said as if by chance, but the old man shuddered at the mere mention of Uzushio. Would you agree to take us to the ruins of the village? I will not remain in debt, sir. Uzumaki, I remember. They were a powerful clan, but they still couldn't stand up to the efforts of 3 shinobi villages. The fisherman said with melancholy in his voice, indulging in old memories. Just going there is tantamount to suicide. The ruins of Uzushio are guarded by the ghosts of the dead, and they kill anyone who dares to disturb their peace. So my advice to you, go back if you don't want to perish because of the wrath of the dead. These ruins still take many lives of adventurers like you. Don't waste your life in vain, sir. Better go back. But I think I have 150 reasons to persuade you to accompany us deeper into the island. Obito smiled slyly, shaking the bag in his hand. The jingle of the coins immediately affected the old man, who had probably never held such a large sum of money in his life. He reached out with his decrepit hand for the bag, but Obito demonstratively put it back into his bosom. So, do you agree to become our guide? Half an hour of walking passed unnoticed. Naruto's face was lit up with a smile. The soft shadows of the centuries-old trees covered a small path between the trees and stones. Along the way there were ruined buildings overgrown with moss and weeds. Birds were chirping in the sky, and a stream was babbling to the side. The atmosphere was surprisingly calm and pleasant, but something darkened this feeling. Something elusive and ephemeral, like an inaudible echo that permeated everything around. Uzumaki followed his mentor and the fisherman who agreed to lead them deeper into the island. Trying to distract himself from his oppressive thoughts, he looked around. The path led past a stone structure with crumbling walls, with a tree growing inside. Moss covered the gray stones, but Naruto's attention was drawn to a grass-covered skeleton sitting in the shadow of the building. A rusty kunai protruded from an empty eye socket, and a large crack was visible in the wind-bleached bone. The worn-out clothes merged into a dark spot, and Naruto thought that a snake's head had emerged from the second eye socket of the skull. Uzumaki quickened his pace in excitement, quickly catching up with the sensei and guide walking ahead. A strange weight fell on his shoulders, and it seemed to him that something terrible and painful had recently happened here. As if nature itself was tired of the endless bloodshed. Obito shared these feelings. He found it strange that among all the settlers in that village, he did not meet a single person with red hair and light eyes, since such an appearance was typical for people from the Uzumaki clan. Something about the fresh air of virgin nature, practically untouched by human hands, made him uneasy. The further they went into the forest, the fewer the sounds of birds and animals became. Nature seemed silent, a silence fell over the forest, alienated and dead. Obito glanced to the left of the path out of the corner of his eye and saw the outline of a ruined tower. A skeleton with a naginata piercing its back hung from the collapsed wall. The ominous atmosphere that reigns on battlefields could still be felt here. Deaths, blood pouring on the ground, frozen eyes of the dead, forever looking to the sky, and grimaces of horror. Obito, like no one else, knew this. The echoes of a distant war still sounded here, reminding of itself with a dead and oppressive silence, destruction and restless souls who are doomed to wander forever in a place that was once their home, but now has become one huge crypt. But was there really no one else from the Uzumaki clan here, and was Naruto the only Uzumaki in many years to set foot on the lands of the destroyed Uzushiogakure? Obito certainly couldn't know. I would like to ask one more question. Tormented by his curiosity, Obito glanced at the old man walking next to him. The guide looked at the man with distrust, but was ready to answer. Are there any surviving Uzumaki on the island who decided to stay in their home? Or did the entire clan leave Uzushio? Naruto raised his head with interest, trying to at least distract himself from the strange and dark thoughts that filled his mind. In that battle that once took place here, almost the entire Uzumaki clan and all of its allies from among the ordinary ninja perished. The old man began in a hushed and mysterious tone. Most of them went to the continent, but a small group remained to live here. They built a small settlement of a couple dozen huts near the outskirts of Uzushio. War devastated this country, Mr. Historian. Few remained to live here after the meat grinder that took place here. The Uzumaki fought desperately, blood flowed like rivers, rotting corpses poisoned the water and air with their stench, and there was no number of those who died. The old man's words sent a chilling fear down Naruto's spine, and the further they went along the path, the more often they came across the ruins of buildings and skeletons of people who had been killed long ago. It seemed as if they were walking through an open-air necropolis that had decided to throw its inhabitants back onto this earth. But Naruto couldn't understand one thing: how Obito could remain so calm in this atmosphere, especially from the old man's stories. Of course, he knew that his mentor had been through many battles and had seen death, and had tasted the pain of loss more than once. But was it really possible that even he was completely unaffected by the old man's stories and the stifling and unfriendly atmosphere of this place? Uzumaki could not understand this. They lived peacefully, sometimes exchanging various artifacts and materials with our settlements, the old man continued, once again tearing Naruto out of his thoughts. But 4 years ago, something strange happened. His hoarse voice became noticeably quieter, and his pupils involuntarily dilated. His body trembled slightly from some strange tension, and as if echoing the old man's feelings, the forest around him finally fell silent. I remember well that autumn morning when we received news that a small settlement near us had been destroyed. That night, an incredible storm raged, the likes of which had never happened in my memory. I suppose the storm destroyed that small settlement by the sea, Obito suggested. Naruto blinked silently, listening attentively to the sensei and the guide. That's the point. No. The old man's eyes flashed ominously, and a sticky horror ran down his hunched back. It was a monster. It came out of the sea and simply destroyed everything with its power. And then it went somewhere deep into the island. I remember well what we saw at the site of the destruction. The houses were simply crushed along with all the inhabitants. Only one boy survived, who told us about this monster. And besides, from the destroyed huts into the depths of the island there was a long clearing of fallen trees. It was something enormous, simply crushing the centuries-old trees like pathetic twigs. Could it really be one of the tailed beasts? But which one? After all the Biju are sealed. Obito thought of the stories of the Biju's power and ferocity, which could wipe out entire cities and destroy ninja armadas with their power. Each of the nine-tailed beasts was a true embodiment of horror and a natural disaster in the flesh with monstrous reserves of chakra. Obito turned his gaze to Naruto, who was walking behind him, in whose body the most powerful and evil of all the tailed beasts was sealed. Obito saw the destruction that the Kyuubi had left behind, and the realization came to him that one of the Biju was involved here too. But which one? We turned to those Uzumaki who remained to live here, for they were the only shinobi on this godforsaken piece of land. The old man's ingratiating tone sent shivers down Naruto's back, and he quickened his pace again, just to keep up with the sensei. They accepted our order, but still, it seems to me, they clearly hid something. 3 days later, their messenger said that they had dealt with the monster, but they still didn't provide any evidence. They didn't even say what kind of monster it was. They simply assured us of their victory. That makes sense, because if it's a tailed beast, they could have sealed it into one of their own and tried to teach it to wield the beast's power. Obito continued the chain logically, thinking over the guide's words. But still, what happened to them in the end? We haven't met a single person who could be attributed to the Uzumaki clan yet. Was the tailed beast able to destroy them after all? Did the Jinchuriki lose control of himself? And then a few days later something happened that made me even more convinced that this village and the surrounding areas were cursed. The old man noticeably slowed down, turning around every now and then to keep his bearings. The entire clan disappeared completely, and their homes were burned and destroyed in some battle that we were not able to witness, and that was only for the better. The fire almost burned down the entire forest north of the Uzushiogakure ruins, but when it was over, we didn't even find a single body. Only traces of blood and weapons. I noticed. There really are traces of a massive fire here. Obito looked closer, seeing the charred tree trunks that were slowly being covered with green moss. I can swear that this monster exterminated them all. It must have been sent to us as punishment for our sins. It destroyed all the remaining Uzumaki and devoured their bodies. And having had its fill, it left. The soul of the old fisherman was entangled in primordial horror and fear of the unknown monster that destroyed the settlement on the shore and killed the surviving remnants of the Uzumaki clan. Whatever it was, I still get terrified when I remember this story. I just don't want to believe that monsters like this can exist. Only the Biju are comparable to it. After that, at least in our village, the Uzumaki definitely did not appear. So if you want to find out, you can visit other villages. Naruto swallowed his saliva with excitement, his hands involuntarily began to shake, and the Jinchuriki ran up to Obito as quickly as possible, standing at his side. It seemed to him as if the entire weight of this island had fallen on his back, his breath was taken away by the silent horror that was slowly fettering his soul. The ephemeral ghost of the ancient bloodshed became more clear and real, its power here was undeniable, the frozen nature itself and the ruins of rare buildings seemed to hint at this. But what hit him even harder was the fact that something had destroyed the remnants of his clan. Many thoughts swarmed in his head, but Naruto still could not understand what kind of monster was capable of exterminating an entire shinobi clan, albeit small in number, but still formidable. And the image of Kyuubi involuntarily surfaced in his mind. A true natural disaster and the embodiment of chaos, bringing only death and destruction. Only a monster like him could do something like this. They walked another couple dozen meters before the old man froze in place as if rooted to the spot. To the left and right of the path stood two statues, already badly damaged by time and the elements. The right one was missing its head, but the left one was better preserved. Naruto looked up at the left statue with a worried expression, seeing the grinning face. Or rather, the grinning face of a creature that resembled a human. Its ominous, dead stone eyes burned right through Naruto, as if they were looking into his very soul. This thing, imprinted in stone, clutched stone beads in one hand and a tanto in the other. And two horns grew out of its head. Uzumaki took a step back, a primal horror seized him at the sight of this sculpture. He simply could not withstand this look, it evoked only anxiety and a primordial, incomprehensible horror of the unknown. This feeling was much stronger than any fear. It was something more terrifying than fear for his life. It was as if death itself, incarnate in a stone idol, was looking at him from the statue. It was unusually cold here, in the hollows filled with rotting leaves, a deathly gray fog swirled, like a burial shroud covering the body of the deceased. It was as if the real world ended here and the domain of another world began, saturated with cold, pain and death. The spirit of violence and horror reigned here. I won't go any further for any amount of money. If you want to die, that's your business. But I still intend to live. Thank you for your services. Obito, as promised, handed the old man a bag of money and he quickly disappeared between the trees along that very path, leaving the teacher and his student alone with the frozen nature and the two statues that stood like guards along this path. The thicket ahead was ominously black, but somewhere beyond the thicket of trees Obito saw the edge of the forest and distant hills. Most likely, it was not far to the village. Obito looked around dispassionately before heading into the thicket with brisk steps. It seemed as if the atmosphere of desolation and general despondency reigning around did not affect him at all. Naruto, trying to follow his teacher's example, proudly and confidently straightened his shoulders, quickening his pace and again drawing level with him. I still think that old man embellished a little. There are no ghosts here, right? Naruto asked with hope in his voice. It seemed to him as if many invisible eyes were directed at him and Obito from all sides. I don't know if souls are able to remain in our world after death, but here I feel something different. Obito fell silent as soon as they reached a wide clearing made of those same fallen trees. In some places, sprouts of young trees that appeared later were visible. Obito shrugged, crossing the clearing and heading further. But a lot of blood was spilled here. Thousands of lives died out here, and their souls never found peace. It's like a sound. It's like a very old wound that has only partially healed and reminds us of itself. This fisherman can be understood. Judging by his age, he witnessed those events as a child, so there's no need to laugh at him. People in such places are very superstitious and pious. That's why he treated the purpose of our visit with such trepidation and did not dare to go further. But I still don't understand. There's nothing here except ruins, right? Places like this are the product of war and bloodshed. Violence has scarred this island. Obito's words sounded too abstract and incomprehensible for Naruto, but he tried with all his might to understand the meaning of what was said. Places like these very often become victims of marauders and other profit seekers, but, as a rule, they meet their death there. There are many such places in this world, where the echo of past battles can still be felt, and these places feed on death. They take the lives of those who dare to treat them without due awe and respect. The call of these places is strong, but it only leads to death. The forest gradually began to thin out, and a wide road appeared before Obito and Naruto, paved with stone, but already overgrown with tall weeds. By that time, the sun was already at its zenith, and the wind was slowly beginning to die down. Life was beginning to show signs again, although not as clearly as it had been at the very beginning. Naruto really felt as if he and Obito had found themselves in another dimension when they crossed the invisible border guarded by those two idols. Obito confidently walked forward, trampling the tall weeds especially for Naruto, whose height was shorter than this grass. The boy's heart involuntarily began to beat faster with each passing moment, and finally the end of the road appeared before him. He and Obito found themselves on a wide stone platform with a beautiful view of the river that ran through a valley sandwiched between wooded hills. And at the very bottom, a thick blanket of white fog covered what was left of the once beautiful Uzushio. A light breeze came in, slowly blowing away the white veil of fog. And Naruto's eyes were met with the ruins of the destroyed village where his mother came from. The wide, straight streets were littered with stones from the destroyed buildings. The bridge that crossed the steadily flowing river was destroyed in several places. The village wall was almost completely razed to the ground. All that remained were a few collapsed towers and a gate with a broken spiral symbol, as if symbolizing the fall of the Uzumaki clan. The grayness and gloom of the destroyed buildings only added to the ominous atmosphere of the old battlefield, adding aspects of desolation and loneliness. But Naruto couldn't help but be struck by how even the ruins were beautiful in their own way. I think we should continue on our way. There seemed to be some houses on the other side. Obito looked through his telescope, on the other side of the river, beyond the ruined wall, seeing the outlines of wooden huts. Perhaps there may be a clue to what happened here 4 years ago. They walked for about half an hour, crossing a narrow river and the streets of a ruined village. Naruto looked with interest at the dilapidated ruins of buildings made of gray and smooth stone, decorated with numerous swirls. In some places, the piles of stones looked as if they were purposefully piled there. Some of the buildings were surrounded by wooden scaffolding that had already collapsed over time, as if someone had been doing restoration work here. And doing it relatively recently, considering how long the village had been in ruins. There were people here, but Naruto couldn't understand what had really happened to them. Had they really been killed by the very monster the old fisherman had told him about? What happened here? Naruto looked around excitedly, examining the remains of burnt huts huddled in a small clearing between the destroyed wall of Uzushiogakure itself and the edge of the forest. Did this monster destroy everything here? Who knows? I think we should take a look around here. Obito's voice became noticeably colder, as if he sensed some strange, phantom threat. But from whom? From that monster, or something else? It seemed to him that this story was not so simple. That there must be some clues here that pointed to the real picture of the past. Sensei, look, I found something. Naruto noticed something metallic in the tall grass, covered in dirt and dust. The boy picked up this strange object, which turned out to be a protector. Kumogakure. This is getting interesting, Obito chuckled, wiping away the dust and dirt from the metal plate with his finger. Judging by the condition of the fabric and the rust that had eaten away the metal plate in places, this protector had been lying here for a long time. But how could the Cloud Village be involved here? Could it be that their Biju brought all this destruction and wiped out the remnants of the Uzumaki clan? Something is clearly fishy here. Everything here was too strange and uncertain. Strange doubts and a desire to find out what really happened here crept into Obito's soul. Taking a deep breath of fresh air into his lungs, Obito spoke. I'll go and explore the area, and you stay here for now. As you say, sensei. Obito disappeared from view in the blink of an eye, raising only a small cloud of dust where he had just stood. The boy, bored, walked to the nearest tree and sat down under it, saving himself from the mercilessly scorching sun. He took the backpack off his shoulders and unfastened the sheath with the tanto from his belt, placing his hands under the back of his head and leaning back. Uzumaki closed his eyes, and a relaxed grin appeared on his face. He felt how his slightly tired legs and shoulders were beginning to fill with strength again. But still, something insistently shaded this feeling of relaxation. His hearing caught a quiet whistle from the right, and Naruto reflexively tilted his head to the left, instantly opening his eyes and grabbing the tanto. A rusty kunai was embedded in the tree bark just a few centimeters from his right ear, and if it had flown a few centimeters to the left, it would have definitely killed Naruto. Hey, what the hell? Uzumaki immediately unsheathed his tanto, jumping to his feet and looking around for the one who had just tried to kill him. Sensei, if that's your joke, then it's not funny at all. Naruto's speech involuntarily stopped when he saw the culprit of the attack. Or rather, the culprit. It was a girl about his age, half a head shorter than him, standing in the doorway of one of the burned-out huts. Her blood-red, unbraided hair slowly fluttered in the calm wind, and her dark blue eyes, like two sapphires, reeked of menace and the desire to kill. Her skin had a pale milky hue, and Naruto noticed small bags under her eyes, which appeared due to sleep disorders. Her face was oval, but stern and absolutely soulless, devoid of any emotion. For a moment, Naruto met her gaze, and in those dark blue pools he saw a cold, behind which something else and painful was hidden. The girl was dressed in a worn blue kimono that reached below her hips but above her knees. The sleeves were short, and black bandages were wrapped around her fists and wrists. The girl's fragile waist was cinched in by a wide, dark gray obi, which had many holes and scuffs visible on it. On her legs were tight black shorts that did not reach her knees by a few centimeters, and to top it all off, worn sandals that were shiny in the sun. In her left hand, she clutched another rusty kunai, and in her right, the hilt of a long katana, whose blade glinted ominously in the rays of the midday sun. The girl silently waved her hand, launching the kunai towards Naruto. Wait, stop. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki blocked the kunai with a swing of his tanto at the last moment, and tried to reach the girl, but it was useless. Let's talk. I don't need to talk to strangers, the girl said coldly. She took off at full speed, raising her katana to strike diagonally. Naruto barely managed to put his tanto up in defense before the powerful katana strike hit his weapon. Sparks flew in all directions, dying out in flight. And an unpleasant screeching sound cut through the air. She stood directly in front of him, and Naruto met her gaze again. The girl was pressing him with all her strength, trying to overcome his defense, but the superiority in physical strength was clearly on Naruto's side. Uzumaki tensed all his muscles, holding back the onslaught of his opponent. Naruto quickly jumped back, turning in the air and the soles of his sandals clinging to the rough trunk of a tree. Uzumaki bent his knees for a moment, quickly jumping behind his opponent. But as soon as he landed, the girl rushed to attack him again. She rushed forward, and a stabbing blow with the blade of the katana in her hands almost pierced Naruto's head, but the boy managed to deflect his body in the opposite direction at the last moment. The girl immediately cut the air with a lightning-fast horizontal blow, describing a crescent in the air and almost chopping off Naruto's head. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki struck with his tanto with a backhand, parrying the enemy's attack and backing away. Uzumaki rushed into battle, jumping slightly above the ground and raising the katana above her head. A lightning strike fell on Naruto's head, but the boy, thanks to his well-trained reaction, managed to put the tanto above his head in time, saving it from the enemy's deadly blow. The girl twisted, spinning around and making a swirling motion with her katana. She heard the blade of her weapon briefly connect with the blade of the tanto in Naruto's hands, completing the rotation and describing a light, sweeping arc in the air before the tip of the blade rushed towards Naruto's leg, aiming to cut. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki jumped aside, but the girl was not going to give him even the slightest chance to catch his breath. Stop. Let's talk. He tried to reach her common sense again, but only silence answered him. The coldness in her eyes seemed to become even more intense, and the desire to kill Naruto only increased. She ran at full speed towards Naruto, jumping in the air and making a spinning top-like motion right on the fly, as if in a spiral, and then smoothly landing on her feet. A crushing blow from a katana, clenched in only one hand, fell on the weapon in Naruto's hands. He was clutching a tanto in both hands, and the girl decided to take advantage of this. She moved his hands with the tanto to the side by inertia, clenching her free right hand into a fist and soaking it with chakra. Naruto only now saw this, but it was too late. Her fist slammed right into the boy's stomach. Naruto involuntarily opened his mouth. The blow from the fist soaked in chakra knocked all the air out of his lungs in a second. He dropped the tanto from his hands, and his body flew to the side at high speed. A small stream of blood flowed from his lips. That's it. You've got me all worked up. Naruto barked, wiping the blood from the corner of his lip, quickly getting to his feet. The girl only smirked contemptuously, showing at least some emotion during this time. She lunged forward, raising her katana to slash from above, and Naruto froze in his stance, ready to receive her blow. Uzumaki leapt towards the boy like lightning, bringing the blade of her katana down, right at his head. But Naruto stepped back, grabbing his opponent's wrists with both hands. The girl was taken aback by this action, and Naruto took advantage of this. He shook his hands, disarming his opponent. The girl immediately broke free from his grip, performing a spectacular somersault in the air and landing delicately on her feet. She looked at Naruto with a soulless expression, and her hands came together in a bird seal. Kongo Fusa, the girl quietly uttered before a multitude of golden-colored chains topped with sharp tips like kunai burst out from her body. What the hell? Naruto began to walk back frantically when he saw strange golden chains suddenly appearing from the girl's body. She made a bird seal. Wants to give the technique a boost. The chains snaked ominously before they all smashed towards Naruto, cutting through the warm autumn air. Naruto jumped back, and a moment later the chains bit into the place where he had just been standing. They tore the ground apart and tore it into shreds like a rag. The girl continued to stare at him silently, mentally commanding her chains to continue attacking Naruto. Desperate, the Uzumaki jumped onto a thick branch of a nearby tree, and the chakra chains rushed after him like snakes chasing their prey. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki jumped from the tree towards one of the burnt huts, ending up a few meters away from the girl. She abruptly dispelled her chains, deciding to attack Naruto in close combat. Uzumaki jumped forward, landing a devastating left hook to the boy's jaw, but Naruto ducked just in time and used his right elbow to push the girl into the stomach. The kunoichi backed away, and Naruto began to confidently approach her. She leapt over what had once been the floor, grabbing what had once been the door visor with both hands, and instantly swayed her body. Naruto crossed his arms in front of him, taking the blow with his soles. The girl let go of the remains of the visor, instantly jumping back and grabbing her katana. A cold determination flashed in the Uzumaki's dark eyes to continue this fight until she could finally kill the intruder. She was about to rush at Naruto again, but something strange appeared in the air right in front of her. The space twisted into a black spiral, from which a man emerged a moment later. It was a tall man with short black hair. The right side of his face was covered with scars, and in his only eye a bloody mangekyo blazed with cold rage. She convulsively took a step back, dispersing the chakra throughout her body. She felt the power that emanated from Obito. He looked at her as if she were the most pitiful creature in the universe, and from that look she wanted to hide as far away as possible. She instantly dispersed the chakra throughout her body and a moment later dissolved into Shunshin. Naruto was about to rush after her, but Obito put his hand on his shoulder, not allowing him to rush in pursuit of the strange girl. Why, sensei, why didn't you let me go after her? We could ask her and find out what happened here. She's a surviving Uzumaki. There are probably others nearby. I've seen enough here, Obito said gloomily. The old man didn't lie to us. Whoever this monster was, he left no one alive except her. Commentary on Chapter 7, Not Quite Abandoned Island. If you haven't written a review, know that I've eaten your mouth. See, Jason Statham. Chapter 8, Uzumaki. Devastation. What Naruto experienced could not be described as anything other than devastation. He followed his sensei like a silent shadow, holding his breath from excitement, slowly and sensitively looking around, as if afraid of missing something. The grave cold slowly and suffocatingly filled his fragile soul, trying to suck out all the life juices and any joyful mood. They walked across a wide field, nestled in the middle of an impenetrable thicket of ancient trees and tall virgin weeds. The ground around them was strewn with low squat mounds, here and there tall stones jutted out, on which were engraved names and dates. Most of the inscriptions were too old to try to make out anything, but some of the gravestones were better. There was a terribly cold and dead wind here, whose cold gusts swayed the nearby trees with an eerie creaking. And all around reigned a dead, truly alarming silence. Not a single sound except for the eerie creaking of the trees. It seemed as if life itself had completely abandoned this place and did not want to return. Standing on his tiptoes, Naruto noticed a gray stone statue in the distance, towering over the graveyard, for this place could not be otherwise. The dull gray tombstones and the unsightly, roughly knocked together wooden crosses on the edge of the clearing indicated that this place had once been a cemetery and had become the final resting place for many residents of Uchiha, judging by the size of the graveyard and the number of graves. Pushing through the tall weeds with his hands, Naruto finally reached the very statue that he had seen from afar. Before him once again appeared the same creepy humanoid creature with horns, a grinning mouth and ceremonial beads in one hand. It stood proudly on a stone pedestal, decorated with a single ornament, a spiral, already covered with cracks from the passing of time. This terrifying statue seemed to be looking at Naruto with an impartial and sepulchral coldness, just like the statue they had met earlier. But Naruto could not figure out what kind of terrifying creature was depicted on these statues. Could it be some kind of local deity that was worshipped by his clan? The statue of the terrifying creature was like a silent guardian of an abandoned graveyard, and Naruto wanted to quickly look away. His keen gaze picked out a time-worn stone path in the tall grass, leading away from the statue. Driven by curiosity, he began to cut through the weeds again, before stopping at a tall tombstone inscribed with many names, with only one last name, Uzumaki. The stone steps were covered in wax from ritual candles. Apparently, this was one of many family graves of some high-ranking persons. Perhaps the clan leader and his closest relatives. Ashina Uzumaki. Obito read the name that was at the very top of the tombstone. That name seems vaguely familiar to me. I think that was the name of the leader of the Uzumaki clan, who lived at the same time as Hashirama Senju. So this is the common grave of the clan leader and his relatives, sensei. Most likely Naruto. And again everything went silent. Obito looked around, seeing only thickets of weeds, rough wooden crosses on the outskirts, which attracted his attention. He confidently walked several dozen meters through thickets of annoying grass before finding himself at the graves. These mounds looked relatively fresh and were not as overgrown as the other graves. They looked like they were dug by someone who was clearly physically weak and did not really know how to handle a shovel. But most of all, the burnt ritual candles and the offerings left behind caught the eye. Obito approached the nearest grave, taking one candle in his hands and bringing it to his nose. The smell had not yet had time to evaporate, this candle was fresh. Someone clearly looked after these graves and often performed ritual prayers for the repose of those who found their final resting place here. It seemed that everything was slowly but surely falling into place. Most likely, this girl, whom he had scared with his sudden appearance, was the person who looked after these burials and did not allow nature to swallow them up completely. But it still remained to find out what really happened here and what relation Kumogakure could have to it, because, apparently, their ninja had been here relatively recently. Could they really be involved in the fact that the remnants of the Uzumaki clan had disappeared almost without a trace, if only one single girl remained on this entire island? So far, only these thoughts stood out from the overall picture, especially considering the stories of the locals about a monster that destroyed a small settlement on the shore. He needed to figure everything out and, if possible, start a dialogue with that girl, who was possibly the only person who knew the whole truth about what had happened here 4 years ago. Obito looked for another minute at the graves with wooden crosses and one family tombstone located nearby, on which there were many long extinguished candles and empty urns for ashes. She visits this place, and perhaps it would be worth staying nearby to wait for the next visit of the mysterious Uzumaki. Or it was necessary to look for other clues that could point to the truth hidden from him and Naruto. He had heard from an old fisherman who had accompanied them into the depths of the island that there was a small port town on the coast west of Uchiha. It was possible that the people there would be much more talkative and might know much more than the inhabitants of the northern coast. In addition, it was necessary to find a normal place to spend the night, rather than an abandoned forest or restless ruins that gave the impression of a huge necropolis that he did not want to enter. After all, there were probably those in that town who knew more about the events that had unfolded here 4 years ago and what had actually led to the almost complete extinction of the remnants of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto. Obito stood up to his full height, turning around and picking out a yellow head flickering in the green grass. Get ready, we're leaving here for now. The forest on their way gradually thinned out, giving way to bare hills, cut by the whips of the coastal wind from the sea. The sun gradually inclined to the western side of the sky, the wind slowly died down. And the further they went from the ruins of Uzushio and the gloomy graveyard, the better Naruto's soul became, as if the further they were from the ruins of the village, the less silent and strange tension reigned in the air, caused by the ephemeral feeling of someone's presence and the awareness of how many people laid down their lives on this piece of land. The entire island and especially its central part with the village were more like a huge burial ground, filling the entire area with an ominous and bad reputation. Ahead of them appeared low houses and port cranes behind them. A wide path led to the edge of the forest, and the noise of busy streets could be heard from afar. Naruto even managed to miss the company of people during the time he and his sensei spent in the ruins of the village. The boy sighed with relief, leaving the shadow of the spreading trees and looking down from the top of the hill at the city located at the foot. I think we should find a hotel for the first time and ask the locals. The sensei shrugged when they had already entered the city. Naruto didn't hear him right away, looking at the local architecture and the locals with genuine curiosity in his eyes, who didn't look as stern and alienated as the fishermen on the northern coast. It was as if two completely different mentalities had mixed here. The ominous and oppressive atmosphere of Uzushio was not felt here at all. The people were not much different from those who lived in Konoha and on the territory of the Land of Fire. It seemed to Naruto that they did not care at all about the ruins in the center of the island, whose ominous echo still sounded in the corners of the boy's mind. The ruins seemed to be just a pile of destroyed houses and stone, but at the same time there was some kind of stifling atmosphere in the air, an unusual oppressive silence. It seemed as if time here had stopped forever at the very moment when inexorable fate destroyed Uzushio along with all its inhabitants. The oppressive atmosphere of the destroyed village, which became the last refuge for many of its own inhabitants, responded and beckoned to itself with strange bonds, but Naruto tried to forget about the feeling of devastation that he experienced near the ruins of the village. They wandered around the streets of the town for a few more minutes before they came across a small guest house, just what they needed. The owner of the establishment was a pleasant plump woman of about 40 with dark blonde hair. She usually had few customers, since it was very rare for anyone to come here, so she happily accepted Obito and his student. The Uchiha stood at the counter, calculating the payment for the stay from his money, while Naruto walked with measured steps through the lobby of this hotel, examining the monotonous gray interior, until his gaze caught on the katanas hanging on the walls as decoration. On the polished blades were engraved strange symbols, a ligature of old fuinjutsu that had long since lost their power. And the tsuba of each of the katana was made in the form of a beautiful spiral, emanating from the end of the handle, where it joined the long blade. Where did you get this katana, mistress? Naruto came closer, looking with interest at the old weapon hanging on the wall. Something seemed vaguely familiar to him, and his memory helpfully threw up an image of that very girl who tried to kill him. The katana in her hands looked like two peas in a pod similar to this one. It must be somehow related. Oh, this. The woman looked up from counting the money, fixing her gaze on the wall next to which Naruto was standing. One girl sometimes brings me various trinkets from the village ruins in exchange for items she needs. Mostly for clothes, some provisions, and candles. She said with a degree of indifference, as if she had long had a partnership with this very Uzumaki girl. Obito raised an interested look at her. Perhaps, soon this very girl should come again for another exchange. And then it would be possible to try to talk to her. She seems to be one of the last surviving Uzumaki on this island, although I haven't met any other members of this clan for a long time. She speaks too little, as if she's kept her mouth shut. And she didn't say her name. Naruto rightly believed that knowing this girl by name would make it much easier for him to talk to her than to defend his life again. For some reason, he had a premonition that this would definitely not be his last meeting with her. She did, but I don't really remember. She's not a talkative person. The woman answered, trying to remember the girl's name. Yumi, I think. Maybe Amy. Or Emmy. It doesn't matter, anyway. As I said, she sometimes comes here and brings things from the ruins, and then leaves right away. I tried to talk to her a couple of times, but her manners are so-so, since she leaves without even saying goodbye. But at least she does her job properly. And you are not afraid of the punishment of the dead? These things must have belonged to someone in the past. Obito grinned, looking at the walls of the room, decorated with the same trinkets that the girl brought. The ruins still hold the memory of the horrific massacre that once took place here. Obito remembered the devastating feeling of the invisible presence of something ephemeral, but real, when he and Naruto walked along the streets of the destroyed village. The punishment of the dead is not as terrible as a hole in a wallet. The innkeeper grinned sarcastically, having finished counting the money. I don't know what really happens in the ruins, but the superstitious say that at night you can hear the screams and cries of the people killed here from the village. I don't know if this is true, but the village itself, its surroundings and the northern coast of the island are a huge open-air burial ground. They say that people's bones and weapons are still found there. Once upon a time, a bloody battle had truly taken place here, which few were able to survive. And the ominous phantom of that battle still hovers in the dead air above the ruins of the once beautiful village. Fields of past battles, concealing old wounds and thousands of broken destinies, destroyed by human hatred. Obito knew these horrific places of death of hundreds and thousands of people too well, because he had seen many deaths. He knew the price of victories and defeats in battles, because he saw what the apotheosis of war is. The ruins of Uzushio still bore the imprint of the tragedy that had happened long ago, as did the people living here. But, apparently, a lot of blood was spilled here after the destruction of the village. Marauders and profit-seekers found their death here, and those few Uzumaki who were lucky enough to survive the massacre fell victims to the monster that the old man told about. How strange it was. The island seemed to be like a patchwork quilt, sewn together from colorful pieces of fabric. The northern coast was a harsh and sparsely populated place, and the locals were reluctant to make contact. The center of the island was a huge burial ground, hiding the bodies of slain shinobi and ordinary people under piles of stones and thick layers of damp earth, and the western end of the land of whirlpools was the most lively, and here reigned none of that devastating horror, whose power over the ruins and their surroundings was absolute. There, in the center of the ruins in the Uzumaki cemetery, time seemed to have stopped and did not want to go further. All feelings seemed to be dulled, and the mind and soul were filled only with the desire to get away from the musty ruins as quickly as possible, so as not to feel the ominous and corrupting influence of the place that had become a bloody battlefield. I don't know if the dead can really return to the world of the living and punish those who disturbed their peace, but only the most fearless dare to poke their nose into the ruins of Uzushio, the innkeeper exhaled. The locals are very superstitious and treat the ruins of the village with trepidation. If someone needs to get from north to south, they would rather go along the coastline than cut straight through the center of the island and the ruins of the village. And what do you think about this? Obito stepped away from the counter, looking with an impartial gaze at the few things with which the owner decided to decorate the meager interior of her establishment. I don't know if ghosts really guard the ruins of Uzushio, but the fact is that there is life even where the cruelty of battles was greatest. And this, you know, cannot but please me. Obito was distracted from examining the interior of the lobby, turning his gaze to the hostess. The woman looked at the ceiling with languid thoughtfulness, her mind drowning in memories of the past. I fled here during the Third Shinobi World War. My village was destroyed during the protracted battle between the forces of Konoha and Iwagakure. War brings only death and destruction, and I have seen many such villages, devastated by the fire of battles and senseless bloodshed. She fell silent for a moment in order to collect her thoughts and continue speaking. But you know, the point is that life continues to exist even at the moment when death is frantically triumphant and taking its harvest. And there is a certain charm in this, because hope has always been the strongest weapon against fear. The triumph of life over death, Obito said thoughtfully in all his appearance, raising his mournful gaze to the woman. He had seen the fire of war and felt all its senseless cruelty. But this did not kill his humanity, but only made him love life itself even more. You are absolutely right, mistress. Because even in the most pitch-black hell, there is always a reason to remain human. There is a lesson in humanity in that. His gaze slid towards Naruto, who was attentively and silently listening to the dialogue, trying not to miss a single detail, because he remembered that Obito was checking him even when there were no classes. However, it wouldn't hurt for us to have a good rest now, we will be staying here for a few days. Oh, of course, I completely forgot. The hostess drove all thoughtfulness from her face, handing Obito the key to one of the rooms. You can call if you need anything. A cold, whitish fog swirled over the stone pavement and roads. Drops of cold dew sparkled on the withered grass, there was no wind, the trees stood silently in the misty shroud, like guards at their posts. Autumn was confidently beginning to take its toll, but the city was still quickly coming to life. Narrow streets and small market squares were flooded with traders and other residents. Port cranes began loading boxes onto ships that faced a dangerous journey across the choppy sea with whirlpools that separated the land of whirlpools from the rest of the world. The rising sun was not visible, only gray clouds reflected in puddles left after the night's rain. She slowly exhaled a cloud of transparent steam, looking with apathetic melancholy in her gaze at the trees and gray stones from the few crumbling buildings on her way. Amy felt the pleasant coolness of the dew on the withered grass with her toes, but she didn't care about her surroundings at all. Only the quiet steps of the girl broke the reverent silence that had settled in the forest, which had become dearer to her than anything else in the world, a constant companion and a loyal friend to whom she could express all her experiences. The impartial gaze of dark blue eyes apathetically looked into the white emptiness of the foggy wall. On the horizon loomed the sensations of many sources of very weak chakra. It was approaching the city on the western coast of the island of the land of whirlpools. Passing countless ravines covered with fallen leaves and dry branches, and small hollows filled with rainwater after a night's downpour, Emmy slowly moved forward, throwing one arm over her shoulder. She felt how the trinkets she had found in the ruins of the village rested against her right shoulder blade and had already managed to rub the skin on her back a little. But she did not feel anything at all from this. She was indifferent and unfeeling to everything around her. Life had lost all colors and emotions, like nature itself, when the power of autumn rains came before the winter cold came. Uzushio was transformed at this time, covered in snow, standing in the middle of a frozen river and many lakes around. It resembled a kingdom of eternal cold and sleep from old fairy tales. And no matter what superstitious horror gripped the inhabitants of the coastal villages, it seemed to Emmy herself that there was absolutely nothing in Uzushio, no ghosts, no vengeful demons that had flocked here during the war, no other monsters. The trinkets clinked faintly, and Emmy felt a small pang of guilt. She was carrying these things from the village. Her village, which had always been home to her and the few Uzumaki who had been lucky enough to survive the terrible battle that had unfolded here so many years ago. She knew the history of this place well, knew many famous people from her clan, but now history remembered none of them, only the mind of one 10-year-old girl retained those memories. But her soul was filled with only the knowledge that all memories of the Uzumaki clan would disappear with her. She stopped for a moment, feeling the cold touch of a freezing wind that had come from nowhere, opening her eyes wide. And the unfortunate memory, dormant until now, threw memories of 4 years ago before her eyes. Then a monster appeared on the island, whose appearance here took the lives of almost all the Uzumaki. The monster soon left, and only she was lucky enough to survive. But, returning her face to its usual composure and apathy, she continued on her way until she finally came to the top of a gentle hill, at the foot of which a small port town was located. But some strange premonition filled her consciousness, as if something was about to happen that would change her life. And the image of a strange boy, whose presence she suddenly felt in the ruins, surfaced in her memory. Emmy sincerely despised strangers, and therefore decided to deal with the threat. And she was sure that she would have been able to do what she had planned, if not for the appearance of that mysterious man. She had read about great clans in old books and undoubtedly recognized that man is a member of the Uchiha clan from Konoha. But what could these two need in the ruins of Uzushio? Could they really be more marauders, which she had been told about in childhood? Or just travelers lost in the wilds near the ruins of the old village? She didn't particularly want to think about it, but the strange feeling didn't want to leave the girl's soul. And Emmy, brushing aside her own secret experiences, began to descend the hill, entering the city. The locals didn't pay any attention to her, because she was a very frequent guest here. Passing several winding streets, she came out to a small inn. Uzumaki raised an impartial gaze upward, seeing that one of the windows was open for the first time in a long time, although she had never met guests of this place. With a colorless chuckle and a shrug, she opened the door and went inside the premises. "Oh, you've come." The woman behind the counter greeted her with a sincere smile, running her hand somewhere under the counter. "What do you need this time?" "Candles," Amy cut in short. "And a new tinderbox." She fell silent, placing the bag of finds on the counter, which was about half a head taller than she was, and waiting for the owner to find what she needed in her things. The girl's face did not express any emotions, but something suddenly made her open her eyes wider in surprise. Her convulsive gaze slid up to the second floor on its own. A boy her age in a black jumpsuit was standing on the stairs. His intent and slightly astonished gaze was riveted on Amy's figure. She unmistakably recognized this boy as the same boy she had met yesterday at the ashes. "Sorry, I'm leaving." Uzumaki quickly grabbed the things that the owner had put on the counter and quickly headed for the door, just to avoid being in the same company with that boy. Wait. Naruto confidently jumped over the railing, instantly running out into the street after the girl, but she had disappeared without a trace. The boy stood in the middle of the fog-filled street for a few seconds, trying to figure out in which direction the girl had run off, but she had disappeared without a trace. Damn it. This sucks. The boy cursed, stamping his foot. Why doesn't anyone want to talk, but just runs away? Naruto let out a cloud of white steam in disappointment, shoved his hands into his pockets and headed back. Thoughtfulness reigned on the boy's face. He was trying to figure out how he could still find this girl again and ask for a normal conversation, without violence or attempts to run away, as it had happened today. And it seemed that the right idea had come to him. Ritual candles. Then, he understood exactly where he could find this girl today. All that was left was to choose the right time. Maybe at least this time we can talk normally. Sister. The day was drawing to a close. The sun was slowly setting behind the horizon, the last rays were painting the sky in orange tones. Rare drops of rainwater sparkled in the rays of the departing sun, a restless wind was shaking the treetops and bending the withered grass to the ground. The faint smell of aromatic candles hit the nose, tiny tongues of flame resisted the wind, trying not to go out. Emmy stood silently on her knees, her hands folded in a prayer gesture and her eyes closed. A strange calm reigned in her soul, and it seemed as if at this very moment all those who had passed away were standing next to her again. She did not know if there was life after death or if the pure world really existed. She did not know if there really was a god of death, who occupied a special place among the deities and spirits worshipped in Uzushio. But was it so important if visiting the grave and silently talking to herself allowed her to achieve peace and tranquility? Not the renunciation of all feelings and emotions, as shinobi do, but inner peace. Emmy felt the touch of the wind on her hair, and as she silently said a prayer, she felt a presence that no longer caused her embarrassment or confusion. She felt a piercing gaze on her, but with apathetic indifference she continued to kneel and quietly whisper a prayer, as if in a trance. The chapped lips quietly murmured a ritual mantra before closing in silence. Emmy unclasped her hands, rising to her feet and turning around. Behind the thickets of weeds, pressed to the ground by the fast wind, among the crumbling tombstones, stood this strange boy. His devastated gaze pierced the fragile and emaciated figure of the girl, standing alone among the wooden crosses and gloomy tombstones. The rustle of fallen leaves and tall grass erected a wall between them, and silence continued to reign in the clearing. Emmy's apathetic gaze measured Naruto and stopped. She looked at him as if defiantly, only wanting to know why he was so eager to follow her and want to talk. Such persistence. Just like the members of her now-dead clan, Emmy noted. She could not help but appreciate the boy's persistent stubbornness and his desire to talk to her. And maybe if she gives him what he wants, the boy will leave her alone. Why do you follow me so persistently, stranger? Her voice was cold and apathetic, as if all the color had been removed from it. It sounded like a light breath of a cold winter wind. And her piercing blue eyes stared at Naruto, causing him only incomprehension and a strange feeling coming from somewhere in the past. Why can't you calmly leave this place? I came here to get answers. For some reason, Naruto's voice became timid and uncertain under the girl's oppressive gaze. I have many questions, and there are many things I would like to learn from you. Answers. Emmy repeated. You will find nothing here, stranger. Uzushio will not accept you. You must leave unless you wish to meet your death here. I have Uzumaki blood in my veins, don't call me a stranger. Naruto responded emotionally, and the girl involuntarily took a step back, not believing what she heard from the lips of this boy. I came here to find at least one of my relatives, because I have no one else except my sensei. And here I hope to learn more about my mother's past. About my real family. Naruto said in a dying tone. Uzumaki. Emmy repeated quietly and almost inaudibly, intently, from head to toe examining the boy. Emmy had excellent sensory abilities since childhood and she was able to sense his chakra. Its volumes really seemed amazing, especially for a child his age. So you are a half-breed. Perhaps it was worth taking his word for it. Emmy knew that not all Uzumaki entered into an alliance with their clanmates for the sake of preserving the purity of their blood, like her parents, for example. But she could not even imagine that she would meet such a child. And now he was standing right in front of her. An ordinary-looking boy, whose face was decorated with strange pigment spots that resembled thin antennae. But at the same time, her feelings were telling her something unsettling. Emmy felt a strange chakra coming from Naruto. It was powerful and unbridled, but something persistently suppressed it and forced it to mix with Naruto's own chakra. She felt a monster trapped in his body, although she couldn't fully understand if it was really what she thought. She tried to hide her excitement, but a trembling look gave her away. And Naruto noticed it. Are you okay? Inside you, trying to concentrate and regain her composure, Amy took a few steps back, leaning her back against the tree. There's something living inside you. A monster. Naruto was visibly surprised, amazed that this girl could sense the presence of the nine tails inside him. But the surprise was instantly replaced by a hidden fear and excitement. Would she run away from him again if she found out who she really was? Would she have the courage to approach the vessel of such dangerous and uncontrollable power? Naruto couldn't know for sure, but now he prayed to all the gods that existed that perhaps his only relative would not turn away from him. He didn't want to reveal the truth, but if he kept everything from her, what kind of trust and friendship could he talk about between them? I am the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed demon fox. Naruto admitted honestly and without a shadow of a doubt, standing proudly in front of the girl. She trembled at such a confession, but nothing more. It did not surprise her, but the apathy in her gaze was replaced by interest. On the day of my birth, Konoha was attacked by the nine-tailed demon fox. My dad was the fourth Hokage and at the cost of his life along with my mother, he sealed the Kyuubi in me. He looked at Emi with a secret hope, whose face had returned to its previous indifferent and apathetic look. It seemed to him that the girl essentially did not care that he was the Jinchuriki of the strongest of the tailed beasts. But was that really the case? Or was the girl skillfully hiding her true feelings behind a mask of composure, so obvious that a chill ran down his spine? The girl herself was gathering her thoughts. The confession about the nine tails caused a strange confusion and a call from the past, which she confidently rejected, feeling a storm of long-extinguished feelings in her soul that managed to flare up again. She extinguished them again with her composure, honed over 4 years of almost complete solitude on the ruins of past greatness. She stood silently in place, and Naruto took the liberty of approaching her. The girl, unsure, pulled her head into her shoulders, clenched her fists, and looked up at him with mournful thoughtfulness. If this boy had seemed like an ordinary child before, now she saw something else, a strong personality, next to whom she felt different. Like some kind of weak connection. And she wanted to understand the reason. Tell me, what was your life like? Her voice was quiet and uncertain, as if she felt many gazes on her, but there was only one gaze and it belonged to Naruto. I grew up ignorant of who I really was. The boy's voice was thoughtful. He put his hands behind his back, at the same time feeling distant echoes of past loneliness. The people of Konoha avoided me, and I couldn't understand why. For 6 years of my life, I didn't know anything about my parents, or why everyone didn't care about me, as if I were nothing. And trying to show them that I exist, I only encountered hatred. And I hated them all in return, not understanding anything. But on October 10th, my 6th birthday, everything changed. Several drunken idiots chased me, and when they caught up, they began to beat me so hard that I lost consciousness. I woke up at my sensei's house. He was at the cemetery that day, and despite the fact that I was nobody to him, he did not stand aside. Inaction is death, as he once told me, Naruto said with a relaxed smile on his face. I do not pay any attention to the demon inside me, or to how they treated me. I understand them. That day, not only did I lose my mom and dad, but they also lost their loved ones. And if before I wanted to become Hokage, so that they would recognize me and stop considering me an empty space, now I think about how I can show them that they are wrong in a different way. Just remain a good person. I think this is what my mom and dad wanted for me. His gaze fell on the gray headstone of the family grave, on which were written about a dozen names. Some of the dates were very old, dating back to the time when Konoha had not even been mentioned. Other names were relatively newer than the others, most likely dating back to the period before the Second Shinobi World War. But one headstone caught his attention. It had a familiar name on it, Kushina Uzumaki. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki could not believe what he was seeing. My whole family is buried here. For some reason, Amy felt like she could be frank with this boy, and she decided not to hide it, as if sensing his interest. Mom, Dad, grandfather, brother. 5 generations of our family lie here, and only the ashes of my mother's sisters never found a home here. Mom. Uzumaki felt 2 hot tears burn his cheeks. He convulsively stepped forward, under the surprised and uncomprehending gaze of Emi. As if he had fallen out of reality and not paying attention to the surprised girl, Naruto stood next to her, taking out a photograph in a wooden frame from the inside pocket of his jumpsuit. I was thinking of leaving this here. Mom would probably want to be buried with her family. He carefully placed the photo of the young girl with scarlet hair on the gray tombstone, closing his eyes and feeling an unprecedented peace and lightness, as if he had accomplished something incredible. Emi, standing next to him near the common grave of her ancestors, looked with bated breath at the boy's face, which was cut by tears, but on his lips there was a gentle and sincere smile. She stepped back slightly to the side, her breathing began to falter, a hurricane of feelings arose from her chest again. After all, this was a slab intended for one of her mother's sisters. She had only heard that Kushina was taken from the village shortly before the destruction of Uzushio, and that she died in the same year that Emi was born, 10 years ago. But now, everything was starting to fall into place. And how come she hadn't realized this right away? The girl's chapped lips parted, and in a quiet whisper she uttered only one word. Brother. Commentary on Chapter 8, Uzumaki. So, what do we have? 742 subscriptions, 891 likes and, as always, not a single review. History repeats itself again. I don't fucking understand anymore. When the FIC was frozen, you wanted me to unfrost it again. I re-released it, and what in the end? Why do you calmly write reviews for other authors' works, but are you too lazy to leave one pathetic comment here? I don't fucking understand what else I need to do to get this fucking ignoring to end. Chapter 9. Student. He felt a warm joy spreading inside him. A strange and somewhat ephemeral realization filled his mind, he was not alone in this world. He had found a person in whose veins the blood of his clan, his family, flowed. In front of him stood a sickly-looking girl, with skin as pale as the moon in the night sky and expressive dark blue eyes, in which only emptiness and a terrifying existential cold reigned. Her gaze was imbued with something painful and terrible, but Naruto could not understand what exactly. Her gaze was impenetrable, and Naruto could only guess what feelings were locked there, in the depths of his sister's soul. She looked him straight in the eyes, as if trying to find there an answer to the question that had occupied her mind after Naruto's story. He was a Jinchuriki, an orphan, an incomplete, forced solitude. He carried an unbearable burden that would have broken anyone in his place, but not Naruto himself. But what made him so unbending? What helped him overcome all the despair, all his mental pain? She could not know the answer, no matter how much she wanted to. She only felt a real storm of feelings and emotions rising from her chest, but the cold stream of conscious conclusions made 4 years ago suppressed this hurricane, which had not yet managed to break out of its prison, which was the girl's heart itself. The most secret and personal feelings, securely locked under the thickness of ice of renunciation of attachments, because for her, attachments caused love, and love caused only pain when death took it away. It is better not to love anyone than to experience attachments and only wait in fear for the inexorable fate to take love away from you. After all, a ninja shouldn't feel emotions or experience feelings. He's just a tool in someone's hands, an executor of someone's will, including his own. And Emi saw this as the only way to overcome her inner demons. But now, looking at the happy face of her suddenly found brother, she couldn't understand how he was able to curb his monsters. How he managed not to renounce everything and find the strength to continue living. Did the past really mean nothing to him anymore? Did the deaths of his father and mother, the attitude of the people of Konoha towards him and that vile act that led to a meeting with Sensei, then, in the cemetery on October 10th, exactly 6 years after that tragic night, mean nothing to him? His soul was filled with a silent but genuine joyful thrill. He had a sister. He had living relatives, and the closest of them was standing in front of him. She looked fragile and confused, and Naruto felt himself drawn to her. He just wanted to go up to her and hug her, to comfort her, as a loving brother should. He slowly wiped away his tears and stood up to his full height, looking down at the girl, who seemed to have become even shorter than she had been before. His arms stretched out of their own accord, enveloping Emi in a loving embrace. Sister. That word split Emi's soul in two. One part of her was inexorably drawn to Naruto, as if seeking solace for her monsters in that veil of silent despair. The other part rejected that strange connection that Emi felt. No attachments, no feelings, no emotions. For her, it was a kind of code by which she lived and which she tried to follow. For 4 years she was sure of the infallibility of her postulate, but only one person and only one word made her leave that established balance. Excitement engulfed the girl's soul, thoughts rushed in her mind like a mad swarm of wasps, but only one flashed, which seemed true to her. To reject this connection too, to reject these bonds, before it was too late. Before an attachment appeared, entailing torment of the soul and heart. She gently and silently pulled away from him, breaking away from his caring embrace, and Naruto's face showed a thoughtful uncertainty, concealing fear. What had he done wrong that she decided to pull away from him? Emi took 2 steps back, the wind caught her hair, and it fell on her face like an impenetrable dark curtain. But the wind broke this curtain into many dry strands of scarlet hair, and Naruto saw in the girl's eyes glassy tears that never managed to break out. And along with them, pain, fear, misunderstanding, despair, and monstrous suffering mixed with loneliness. I can't, the girl whispered quietly, raising her frozen gaze to her brother. I can't, I'm sorry. What you? Attachments only hurt us. Her voice trembled slightly, and in that trembling one could hear uncertainty and a weak desire to change her mind. But she no longer wanted to love anyone, not even herself. She simply existed, lived without purpose, because everything she lived for had been destroyed by the monster. Don't get attached to anyone and don't love anyone, because it will hurt you. And before Naruto could process her words and try to respond, a whirlwind of withered and fallen leaves rose up like a low wall, surrounding the girl. And after only a moment, she disappeared again into the body flicker, leaving Naruto alone with his thoughts at the gray tombstone where their ancestors found their final resting place. He looked at the gray tombstones with gloomy incomprehension and complete solitude, not noticing how the last rays of the setting sun pierced the sky before dissolving into the thickening gloom of the approaching night. He again felt a terrible and painful desolation. In the quiet song of the evening wind he heard the sepulchral voices of the buried, calling him to follow them. And an invisible, persistent feeling of inexpressible torment. Here, it was as if every inch of the earth, every breath of wind reeked only of deadly cold and the true horror of the lives lost. He didn't want to be here anymore, as if with the departure of his barely found sister, despondency had returned to this place and the devastation that followed, not physical but moral. What kind of monster was that had created so much pain here? He had severed so many ties in life that his sister had decided to no longer have attachments and feel absolutely nothing. Naruto only chuckled at his naivety. Did he really think that this girl would immediately show sisterly feelings for him, as soon as she found out that they were actually brother and sister, whose mothers were half-sisters? Aimlessly looking around and seeing only the ridge of impenetrable forest closing in on the edges of the clearing, which in the twilight looked like an impregnable black monolithic wall, Naruto put his hands in the pockets of his sweater and, wrapping himself deeper in it, he slowly headed in the direction from which he came. Night was approaching. But no matter how dark the night is, dawn always comes, right? The words came out on their own, and Naruto didn't really understand the meaning of what was said, only a slight grin played on his face. But I will definitely help you see the light even in such a dark place, sister. Deftly jumping from one tree branch to another, Naruto quickly reached his destination. He was once again standing on top of that very hill, at the foot of which a small port town was spread out. The streets were drowning in the light of lanterns, the restless surface of the dark sea in the twilight looked like an endless strip of blackness, disturbed only by the rushing wind. The city greeted him with empty streets and rushing streams of cold wind, penetrating everything it touched. The first stars were lit on the dark velvet of the sky, and the disk of the pale moon was emerging from behind the black clouds, pouring pale rays of dead light onto the sleeping earth. Turning down a narrow street lit by only a couple of lanterns, Naruto found himself at the door he needed. Sensei stood next to it, leaning one hand against the door frame and looking thoughtfully at the night sky. The wind fluttered his needle-like hair, and in the light of the lanterns, slightly eerie shadows glowed on the right side of his face. Have you found the answers to the questions that interested you? Obito finally asked, turning his thoughtful gaze to the student who had appeared. He looked puzzled and confused. Something told Obito that Naruto's meeting with that girl had made his student think about something serious and too important. I don't even know how to say it, sensei. The boy mumbled in confusion, raising his blue eyes to his wise mentor with an uncomprehending gaze, as if wanting to get answers to his questions from Obito himself. I just found out that she is my cousin on my mother's side. My mother was her mother's sister. I wanted to ask her about our family. Find out about what happened here and why she was left here alone. But she just left at the last moment. Naruto shrugged his shoulders in confusion, spreading his arms out to the sides. But I saw what kind of look she had. So painful and lonely, and I felt so sorry for her at that moment. I just wanted to hug her, comfort her and say, everything is fine. But she managed to run away. She only said before that attachments cause us pain. That I should not get attached to anyone and love. Obito looked calm and impartial on the outside, but inside he understood the meaning of what that girl had said to her brother before leaving him. The land on this island was saturated with death and pain. So many life ties had been broken here years ago, burning away a painful emptiness of darkness, loneliness and despair, mixed with an obsessive fear of losing again. How Obito understood these feelings, for having lost a dear person once, you only begin to worry more about others. This pain slowly subsided, but the fear for the bonds of affection, for the love that bound people together, became truly frightening. After all, where death reaps its harvest, the bonds of love and affection will inevitably be broken. And pain and heavy sorrow will come, tormenting hearts even after years and decades. Obito clearly understood what caused such a decision: the death of everyone in an instant. Death, which breaks all ties, leaves all the best in the past, promising only an unknown and fearful future. She had no choice but to reject any feeling of affection, any emotion, and continue to drag out her existence in this empty, meaningless life, not seeing joy or sorrow in everything that surrounded her. Just the all-consuming emptiness of a lonely existence. An abyss that mercilessly devours all feelings, leaving behind only indifference. Apathy. But Obito knew how to fight apathy, how to defeat despair, and maybe he should have tried to talk to that girl. Maybe he could change this fragile connection, create a bond between her and Naruto. Convince her that although attachments can cause pain, wouldn't love only become stronger from it? And I don't understand her words about affection. Naruto's ingratiating tone pulled Obito out of his thoughts that were rushing along in a measured stream. He stood as a lonely silhouette in the middle of an empty street, flooded with yellow light from the lanterns. Can love hurt us? Not love itself, but death, which takes away from us the person who is truly dear to us. Obito spoke firmly and confidently, but there was a sympathetic sadness in his voice, and his impartial gaze looked at the deathly pale orb of the moon in the sky. It is like a bond, a chain that binds us together. But death is like a hammer that breaks those bonds. It destroys that intimate connection, and with loss comes pain. But losing absolutely everything in an instant, when every connection is inexorably destroyed, when ties with everyone you loved are torn, this gives birth to true despair. An emptiness that kills the color of life itself, causing grief, which brings with it only indifference to life itself, your own and others. This is apathy in its purest form. But I want to help her. We are the last Uzumaki. And not even that, she is my sister, I should try to help her, and not stand still and do nothing. Naruto quickly scribbled, determined to help that girl overcome all her worries and see the colors of life in this gray veil of reality. To know joy again, to realize that you are far from indifferent to other people, that there are those who really care about you. I want to talk to her again. She didn't even know joy, didn't eat delicious ramen, didn't paint fences. The desire to help others is what so many people really lack. And to help not out of self-interest, but for the sake of life itself. Obito looked at his student with pride, pure and sincere. Naruto himself, without really understanding it, began to be imbued with Obito's ideas, gradually changing in character. But people can not only be helped, but also changed by the power of their words, not just by the power of their actions and our compassion. Naruto only looked around the room. Again these incomprehensible lectures from the mentor. If all the people around are connected by invisible bonds of life itself, the very fact that each life is equal to another, we can use these connections. Our will and our words can change a lot. You must learn to understand people, understand their motives and change them for the better with the power of your words. But not for the sake of selfish gain and the desire for domination, but for the sake of something greater. You must try to see the good in people. This will help you create a strong connection, a chain to which new links will be added and at the very beginning of which you will stand. The sun's rays were heating up, evaporating the puddles. There was no wind on the sunlit street, and there was not a single cloud in the blue sky. Despite the fact that it was already mid-November, the heat outside was such that even the hottest summer days could envy. The sun mercilessly baked the exposed parts of her body, but Amy didn't care about it. The faded gaze of her dark eyes, like two sapphires, stared fixedly into the gloomy emptiness in front of her, and her fingers on the hilt of her katana were clenching tighter and tighter with each passing moment, causing her knuckles to turn white. The hot air was cut by the cold blade of the katana. Amy filigree turned around her own axis, with a lightning-fast movement cutting the straw dummy in two. The upper part of the cut doll flew up, and Amy, only seeing it out of the corner of her eye, with a swift swing of the weapon in her hand cut the chopped dummy into two more parts. Straw scraps with a quiet rustle fell to the ground in front of the girl, frozen in frenzy, uncertain and clamped. Training was always a good way to forget, to take out all the accumulating negativity on training dummies, stones, trees. She moved with incredible, fluid grace, more like a dancer. The impressive katana looked a little awkward in her small hands, but Emi handled it perfectly, like a true master of kenjutsu. But now, Emi felt as if the weight of this entire world had instantly fallen on her fragile shoulders. Her arms and legs were filled with leaden weight, her head hung helplessly, and her scarlet hair lay like a dark curtain in front of her face. Her piercing gaze was fixed on the ground. She felt the sun mercilessly warming her back and how her rather loose kimono was sticking to her body. Her hand trembled, her apathetic face was momentarily distorted by an evil grin, when selective memory threw before her eyes the image of the monster that took everything from her. She turned back, her hair briefly flying up in a crimson swirl, and the girl continued her training. She jumped from one foot to the other, making movements reminiscent of a wound-up top or a spinning top. Her katana quickly cut through the air. Emi struck her invisible opponents with astonishing speed for her age. Memory threw up images of everyone she had lost over and over again. Her mother, her father, her beloved younger brother, whom she doted on. Her girlfriends and friends, other adults. But the girl no longer cared. Her face did not reflect a single emotion. She was a shinobi, and the concept of feelings did not exist for her. The monster took away not only her family and friends, but also her very essence, leaving only a shell of the former Emi. Emi quickly took off from the ground and landed delicately on both feet, turning her body 180 degrees. A devastating chopping blow cut through the air, but the blade of the katana unexpectedly ran into an obstacle, the blade of the kunai in the man's hands. A loud screeching sound marked the clash of two weapons, but it marked not only the moment of impact, but also the coming clash of worldviews. Emi measured him with a colorless gaze, unmistakably recognizing in him the same man from the Uchiha clan who had come at the very moment when she wanted to kill her brother, although she did not know it at the time. Her hands trembled slightly, while Obito calmly stood in his place, like a cliff. Allow me to introduce myself. Obito removed his hand with the kunai, and Emi jumped back a couple of meters from him, not understanding what he needed here. Did he really come here to avenge Naruto? My name is Obito Uchiha, and I am the mentor of Naruto Uzumaki. You met him yesterday. So his name is Naruto. What a strange name. Emi continued to look impartially at Obito, who had suddenly appeared, his appearance not revealing a single emotion. Uzumaki Emi. The girl herself did not really understand how she said her name out loud, as if responding to an elementary rule of decency, because if Obito told her his name, then she should also introduce herself. Obito nodded, expressing his gratitude. I have a few questions about what happened to the Uzumaki clan. Obito paused for a moment, watching the girl's reaction. But she remained unmoved and emotionless, as if the question meant nothing to her. Will you allow me to ask them? I won't tell anyone what happened here. If you've studied history, you'll know that the combined forces of 3 countries destroyed Uzushio and nearly wiped out our clan. She spoke with a murderous coldness that exuded notes of contempt for those who had once come to these lands to sow destruction and death. Our clan was degenerating, we weakened ourselves with the sin of incest and paid for this ungodly act with blood. You don't need to know more. Why not? But the history of the Uzumaki clan didn't end there, did it? Obito smoothed things over as best he could, trying to get to the main topic of his questions, to confirm or dispel his speculations about what happened here 4 years ago. And Emi occupied the central place in them. I knew one woman from your clan, Uzumaki Kushina. Hearing this name again, Emi allowed surprise to pass over her face before it returned to its previous apathetic look. She told me that her relatives still live in the land of whirlpools. And her words are true, aren't they? No, Amy said firmly and harshly. There's no one left here. And why? A monster, Uzumaki said succinctly. Obito noticed the sadness that flashed in her colorless voice. He killed everyone, only I survived. But what if there's more to the story? Emi shuddered tensely, and Obito caught it with his gaze. It was as if he had accidentally pricked her for something that was hidden from everyone. The girl's fingers tightened on the hilt of the katana, and a tense atmosphere hung in the air. The blade of the katana gleamed menacingly in the rays of the sun. Calm down, I just want answers to the questions that interest me. If you want answers, do it by force, as befits a shinobi, Uzumaki said with disgust. She looked at the man defiantly, taking a fighting stance. And Obito caught only one thing in her cold gaze, the desire to kill. But I will kill you if you relax. Trusting strangers is weakness. Obito wanted to answer her and dissuade her from this idea, but he didn't have time. Emi rushed to attack. In a second, she approached Obito, who, like an idol, stood in place, putting both hands out to the side and raising one for a strike. She spread her legs wide and struck lightning fast, describing an arc in the air. The blade flashed in the rays of the sun, inexorably approaching Obito's neck. The Uchiha put a kunai in front of him, playfully blocking the blow of the girl, who suddenly decided to kill him either from the confidence that Obito would not try to kill her in return, or because she believed in her own strength too much. She quickly put away her katana, turning around and delivering a blow to Obito's stomach with all the force she could muster. Obito calmly took the blow with his abs, noting that the girl really had well-developed speed and power in her blows, only slightly inferior to his student. Obito stepped back, his face remaining as calm and confident as if Emi's blow had not caused him the slightest harm. She clung to the ground, making a sharp undercut, and Obito dispersed chakra throughout his body, jumping behind Emi's back. The girl instantly jumped to her feet, turning around with lightning speed and bringing down a powerful blow on Obito's shoulder. The man leaned his body to the side, Emi turned 360 degrees around her own axis right on the move, almost taking Obito's head off. But the Uchiha, even without the activated Sharingan, perfectly saw and calculated all the movements of his opponent. She suddenly froze in place a couple of meters away from Obito, spreading her arms out to the sides. Many golden chains, topped with sharp tips, ominously shaking, burst out of Emi's stomach and chest, like a flock of snakes rushing towards Obito. The man began to quickly retreat back, swinging his kunai to deflect many blows from all directions, and this only angered Emi. This demonstrated her own weakness. How this Uchiha effortlessly deflected every blow, did not allow himself to be hurt. He was just playing with her, did not perceive her as a serious opponent. And for the first time in so long, this awakened anger in her. I think this technique was called Kongo Fusa, the Uzumaki clan's hidden jutsu. It's amazing that at such a young age, she can master an A-rank technique and perfectly control each of the chakra chains. I think Naruto could master this technique too. The chains twisted ominously like a tangle of snakes, plowing the soil, tearing it apart, piercing the trees and trying to catch up with Obito, who skillfully dodged each attack. Emi moved from her place at lightning speed at all the speed available to her, controlling her chains. In an instant, she closed in on Obito, the chains rushed towards him, the blade of a katana raised to strike shone above Emi's head. Kongo Fusa split into two parts, intending to pierce Obito's body from both sides, but the Uchiha calmly stood in place, not fearing for his life. The chains furiously rushed towards Obito, the katana fell down, but Obito suddenly threw forward his left hand and with a precise movement knocked the katana out of Emi's hand, causing her to be confused for a moment. Kongo Fusa pierced only emptiness, and Emi heard a rustle behind her. Body flicker allows the user to move quickly using chakra. But there is a simpler and yet effective technique. Obito stood with his back to her, his hand folded into a concentration seal. Substitution technique is the simplest and most basic jutsu, but how many lives has it saved? And only now, turning around for a moment, did Emi see a piece of stone that was not there initially. Of course, substitution is not even close to the level of the flight of the Thunder God, but it is still a good alternative. So what? Obito turned to her, and a weak smirk appeared on his face. Shall we continue? A haze of anger slowly enveloped Emi's mind, but the girl confidently suppressed her emotions, knowing that the enemy could take advantage of it. She formed a concentration seal, closing her eyes for a moment and now daring to show Obito what she was worth in close combat. The Uchiha only took one step back. Emi rushed forward in a blur, lifting fallen leaves from the ground and causing the grass under her feet to sway restlessly. Obito stood sideways, bending his right arm at the elbow and putting it under the fist of the girl who jumped up to him. A dull thud followed, Emi's fist rested on Obito's block. Amazing power. If I'm not mistaken, at the moment of impact she releases chakra from her fists, due to which the impact is strengthened many times. Tsunade Senju possesses a similar technique, and her grandmother was Uzumaki Mito. It is possible that this technique was also passed down in the Uzumaki clan. Emi's fingers intertwined in a bird seal, she summoned her chains again, aiming them at Obito at a furious speed. 4 chains pierced the spot where Obito had stood a moment earlier. The man charged his body with chakra, performing a spectacular backflip. But then 6 more chains flew at him from the left side, and Obito was forced to jump to the right. Emi instantly jumped towards him, dispelling all the chains and accumulating chakra in her right fist. The entire universe around her stopped for a moment, but she saw the gap that had opened in Obito's defense. The raised fist flew like an arrow into Obito's chest from above and below, but the man retreated again at the last moment, and Emi's fist entered the ground at full speed. The earth shook from the force of the blow, a web of cracks, large and small, unsightly crawled in all directions. The girl, leaning on her hands, swung over her head and jumped up, bringing down an axe kick on Obito's head. The Uchiha deftly dodged to the side. His movements seemed smooth and polished to Emi. Obito simply kept his hands in the pockets of his pants. He was completely relaxed, and this infuriated Emi. But she needed to win at all costs. Emi jumped towards Obito, turning in the air and standing on both hands. A powerful kick almost knocked Obito's shoulder, but here too he managed to dodge to the side using only reflexes. She fought as if to the death, but Obito felt no anger, no fury. There was only emptiness. Why do you suppress your emotions and feelings so much? Why do you deny the very connection between you and Naruto? I am a shinobi. I have no attachments or feelings. Emotions are weakness. She quickly snatched her katana from the ground, swinging it in an arc. Obito pulled his kunai hand down, gathering his strength. A swift upward swing followed, the kunai blade briefly clashing with the katana blade before the weapon was knocked out of Emi's hands in one powerful blow. The girl frantically stepped back, and the katana sank into the ground next to her. Surprised and slightly frightened, her gaze was fixed on her right hand, whose wrist had become heavy from Obito's blow. That's enough. I came here to talk as a man to a man, not as a shinobi to another shinobi. Obito deftly twirled the kunai on his finger, putting it away in his pouch. But you know, Emi, it seems that many things are starting to fall into place now. I only wanted to confirm my suspicions, and I received a satisfactory answer. What are you talking about? Her voice trembled unusually, and fear flashed in her eyes. About the monster, Obito said dispassionately. The monster is gone. It's not here anymore. Amy didn't even notice how she involuntarily raised her voice, and her breathing began to get ragged from the growing excitement. The monster was destroyed, but before that it managed to kill the remnants of our entire clan. Only I was lucky enough to survive. And I'm doomed to live alone on this damn island because of this monster. Really? Obito asked coldly, and his tone only made Emi tense up more. The dojutsu slowly flared in Obito's eye, turning into a Mangekyo Sharingan. He could see the flow of chakra in her body and feel the anger slowly starting to flare up in Emi's soul. The monster was defeated, you say? But that's not true, child. The monster is still here, on this island. It's alive, and I can feel its presence. I can feel its anger, its power, its hunger, which is being passed on to you. I don't understand what you're talking about. Enough. You know perfectly well what I'm talking about. Obito's words came as a bolt from the blue to Emi. Her hands began to tremble traitorously, her wide-open eyes bored a hole into Obito with fear, and her lips began to tremble. How could he have guessed? How could he have understood this? How did he get to the bottom of the truth that Emi hated and tried to hide from everyone? Only the tailed beast could have destroyed a small village. Perhaps he wanted to hide here from the rest of the world, but the people of the coast hired the remaining Uzumaki shinobi to deal with the monster. Obito's mind was filled with a conversation with the old man who, for a small fee, agreed to accompany him and Naruto deep into the island. And even then, in a conversation with him, he began to think that the culprit of all the misfortunes could be one of the tailed beasts, who decided to hide on what seemed to him to be a deserted island. But he was in for a most unpleasant surprise, in the form of a ninja whose knowledge of sealing techniques was higher than anyone else's. I can be harsh in my conversations, but since you called yourself a ninja and rejected all your feelings, I will talk to you as if you were an adult. Uchiha looked at her coldly, inwardly reproaching himself for such treatment of a mentally traumatized child. And only a few ninja of the Uzumaki clan managed to defeat the monster. Obito's steel voice pulled Emi out of a series of chaotic thoughts and a stream of consciousness. She looked absolutely helpless and confused. Obito's words struck her heart like a sharp wedge. But they did not kill him, as the inhabitants thought, but imprisoned him in the body of one of their own. For such a gift, as the tailed beast is nothing less than a sign of the favor of fate itself. They imprisoned the captured beast in the body of a child, a 6-year-old girl. Stop it. Emi quietly looked away from Obito, feeling a single tear cut her cheek like a hot iron. And from that moment, the countdown began. Obito still maintained a neutral expression on his face and a steely voice. After some time, the Kumogakure ninja landed on the island. They were also interested in the escaped beast, and due to previous conflicts and the fact that the Uzumaki clan had a Jinchuriki, a battle broke out. Those few Uzumaki ninja tried to save their Jinchuriki, desperately fighting, but the forces were not equal, especially after the clash with the tailed beast, where there were probably many casualties before the beast could be captured. They sacrificed themselves to protect the Jinchuriki, for the hope of the future of their clan, but the Jinchuriki, experiencing only the pain of losing all his relatives in an instant, succumbed to his anger and allowed the tailed beast to take over his consciousness. And Biju, enraged and furious, destroyed the remnants of the Kumo shinobi who had arrived here and those who had dared to capture him. But someone managed to do so before his death. Enough. A shrill cry, full of heartache, burst from the girl's throat. Tears flowed down her cheeks, and Amy fell to her knees in helplessness. Her head hung helplessly, her hair covering her face. She was shaking, her fingers digging into the ground, leaving deep marks. The calm mask she wore was shattered. Uzumaki felt only endless pain in her heart. It was the pain she tried so hard to forget, suppressing all emotions and feelings of affection. She felt the pain and suffering that tormented her heart finally find a way out. She could no longer hold them back. Bitter tears rolled down her cheeks, breaking on the ground and leaving small wet spots on it. For too long, she had suppressed her pain. But now, her strength was waning. Obito reminded her of what she once had, but lost. She had become the bearer of this cursed power that had taken everything from her. A power with which she was now forced to coexist in the same body. The monster had taken everything from her, and now she was cursed to live with him for the rest of her life. It tormented her. She felt his invisible gaze on her, felt his desire to break free. She heard the ephemeral whispers that spoke of the great power she could gain if she allowed him to surrender her consciousness. She was alone, after all, and nothing held her in this world anymore. But Amy did not listen to this call, closing herself off from it with a denial of feelings. And only now did she understand what really prevented her from succumbing to the alluring call of the monster. Fear, that was what really controlled her. You renounced your emotions because you lost everything in an instant. And I can understand this pain, because I too had to watch death take away the people dearest to me. She heard Obito slowly approaching her, and the shadow of his tall silhouette blocked out the sun. He looked at the fragile, hunched figure of the girl, trembling like an aspen leaf, and this made his heart ache painfully. You had no other choice. Because you were afraid to love again, to become attached, and to taste this hellish pain again. Squeezing the loose earth between her fingers, she raised her gaze to him. A veil of bitter tears before her eyes prevented her from seeing Obito's face. But the man's voice was interspersed with coldness and compassion. But it is not only the fear of attachment and loss that drives you. You hate your own fate, you hate your destiny and those who condemned you to it, you hate yourself for your weaknesses. You made your choice, not doubting that it was the right one, that it would help you overcome your wounds, drive out the ghosts of the past, renouncing all feelings and attachments. But now you see a different reflection. You see a Jinchuriki who has tasted hatred, tasted loneliness and pain. And you do not understand why he did not let himself be broken. Why does he see life where others see death? Sees a man where others see a monster. And this made you lose that fragile balance. You hear a distant echo from the past and the present. Doubts gnaw at your soul. Your mind wants to know only one thing. Why did not he renounce everything? Why did he find strength where you see weakness? Why did he not break all the bonds? How did he manage to heal his wounds and put his pain aside? Obito's voice slowly faded, but for a few more seconds it echoed in Emi's ears, heavy and ponderous, before a viscous silence set in. Emi felt the wind blowing cold across the irritated skin of her cheeks. The last of her tears fell to the ground like heavy drops of liquid crystal. She felt empty again, and she had no strength to cry. An existential hunger was devouring everything. A series of chaotic thoughts rushed through her torn mind, and Obito's words continued to sound like a quiet echo of incomprehension from the dark corners of her subconscious, mixing with the voice of the beast. The beast saw. The beast felt. The beast gave her a taste of its hunger and promised her of future power. An ephemeral call, but so real and alluring. A call that Emi tried not to listen to, for she sincerely hated the beast. A call she had silenced, denying her emotions and allowing the void to devour her essence. Where love dies, where life dies, there hatred and apathy are born. But how long will you hate yourself? How long will you be apathetic towards yourself? To everything you've been through. You'll never be the same person again, but subconsciously you hope that the time will come when you'll become yourself again. The same. The one who never knew the bitterness of suffering. Obito paused for a moment, his eyes meeting Emi's. True healing of emotional wounds comes from acceptance. It marks the beginning of your growth. No matter what this wound has done to you, you will never be the same. You are who you are, for better or for worse. And accepting this can lead you to find new strengths. You must accept other truths for yourself, because renouncing your emotions and cutting off all ties will give you nothing but a gaping emptiness of despair and loneliness. Only by accepting your true nature will you be able to see the light in the darkness. You have truly learned to be a shinobi. Yes, but now learn to be a human. Emi was silent. Obito looked at her for a few moments before turning back. His quiet, almost inaudible steps made Emi break out of the haze of racing thoughts. She silently raised her heavy head, feeling the dryness on her cheeks and the calm wind swaying her hair. He was Naruto's mentor. He taught him what other mentors did not teach. Taught him to conquer himself, to conquer his pain, to heal his wounds. Now she understood. He was the key to everything. His teachings, his speeches, the meaning of everything he told her became clear. And Emmy breathed out humbly. She was tired of living with this burden of guilt and hatred in her heart. She wanted to heal her wounds. Wait. Emmy's quiet voice, filled with ephemeral hope for the best, made Obito stop. He slowly turned to her, and his gaze met the girl's sapphire eyes. But there was no previous sorrow and cold emptiness in them. Obito saw something more in them. He saw humanity. He saw emotions and feelings. He saw strength. He saw what Emmy herself could not see, but wanted. Please, teach me as you taught Naruto. She gave him a respectful bow. Her lips trembled slightly with excitement. The loud beating of her own heart was in her ears. Please, teach me as you taught him. Let me become your student. Your teachings will now be my teachings. My life. Only in your hands. Your decision, only you can make and bear responsibility for it. Obito approached her and towered over the hunched figure of the girl like a tall shadow. She knelt before him, bowing her head and hoping with all her heart that he would undertake to teach her. In you, I see the potential to become not so much an outstanding kunoichi, but to see how life triumphs even where there was only emptiness and grave cold. But look closely at what is in your soul and what surrounds you. You will find the answer in the life with which you are connected not only by blood relationship, but also by destiny itself. You will find the answer in this life. You need to look closely and understand. This will be your first and main lesson. Commentary on Chapter 9. The Student. Today is the birthday of the greatest philosopher of our time. I don't expect any activity, because only ignorers read this work, so I wish that Statham would come to them and rip their faces off with a spinning top for their silence. This is a group, not a channel, so runners are asked to go to hell. Chapter 10. The Altar. Wait, Emmy called out to Obito in a quiet voice as he walked away, looking up at him with an anxious and impenetrable gaze. Please. Her voice trembled slightly with emotion, and it seemed she was about to cry again, but she didn't even have the strength for that. Please, don't tell Naruto that I carry in my body this monster. Please, sensei. Obito looked at her with an unreadable and cold gaze for a few moments of ringing silence, and Emmy could only guess what thoughts reigned in the mind of her suddenly acquired mentor. Was he against this secret remaining hidden from Naruto, or did he agree with it? Sensei was too unfamiliar and mysterious a figure, and Emmy could not know for sure what decision he would make. All that was left was to hope for his understanding. And why, if it's not a secret, do you wish to keep it a secret? Obito asked dispassionately. I imagine Naruto will be incredibly pleased when he finds out about this. Because this is my curse, my burden, and I alone must bear it until the very end. Amy said, shaking her head in confusion. Someday I will tell my brother about the monster. But not now. Well, Obito said meaningfully, and Emmy involuntarily shuddered at the calm, titanic confidence in his voice, but there was something deep and hidden in that tone. As I said, you alone are responsible for your decisions. If you wish to say nothing to Naruto, then so be it. Let it remain a secret. But think about the consequences in advance, Emmy. For even the slightest touch can give rise to an echo, like a storm. A small, weak tremor, born from something internal and existential, was taking over her body. From the black emptiness of renunciation, long-forgotten feelings arose that she had tried to suppress all these years, but now. Now was there any point? Emmy looked at the sun rising over the eastern horizon, in whose rays the constellations and the night mist dissolved. Her gaze was empty and detached, but was this day, which had only just begun, a symbol of the coming changes in her life? Yesterday, she made a different choice in favor of different views on her own life and the lives of others. The only question was, what would Obito teach her and what should she pay attention to? Where could she draw strength from in order to move on and not allow herself to be broken? She stood under a spreading tree, greeting the dawn. Her gaze was drawn to a small path that crossed a forest clearing. A reverent silence reigned around, broken only by rare gusts of a light breeze and the rustling of grass and fallen leaves. Uzumaki felt how cold drops of water fell from the branches of the tree onto her head, the remains of the rain that had passed during the night. The wind gradually began to die down, the piercing rays of the daylight drove away the last remnants of the night darkness, and Emmy raised her gaze forward, seeing a figure approaching her on the path. Naruto walked forward with a thoughtful expression on his face, his hands in the pockets of his overalls and his gaze directed at the ground. He looked the same as he had on the first day, but now Emmy looked at him differently. Was it in his life that the answer to the question that had been bothering her all this time since the revelation that Naruto had told her lay? Perhaps if she looked closer and tried to understand not so much her brother's thoughts, but his and Obito's worldview, she would find the answer to her question. Amy couldn't know for sure, but she was filled with a certain anticipation of the approaching meeting with her brother and her mentor. There was no great secret or revelation, there was only the truth that Amy had been chasing all these years, but which in fact turned out to be a lie, for her choice then gave her nothing, leaving behind only a painful and bleeding emptiness to this day, with which she tried to drown out the call from the past, the call of the monster inside her, the call of her weaknesses. But now she saw an opportunity to get rid of this call. Not to drown it out, but to defeat it completely. To no longer feel the hunger that the beast transmits to her. To no longer hear its beckoning call. Emi fixed a strand of hair behind her ear and decided to be the first to get to know her brother properly. She stepped out of the shadow of the tree and walked confidently towards Naruto, feeling a strong excitement and a desire to hide in her soul. She had not gotten close to anyone for too long, but now there was no other way. She had made her choice and had to accept all its consequences. Naruto, hearing steps in front of him, stopped in place, raising an interested gaze forward. She stood before him like a silent statue, orange rays reflected in her dark blue, deep and beautiful eyes, the wind faintly swayed her loose silky hair, filled with red, like blood. She was exactly the same as the first time they met, but something had changed in her gaze. It was no longer as empty and cold as it had been then. Tiny lights of hope burned in it, and Naruto remembered the sensei's departure and return yesterday. Was there a conversation between him and his sister? I think we should get to know each other properly. Naruto was the first to start a conversation. A light and relaxed smile played across his face from ear to ear. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm 10 years old. What's your name? Emi Uzumaki. The girl introduced herself, looking into her brother's eyes. She tried to smile back at him, but all that came out was a stupid and uncertain grin, as if she had never smiled before and this was the first time. Cool, we finally met. Naruto smiled widely and sincerely again, feeling warmth spreading inside. Emi looked at him in surprise, noting to herself how quickly his initial thoughtfulness changed to joy and a carefree smile, as if no troubles were scary to him. I remember dreaming about having a family, a mom, dad, brothers and sisters. And part of that dream became real. I actually have a sister. It's so unrealistically awesome. Amy felt genuine and unadulterated joy in his words. Although he had known her for a week at most, he had already become attached to her. And this could not help but affect Amy. There was still someone in this world who cared about her, with whom they were connected by family ties. For the first time in so long, the girl felt warmth spreading inside. Half forgotten, long rejected by the emptiness, but now returning again. Her heart was warmed by this realization, she was not alone in this world. Being next to him, she felt a strange connection, now with secret joy understanding what ties connected them. At their previous meeting, she had decided that she would no longer try to get to know him better, to try to become attached to him, but now that part of her that wanted to get to know her brother and get to know him better won. She would no longer reject her feelings and attachments. Wasn't that the answer to the question that had been tormenting her all this time? Now the certainty of it filled Amy's mind, and she, wanting to get to know her suddenly found relative better, waved her hand, turning towards the forest. Come with me. Amy fell silent, smiling tenderly at the boy, brother. They walked for about half an hour through the forest. The sun began to rise higher and higher in the sky, bright droplets of water left over from the night's rain played in the grass and fallen leaves. Somewhere in the branches of the trees, birdsong could be heard, and cicadas were singing in the grass. Nature all around was coming to life and giving this place a different, life-filled look than the strange feelings of existential emptiness that Naruto had previously experienced even when he was near the ruins of Uzushio, not to mention the village itself. Then it seemed to him as if from all sides, from every empty window or door, silent and invisible to the eyes souls of the dead were looking at him. But now everything seemed different, as if old wounds had finally healed, the pain had gone into oblivion, and life had once again triumphed over death and emptiness. He felt how the water pleasantly cooled his toes and how cheerfully it shimmered on the leaves of the trees that had not yet fallen. The air was filled with a blessed freshness, and it seemed that the beginning of this day promised only good things. Amy walked a little ahead, but she did not share her brother's feelings. Her face was calm and indifferent, but her lips trembled slightly, briefly spreading into a sincere and pure smile of happiness. She experienced mixed feelings, walking next to this boy, but the very realization that he was her brother truly instilled hope for the best and warmed her heart like nothing else. Still, I don't quite understand. Naruto was the first to speak again. Emi turned to him with a questioning look. Is my mother really your aunt? And are we really brother and sister? He quickly caught up with her as soon as they passed the same two statues depicting the terrifying creature that Naruto knew nothing about yet. Right now, he didn't care about that as much as he did about his family ties with Emi. My mother was the youngest of 3 sisters, and Kushina-san was the middle one. Emi stared ahead unblinkingly, but what she saw in front of her eyes was not the vaults of the silent forest, but the images of her mother and her sisters. The oldest of them left Uzushio long before the village was destroyed. Kushina-san was sent to Konoha because she was the owner of the blessed blood. And so she had to be saved in any case. My mother stayed here with the others and miraculously survived the destruction of Uzushio many years ago. Blessed blood, what is that? Naruto suddenly asked, hearing the strange phrase. He continued to slowly follow Emi, only noticing to himself that the girl was now more open to communication and looked much more alive. Her skin began to flush, she began to look less like a ghost. They say that in ancient times, the spirits, as a sign of their mercy to our distant ancestors, granted some of us especially powerful chakra and life force, Amy drawled, recalling readings from ancient history books that miraculously survived that horrific battle that broke out here decades ago. Sometimes such people were born into our clan, and they were valued more than others because of the purity of their blood and the amazing properties it gave. Emi fell silent, and a dark, painful thoughtfulness settled on her face. She looked down, trying not to meet Naruto's gaze, trying to hide her feelings from him. She, like Kushina, was also a carrier of this rare genetic anomaly, and it was this fatal circumstance that predetermined her fate. It was because of her powerful chakra and incredible life force that a monster was sealed inside her. Her gift turned into a terrible curse for her, which destroyed everything she held dear, leaving behind a wound and a beast that so sought to regain its freedom. What was called the blessing of the spirits, in reality meant the destruction of all bonds and attachments for Emi. Love died, giving birth to hatred for herself and her burden. The blessing turned into a sacrifice, a jinchuriki. If only there was one chance to be born without this genetic anomaly and live life as an ordinary child, indistinguishable from others. But she was brought back to reality when the majestic and dilapidated Uzushio gate appeared before them. On the time-broken paving stones, through which rare plants were pushing through, lay a round stone whirlpool, about 1 meter in diameter and split into 2 parts. Emi stopped over the stone element of the bas-relief that once adorned the gates of Uzushiogakur, and now seemed to be a symbol of the fall of the once great and powerful clan. The inconspicuous element of the general decor now seemed not so much a symbol of the fall of the entire clan, but of the tragedy that occurred long after the destruction of the whirlpool. It seemed to her that even after that catastrophe, evil fate still haunted her and Naruto's clan, for death once again reaped its harvest from these lands devastated and bled dry by a senseless war. Amy did not see those horrors, but every day she faced that ominous and terrifying atmosphere of endless pain and emptiness. The feeling of abandonment and desolation washed over Naruto's soul once again. He slowly raised his gaze to the half-collapsed arch that remained of the village gate, then slowly lowered it a little and saw the street stretching far away. Uzushio was still as menacing and silent, reliably guarding its secrets. The ruins of the village cast a heavy gloom on his heart, but was this place really once home to his and Emi's relatives? Was everything really hopelessly lost and now they were the only representatives of a once great clan, now standing on the remains of its former greatness? He did not want to believe it with every fiber of his soul. They stood in silence for about a minute before Emi, feeling the touch of a cold autumn wind, decided to enter the ruins of Uzushio. She knew the history of this place very well, even though she was born much later after the tragedy, and now she wanted to share her knowledge with Naruto, because he had to learn as much as possible about his historical homeland. He silently followed Emi and slowly moved his gaze around. There was a dead silence in the ruins, and only the sounds of the unhurried steps of the brother and sister broke it. Emi stopped at one of the ruined buildings, and right at the entrance Naruto saw the statue of that creepy humanoid creature again. The meter-tall statue looked at him as if it were alive, and Naruto involuntarily swallowed, crossing eyes with the stone statue. He felt uneasy from the appearance of this mysterious creature. What's wrong with you? Amy noticed her brother's worried look and turned fully to face him. I'm constantly haunted by the statues of this creature, Naruto said, pointing at the idol. I see them almost everywhere on this island where there are ruined buildings. And I feel uneasy just from looking at them. As if the statue is about to come to life and start talking. Amy silently stepped forward, looking at the statue with awe in her eyes, then turning her back to it and facing Naruto. Our clan revered many spirits and deities, but he always occupied a key place. She began to speak in a half-whisper, and this intonation involuntarily sent a slight chill down Naruto's spine. Our clan, since ancient times, believed that there is nothing more valuable in this world than life. But death has always been a part of all life. And therefore, we especially revered the one who escorts the souls of the dead to the next world. His name is Shinigami, the Lord of the Dead. Wow, tell me more. Naruto seemed not to feel the ominous atmosphere of the Uchiha ruins. All his attention was now focused on Emi, who decided to be the history teacher today. They say that there were once 20-odd masks, and one of them was directly connected to the death god. She said softly, turning back to the statue. Whoever wore this mask could summon a Shinigami and bend it to their will. But there was another way. Shinigami could be summoned using the summoning technique, but whoever does so would forever give their soul to the death god as payment for using this jutsu. They continued their way through the empty streets of the village ruins. Emi, with genuine passion and enthusiasm that she had never seen before, told about the history of Uchiha. About how their distant ancestors came to these lands, how they fought with other clans for these territories. How they built the village, what deities and spirits they worshipped, what holidays they celebrated and what traditions existed in her and Naruto's clan. She retold with interest what she had once read in old books from the library, and Naruto listened to her every word with great interest, trying not to miss anything, as if afraid of missing something very important, although Emi was ready to repeat her story again if such a need arose. By the way, I noticed that there are remains of scaffolding near some of the houses. Did they try to restore the village? He and Emi walked along one of the narrow streets of Uchiha, and Naruto's eye was caught by a building surrounded by already collapsed scaffolding. Yes, Emi answered him. But it soon became clear that it was pointless. Uchiha's fate was sealed, and nothing could return the village to what it once was. Melancholy and dark thoughtfulness flashed in her voice. Emi walked forward, her hands behind her back, as if she had fallen out of reality. How lame it is. Naruto waved his hands excitedly, looking at the ruins of residential buildings and other structures around them. There are probably other Uzumaki in this world besides us, and we must find them at all costs and bring them here. Until our clan gathers again, the village will remain in ruins. Emi didn't answer him, because she didn't know what to say. She just silently shrugged and continued on her way. After about half an hour of walking through the deserted ruins of Uchiha, they finally reached the opposite side of the village from its main gate. Here began a gentle climb to the tops of the squat hills. The hot rays of the midday sun scorched the exposed skin of the two children, and a slow and quiet breeze ruffled their hair. Emi stopped in frantic silence, her gaze slid a little to the side, and among the dense thickets of bushes that covered the foot of one of the many hills, her eyes caught sight of a half-overgrown, time-broken stone staircase, the opposite end of which was lost in the shadow of the tree crowns and thickets of virgin weeds. And without a second more delay, Emi headed in that direction to finally show Naruto the most sacred and holy place on this island. The treetops, cut by gusty winds, closed over the archaic staircase, an insurmountable barrier to light. The cool air was filled with the scent of fragrant plants that covered the gentle slope of the hill and framed the staircase, which, like a snake, wound from side to side between the trees and stones. Naruto looked around with genuine curiosity, lingering his gaze on something for a long time. The local nature was truly amazing and captivating, despite the reputation that the ruins of the village had and the bloodshed that once happened here. They climbed several dozen meters, and before Naruto and Emi appeared an ancient, dilapidated torii decorated with the symbol of the maelstrom. The wood had long since faded, and streaks of rust were visible under the metal brackets. The horizontal curved beam was eaten away by cracks and seemed about to collapse. But even in spite of its shabby and dilapidated appearance, the torii still looked majestic and beautiful in the midst of the virgin forest and nondescript ruined buildings. Naruto immediately realized that this was where the sacred lands began, for such gates always fenced off centers of worship and service from the rest of the world. He glanced to the side and between two trees he saw a thick old rope entwined with plants. Shimenawa. He remembered the name, and now his confidence that he was on sacred land only took root. These ropes, woven from rice straw, had served since ancient times to fence off sacred territories from the rest of the world. Are we going to some kind of shrine? Naruto asked in a quiet voice, as if afraid to disturb the peace of this place. Here, in contrast to the surroundings of the Uchiha ruins and the village itself, a different atmosphere reigned. It was as if there really was a presence of something invisible and sublime. And, unable to curb his curiosity, Naruto continued his inspection. On the trunks of some trees he saw the same Shimenawa, and in the distance, at the very top of the hill, the outlines of another torii gate were visible. Yes. The girl's steps slowly echoed in the reverent silence of the sacred lands. She slowly climbed the stairs, seeing before her the same thing Naruto saw. According to legend, spirits live in these trees that are entwined with Shimenawa, and if you cut down such a tree, misfortunes can happen. I don't know if this is true, but for some reason I've always felt calm here. Maybe there really are forces here that are invisible to us, but still help us. Having covered several dozen meters more along the half-ruined stairs, Naruto and his sister finally found themselves at the top of the hill. A stone square appeared before him. Rare plant stems were breaking through the cracks between the stone slabs, a leisurely wind was driving fallen leaves along the paving stones cut by the winds and rain. The edges of the stone platform were framed by ritual buildings, nondescript and half-ruined. The wind freely passed through the black empty windows, and this slightly inspired horror. The same silence reigned here, and finally Naruto turned his attention to the entrance to the shrine, located opposite him. It was a one-story building, whose roof had suffered significantly from time. In places, one could see young trees growing right out of the old roof. But, despite the past decades, the shrine still looked much better than the ruins that were located at the foot of the hill. Everything here really felt different than in the ruins of Uzushio or on the coast of the island. It seemed as if something really was floating in the air nearby. Whether it was spirits or just an obsession caused by a wild childish imagination, Naruto could not know, but the sight of an old shrine, gradually consumed by the power of nature and time itself, could not fail to impress the boy. Emi slipped into the shrine like a silent shadow, disappearing into the darkness of the dark corridor, and Naruto, trying to keep up with his sister, entered the temple. The corridor was pleasantly dark, dispersed by the light coming through the open windows and the yellowed with age fusuma, traditional sliding doors that still remained in the estates of some rich families or clans. The wooden floor beneath his feet creaked softly, and Naruto could only wonder how the floors, despite their age, still held their weight well. The wind blew through the empty rooms, and once again Naruto began to feel a slight emptiness. The old, time-eaten tatami mats were littered with fallen leaves and parts of the collapsed ceiling. Time was slowly but surely taking its toll on this place. After passing several turns in halls filled with old sculptures depicting various spirits and deities, Naruto came out onto a long terrace that encircled the entire temple. Near the exit, Emi sat, her bare feet hanging down, and with a veil of thought, she looked at the tall thickets of bushes surrounding the temple. Behind her, an open fusuma was located, and glancing briefly into that room, Naruto only saw one nondescript futon and a small pile of old scrolls. He silently and slowly sat down next to her, directing his gaze somewhere to the side. And a tense silence reigned between them, each only thinking about what the other could not know. Everything Naruto saw today was the legacy of a once great and nearly extinct clan. His clan. But he still couldn't understand the reason why there was no one left here except Emi. Was there really a monster that had wiped out the last remnants of the Uzumaki clan? Or was there another reason, hidden from them in the darkness of the unknown? He couldn't know, but he felt that Emi might know the answer to that question. He turned to her silently, seeing the thoughtfulness and detachment from the rest of the world on his sister's pale face, as if everything around her had ceased to exist. Amy. He called her name softly, breaking her out of her thoughts, which only she knew. The girl silently adjusted a strand of hair behind her ear, turning to her brother. What happened to our clan? Why are you here all alone and there's no one else? She didn't answer right away, remaining silent. Her gaze grew darker, and she felt a storm of painful feelings and emotions, caused by Naruto's question, bursting out from her heart again. But she couldn't blame Naruto for anything. He didn't know even a fraction of the whole truth, and as Emi believed, it was for the best. Her fate was a curse that no one else should know about. And only she had to bear this burden. Her lips trembled, and in her dark, unclear blue eyes Naruto noticed tiny beads of tears. The monster. It destroyed everyone, only I managed to survive. She spat out the first word with pure contempt, for with all her soul she hated the beast with which she was doomed to share one body. She tried with all her might to forget that terrible day when her life was laid on the altar and sacrificed. This temple was truly a sacred place, for it was here that everything happened. The sacrifice was made, but everything turned out so that the life slaughtered on the altar was the only one that was lucky enough to survive. But no matter how much she wanted to forget that horror, every day, every element of the environment reminded her that the monster was not destroyed. That the monster was alive to this day, and that she was doomed to live with it for the rest of her days. This entire island, her very fate, had become a prison for her. I'm sorry, Naruto said with pain in his voice, turning his gaze to the side, feeling the weight of his own question. He subconsciously felt his sister's mental pain. He wanted to help her cope with these experiences with all his might, but now something deep inside him was telling him that silence would be better. That he needed to give her some time. So they sat in complete silence, and all that could be heard was the rustling of the trees nearby, their leaves not yet fallen by the merciless wind of the approaching winter. But for the first time in so long, so languid and oppressive loneliness, Emi felt a real bond with someone, a sacred connection that she had to preserve. Even if Naruto couldn't return everything to the way it was, when her relatives and friends were alive, when she couldn't even imagine that she would carry the body of a monster for the rest of her life, who had taken everything from her. But now she was not alone, next to her sat someone to whom she could open her heart. In time, but not now. And from this realization, the mental wounds that had been bleeding for so long slowly began to heal. The first stars appeared in the sky, but they were hidden by dark clouds driven by the piercing autumn wind. Rare flashes of lightning split the gloomy skies, and rolling thunder drowned out the noise of the wind and the branches of the trees scraping against the walls. The pouring rain pounded the broken roof, and here and there the sounds of drops breaking on the tatami and wooden floors could be heard. But then, it was just another rainy and chilly evening. For Amy, this had long since become routine. She knelt in the ceremonial hall of the shrine, her hands clasped in a prayer gesture. Several ritual candles stood before her, thin columns of light gray smoke rising upward, dissolving in the semi-darkness of the night. The girl's chapped lips trembled, and she slowly whispered a ritual prayer she had memorized. Silent sculptures of spirits and deities revered by the Uzumaki clan looked at her from all sides. Emi was not sure that heavenly powers really existed, but at least this way she could forget about reality for a short moment and believe that all the dead were in the best of worlds. She was dressed in a white ritual kimono, which she diligently kept as something truly valuable. Today was that day, when her life changed completely and irrevocably. Having finished her prayer, she silently straightened up to her full height and walked down the corridor with quiet, almost inaudible steps. Her scarlet hair fell like a long, combed curtain over her back and the velvet fabric of a long white kimono that hid her legs. But as she passed one of the open fusuma, the girl stopped in her tracks. She pressed one hand against the wooden beam of the sliding door, squeezing her fingers so hard that her nails left small marks on the old, blackened wood. Her gaze, as cold as January frost, stared motionlessly at what towered over the center of the room, a little over a meter. It was an oval-shaped stone altar. The altar was covered with thin, intricate threads of ancient fuinjutsu, and in its very center was a spiral woven from the same formulas carved into the stone. Even the floors in this room were covered with fuinjutsu, barely visible in the darkness of the night, intertwined and forming one huge seal in the shape of a perfect circle, occupying almost the entire room. Emi stopped, and as if in a stupor, looked at the old altar, not immediately hearing the sounds of leisurely steps. Only another roll of thunder and a bright flash of lightning from the street brought her back to reality, when the long shadow of someone else's silhouette reached her field of vision. Obito stood in place, clasping his hands behind his back and looking at Emi with an unreadable gaze. What do you want here? Amy asked coldly, giving him a heavy look for just a moment before turning back to the ritual stone. Training will begin tomorrow. Obito slowly approached her, pulling a bundle from behind his back and handing it to the girl. This is your new set of clothes. I might have made a mistake with the size, but I hope I was right. Emi chuckled skeptically and accepted her mentor's gift, putting the bundle aside. And again the cold gaze pierced the altar. Obito silently looked around the room, barely able to make out the intricate ligature of fuinjutsu on the altar and the floor in the darkness. This was not a simple room, as Obito could judge, and his student's gaze confirmed it. She looked at this altar with pure hatred, as if it represented that irrevocable moment when life was sacrificed. She was connected to this room by a memory that she wanted to forget first and foremost, but the distant and alluring call of the beast did not allow her to do so. If only it were not for her innate chakra peculiarity, her fate could have been different. What is so special about this altar? Obito slid past her, silently, like a night spirit rushing across the silent plains on a quest known only to him. But he sensed that this room was actually connected to his student, an unsightly but important element in the overall picture. Here. It happened here. Emi's voice trembled faintly, and she felt hot tears slowly trickling down her cheeks, crashing onto the cold floor. Her legs trembled faintly, and the veil of tears in front of her eyes tried to confuse her vision, turning everything into a blurry curtain. Uzumaki quietly and slowly approached the altar, leaning on it with both hands and hatred-filled examining the fuinjutsu that covered the stone. Her mind was drowning in the surging memories of that day. She saw again how several adults came to her and then led her away. She saw again how they told her what they were going to do to her. How they tied her to the altar and she helplessly looked at the 12 ninja chosen for the ritual. She saw how the red, poisonous and terribly burning chakra of the monster seeped into every cell of her body. How she screamed in pain, called for help, but no one answered. And so for several long hours. When this nightmare ended, it was as if she was not in this reality, but even then she did not suspect what a more sinister and painful nightmare it would turn out to be for her. She could no longer restrain herself and began to sob, helplessly hanging her head, from which red hair like spilled blood covered her face. Quiet. Obito slowly approached her, and trying to encourage the girl, he put his hand on her shoulder. The only eye looked with pity at the hunched girl. So helpless and broken that Obito's heart began to ache painfully. Each of us consists of the events of our past, but we are free to create a better future for ourselves in the present. This is the true value of the past, no matter how painful it may be. The past forged in you a strength that you yourself cannot see, but you will definitely see. You must not forget your relatives, for without their past, a person essentially becomes nobody. But you must understand that storms and rains, no matter how strong they are, always end. And the pain will go away with time, like a thunderstorm. Let this be the first, but not the last important lesson from what I want to teach Naruto and you. No need. I don't need your sympathy. Compassion is weakness. She spoke about herself with such coldness and hatred that Obito did not answer right away. Emi sincerely hated herself, and the feeling of imaginary guilt, like a silent spirit of vengeance, haunted her even after years. Obito was silent. The words about compassion even addressed to himself stirred something in his soul, but Emi's loud voice, filled with pure anger and contempt for herself and the monster inside, tore him out of the veil of thoughts that had just fallen. And now I have to live with this damn monster in my body for the rest of my life. You became a Jinchuriki. Yes. But even the one who was sacrificed can break his shackles and destroy the altar on which he was raised for sacrifice. Who said that the victim is not capable of becoming a hunter? Who said that the shackled one can no longer break his shackles? Obito ran his hand over the cold, rough stone, trying to convey to Emi his idea of fate. And the one who was branded with the sacrificial seal is capable of destroying his altar and independently deciding his life, his destiny. So tell me, do you wish to destroy your altar? Do you wish to break your shackles and gain freedom? Why yes, sensei. Her voice trembled with sobs. I can't hear you, student. Obito said firmly, instantly restoring Emi's confidence. Do you wish to take your destiny into your own hands? Yes. I don't want anyone to control my life anymore. Unusual confidence and wild, truly elemental power filled the girl's body. Emi, in a rush of released feelings, imbued her right fist with chakra and struck it with all her might into the center of the altar, splitting the altar in two. The girl froze in frenzy, at first not even feeling the pain on her hand. Heavy drops of blood slowly flowed from the broken fist, crashing onto the floor, but she continued to look at the destroyed altar. The broken fist burned with pain, the measured beat of drops of blood echoed in her ears, but Uzumaki felt light, as if a weight had fallen from her shoulders. Well, I'm glad you understand me. Obito smiled good-naturedly, getting down on one knee and stretching his hands forward, to Emi's bloody fist. He pulled out bandages from his bosom and, under Emi's surprised gaze, began to carefully bandage the broken hand. Now go to sleep. You'd better gather your strength before the upcoming training. Commentary on Chapter 10. The Altar. Leave comments, write likes. Chapter 11. Teacher and Students. Part 1. A whitish shroud of freezing fog covered the menacing ruins of Uzushio like a shroud, their outlines a gloomy monolithic shadow visible through the pale haze of the cold fog. Gloomy gray clouds hurriedly floated across the sky, the wind drove fallen leaves through puddles and bent withered grass to the ground. A light rain was falling, which had not yet managed to grow into a torrential downpour, similar to those that often occurred in late autumn over the ruins of Uzushio. The bare crowns of the trees, cut by merciless winds, creaked eerily. Somewhere in the distance a crow screamed, and Naruto involuntarily shuddered from the distant echo of the crow's cry. He stood on the shore of a large round lake, spread out in the middle of an impenetrable thicket. The water in the lake seemed to be a complete reflection of the sky, gray, gloomy and cold. Autumn was taking its power over this place. He slowly exhaled a cloud of white steam and, wrapping himself deeper in his jumpsuit, which he had once received as a gift from his sensei, Naruto began to do his daily warm-up, with which each of his morning training sessions began, with or without his mentor's supervision. He felt the approaching cold with his toes and therefore tried to put maximum energy into his movements so as not to freeze and not catch a cold. And yet, when the cold retreated from his body, he felt how the cold was slowly tearing itself out from the depths of his soul. In memory so obligingly made the image of Emi appear before his eyes. She sat silently on the terrace, her bare feet dangling down. Her gaze was frighteningly cold and empty, something inside Naruto twisted painfully. He knew that empty and painful look all too well, because he had once worn it on his own face. Over time, he had forgotten about the nightmares that came to him at night and the burning, devastating hatred in which he grew up. But now another question was important to him: would he be able to help his sister? As Obito had once taught him, would Naruto himself be able to teach his sister to fight the shadow of his nightmare, loneliness and despair? He couldn't know for sure. Uzumaki slowly exhaled another cloud of transparent steam, stopping in the middle of performing the complex. His hearing caught the sounds of footsteps, and he turned around. Obito was dressed in his usual black cloak. The piercing autumn wind fluttered the hem of the cloak, which made them resemble the spread wings of a bird of prey, and Obito himself, a silent ghost, slowly creeping into a damp hollow of the autumn forest. His pale face, the right side of which was cut with scars, contrasted sharply with the black robe and the same color hair, styled in a bristling hedgehog. He walked forward as a silent silhouette, fixing his gloomy and thoughtful gaze on his feet and the countless round stones that covered the shores of the crystal-clear lake. "Oh, you came, sensei, and I already managed to complete half of all the exercises while you were gone," Naruto announced with a proud smile on his face, greeting his mentor. "Well then, do the rest. I dare not disturb you." Naruto bit his lip slightly, not expecting such an indifferent and disinterested intonation from Obito. But there was nothing to be done, and the boy, snorting resentfully, continued to warm up. Obito himself sat down on a large round stone sticking out from under the ground, throwing one leg over the other. A thoughtful gaze slid over the haze of the gloomy lake, reflecting the equally gloomy skies, lingering for a moment on the figure of Naruto, who continued his warm-up, stopping only somewhere to the side. Obito put his hand under his chin, thoughtfully looking in the western direction, to where the ruins of Uzushio were located and, in particular, the place he visited yesterday. As far as he could judge, it was an old shrine of the Uzumaki clan, which only miraculously survived the bloody battle that took place in the past. The wind swayed his needle-like hair and cut his face with its cold, but the Uchiha did not care. His thoughts were focused on only one thing: his student's sister. And now student, although Naruto did not yet know that from this very day he would not be training alone, but together with Emi. Obito, as a wise and understanding mentor, saw and felt that some part of Emi was still unable to let go of her past self, and therefore he could not be completely sure whether he would be able to fully teach her the way he taught Naruto. Would she listen to his words or would she think his teachings were abstract and meaningless? Should he teach her the way he had taught Naruto? Should he continue to teach her what she knew? Obito shook his head, smirking. No, he would not teach her to be a ninja, he would teach her to be a human. And just as he had taught Naruto to develop his mind and body with him, Obito would teach her too. It was the duty of a mentor to show his students the best that they could not see for themselves. To show them their strengths, still dormant, undiscovered and hidden. To show them the true power in the strength that they had from the beginning. Silently watching Naruto from the side, Obito caught a glimpse of quiet and leisurely footsteps. The stones under someone's light feet were weakly hitting each other, and Naruto, hearing these steps, immediately stopped. He instantly turned to the source of these sounds, and surprise instantly flashed in his gaze. Emi was approaching him and Obito. She was coldly looking somewhere ahead, a silent silhouette gliding over the cold stones that littered the shore of the lake. Her slightly shiny scarlet hair was braided into a tight bun at the back of her head, fastened with two metal knitting needles, and the cold gaze of indifferent and beautiful dark blue eyes was now fixedly looking at the silhouette of the mentor and brother. And to top it all off, a light gray sports jumpsuit with pockets, a little similar to the one Naruto wore. Emi, Naruto said, confused, as the girl silently walked past him, giving him a warm look before turning back to Obito. What are you doing here? Good morning, sensei. Emi stopped a meter away from Obito, her fingers intertwined in a respectful gesture, and the girl closed her eyes, bowing respectfully to her mentor. Her voice was usually quiet and calm, but Naruto clearly caught notes of hidden joy, interest, happiness in it. But what surprised him most was how Emi addressed Obito. Sensei. What does sensei mean? The boy jumped up in surprise, not believing what he heard. But at the same time, warmth and pure, Genuine joy spread in his heart with the wonderful realization that now he would not only be the only Uzumaki in this whole huge world, but also not the only student of his sensei. Wait, that is, my sister will now train with me. I'm sorry I didn't tell you this before. Obito smiled guiltily, and like a guilty child, he threw his hand behind his head, scratching it. I wanted it to be a surprise for you. And yes, you are right. From this very day, Emi will train with you. Obito smiled tenderly when he saw Naruto's eyes light up with happiness. The boy was bursting with joy, he was ready to rush to his mentor right now and embrace him in the tightest hugs he could afford. Now come here, he called his students, and Naruto silently approached Obito with anticipation, catching up with Emi. Obito looked at them silently and attentively for a few seconds, as if trying with his unreadable gaze as a true descendant of the Uchiha clan to see in them something that the students themselves could not see. There is a connection between you, the man finally said, and his voice, calm and confident, captured the full attention of the two young Uzumaki. A fragile and thin connection, like a thread of silk, but nevertheless, a real connection. And from this connection, each of you can draw strength and knowledge. This is what I want to teach you, to create bonds and draw power from them for your minds. Obito looked away for a moment, at the cold edge of the water in the lake behind the students, before returning his gaze to them again. A mentor is like a mirror, and he must show his students a reflection of what they themselves cannot see. In every person, great strength, talent, power slumbers. And I want each of you to understand the secret of true power. And so listen to my every word. I do not want to teach you to be a shinobi. I want each of you to learn to be human. Amy stared at Naruto blankly, as if hoping to hear answers from him and understand what their mentor had just said. Naruto folded his arms under his chest and grinned widely at his sister, as if saying with his whole appearance, "You'll get used to this in time." However, Amy only lingered her gaze on Naruto for a second and turned back to Obito. The man slowly stood up from the stone, clasping both hands behind his back. His silent and thoughtful gaze looked into the emptiness that no one could see, and for some reason, Amy, like Naruto, thought that the sensei was thinking about something serious and important, not so much for himself as for his students. Obito slowly exhaled a cloud of dimly transparent white steam, and his gaze slowly returned to the two students who continued to stand there in silence. His impenetrable gaze was both captivating and a little frightening, and it seemed as if he was looking into their very souls, seeing right through them. He saw and felt their every thought. Let's not put off the first training. Obito measured the two Jinchuriki with a cold gaze, and they tensed nervously at the intonation of the mentor. Obito involuntarily grinned when old memories of his first training under Minato appeared before his eyes. He put his hand inside his bosom. After a few moments he pulled out a small metal bell. This is your goal, Obito said, pointing to the bell hanging on his belt. You must try to take it from me. Say, before noon. Sensei, but there is only one bell. Naruto exclaimed, and there are two of us. It's not that there's only one bell, Obito said wisely. What's important is how you show yourselves. I want to see what you're really capable of. Your goal today is to take the bell, and it doesn't matter how, with your hands, feet, weapons or techniques. Your task is the same, and try to give it your all. A lot will depend on today's test, students. So, begin. Another moment passed, and Emi was the first to break away, rushing into battle so quickly that Naruto didn't even have time to notice this jerk at first. Obito slowly crossed his arms in front of himself in a block, taking a strong blow for a girl her age and feeling all the weight put into it. Her eyes took on a cold, murderous hue, the same as they were on the very day when Obito managed to get to the truth, and the Uchiha immediately noticed this change. Although she looked cold-blooded and her gaze was seemingly indifferent to everything, Obito felt a clearly roaring hurricane of feelings in the depths of his student's soul. However, now this was not as important as assessing the skills of his students. Obito, like a cliff, calmly withstood the blows, feeling almost no pain from them, and this caused confusion in Emi. At this time, Naruto jumped up to the sensei from the right side, jumping high into the air, spinning his body around his own axis and delivering a kick to the face. Obito relaxedly stuck out the back of his forearm, blocking the boy's blow. Obito filigree dived down, imperceptibly performing a sweep and knocking Emi off her feet. The girl did not even have time to really understand anything, as she felt the back of her head hit the cold ground and saw a cloudy sky above her. Obito calmly and silently stood in his place, with a relaxed grin on his lips and his hands folded under his chest. Emi furiously jumped to her feet, filling her fists with chakra. Naruto couldn't help but shudder at the strange sensation, slightly reminiscent of what he felt when he found himself in front of the Kyuubi. Emi was radiating a cold, muted, and sharp desire to kill. Naruto could clearly see the desire to kill in his sister's cold eyes, and this made him wary. Naruto drew his tanto from its sheath and, clutching it tighter in his hand, he was the first to charge, leaving Emi behind. Obito quickly pulled a kunai from the bosom of his cloak, blocking a sharp chopping blow from his student, aimed at his shoulder. A shower of sparks showered the ground beneath the feet of the teacher and his student. Naruto deftly dodged, taking a step back, quickly spinning the tanto handle in his palm and delivering a flurry of vicious blows to the weapon in his mentor's hands. The cold blade of the tanto cut through the chilly air on the shore of the lake, the ringing of metal echoing in the silence over the gray surface of the body of water. Naruto jumped up, spinning around himself like a top, and, landing on his feet, he brought down another swift blow on Obito's shoulder. The Uchiha spun the kunai on the finger of his right hand, stepping forward and blocking the boy's strike. Without straining himself too much, Obito threw Naruto's hand back by inertia, exposing the student's defense. The force of Obito's movement caused the boy to involuntarily turn sideways to him and barely managed to keep his balance. Obito, with a cold look on his face, delivered a thrust downwards, and Naruto reacted instantly. He raised the tanto above his head, pointing its blade downwards behind his back. The metallic clang cut through the air again. Naruto's premonition told him of danger. He reflexively turned his torso in the opposite direction, deflecting the chopping blow of the kunai in Obito's hand. Uzumaki instantly turned his body 180 degrees, turning around and striking in an arc, almost hitting his teacher's stomach. Obito immediately struck from below upwards with a kunai, Naruto's hand filled with lead. He almost fell on his back, feeling how his arm was starting to go numb from the force of Obito's blow. The Uchiha grinned, opening a gap in his student's defense, but a crushing kick slammed into the man's lower jaw, forcing him to instantly forget about Naruto. Emi approached Obito like lightning at the last moment, not allowing him to grab his brother. Naruto effectively flipped back, leaning on his hands and straightening up to his full height. The ringing silence in the air was broken by a bang and a cloud of white smoke appeared in front of the brother and sister. Another clone, Naruto immediately realized. Thank you for intervening, Naruto thanked her, smiling affably. You're welcome, brother. But we better not relax. Naruto's suspicious gaze slid along the edge of the gray water and the gloomy forest blackening in the distance. Sensei is somewhere nearby. He will probably try to divide us and then defeat us one by one. Emi didn't answer. She stood back to back with Naruto. A slight tremor ran through her body, but her brother's presence instilled confidence that they would not lose to the teacher so easily. It seems that I now understand the essence of his test, he said as quietly as possible and looked warily at the thicket. Obito-sensei just wants to test our strength, doesn't he? Emi pressed herself closer to her brother's back, dispersing chakra through her body and preparing to use Kongo Fusa if sensei decided to attack them first. The girl understood perfectly well that sensei was holding back and not fighting them with full force, but even so, he gave the impression of an invulnerable person. And this could not help but alarm Emi. What did her and Naruto's teacher go through to become like this? He wants to test how well we work as a team, sis. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki swung his tanto, and his gaze caught a swaying tree branch, even though there was no wind. This immediately caught Naruto's attention. Sensei once told me that my dad, who was Obito-sensei's mentor, also gave them a similar test. It took me a while to remember, but now it all makes sense to me. Obito-sensei wants to test our teamwork. So let's show him what a great team we are, sis. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki fell silent, and silence fell over the lake shore. All that could be heard was the distant cry of a crow and the rumble of an approaching thunderstorm. But the silence was short-lived. An inaudible whistle pierced the air like cold steel at the edge of the forest and the shore of the lake. Something small pierced the ground between the rocks, and Naruto and his sister simultaneously turned their gaze downwards. A kunai was stuck into the ground at their feet, with a smoke bomb tied to the handle. And a moment later, it exploded, releasing a cloud of concentrated purple smoke. The acrid smoke made Naruto close his eyes and nose. He felt Emi disappear from her place and he was left completely alone. Uzumaki deftly jumped out of the suddenly appeared smoke screen, inhaling sharply the fresh air and opening his eyes. How are you? Amy jumped up to her brother, looking at him with concern. The girl's hair was unbraided and barely swayed in the light breeze. Everything okay, brother? Everything is fine, sister. Uzumaki wiped his eyes from the tears that had appeared due to the smoke, feeling the concern in his younger sister's voice. He proudly straightened up to his full height, and his gaze caught the approaching figure of Obito. He was walking straight towards them with the same cold and confident look. Emi instantly turned towards the teacher, but did not dare to attack. Try to distract him with these chains, and then we will attack him, he said in a whisper, and Emi nodded briefly, agreeing with Naruto's plan. Emi's fingers were tensely intertwined in a concentration seal for better concentration and movement of chakra. Naruto's intent blue eyes were fixed on the slowly approaching figure of Obito-sensei, who was walking towards them so confidently, as if he had lost all sense of even the tiniest danger. Naruto himself did not notice how his body was hit by a jitter from anticipation and excitement, which usually arose in protracted sparring with a teacher. Obito's leisurely steps echoed in the ears of the two children like a ringing echo. Naruto swallowed the lump in his throat from excitement, mentally counting the meters. Come on, little sister. He suddenly shouted, placing his palm on the hilt of his tanto. Here we go. 10 golden chains erupted from the young Uzumaki's body at Naruto's command. Emi stared at Obito, the sharpened ends of the chakra chains piercing the cold air, echoing softly and loudly in the autumn atmosphere above the ruins of Uzushio and its surroundings. Emi gave the technique the maximum acceleration she could afford, folding her hands into a bird seal. The chains mercilessly bit into the damp earth and stones where Obito had stood a moment ago. The man jumped to the right, and Emi immediately took off like lightning, pulling one fist back, saturating it with chakra and covering the distance to her teacher in a second. A devastating right straight punch connected with Obito's block, but the man immediately jumped back, the sole of his foot plowing a small furrow under his feet. He reflexively threw up a right block, and at the same time a powerful kick connected with the guard. It took Naruto less than a second to join the attack. He moved even faster than Emi, and Obito couldn't help but feel proud of how well his student had developed from the clumsy, loud boy he had been in the first days of their training. Obito instantly grabbed Naruto's leg and, spinning around his own axis, threw the boy away from him like a rag doll. Naruto flipped in the air, landing on his feet and, from the force of inertia, plowing a small furrow under his feet. He instantly raised his gaze to Obito. He was putting together a combination of seals at a speed that was unbelievable for the human eye, and Naruto immediately recognized this jutsu. The air was filled with heat, a huge sphere of pure flame grew in front of Obito in an instant, tearing off from its place and rushing straight at Naruto and his sister. Emi froze in frenzy, seeing the fiery colossus inexorably approaching them. The tongues of flame reflected in her eyes, Emi's body trembled, her breathing was ragged. Muffled sounds of burning flames and screams cut through her hearing. What are you standing there for? Naruto instantly picked her up in his arms, pulling her out of this terrifying stupor. Uzumaki, like lightning, jumped to the side, carefully holding his sister in his arms, like a real treasure that he would not allow anyone to hurt. He slowly lowered his hands, and Emi stood on the ground with trembling legs. Sorry, the girl lowered her head in front of him guiltily, unable to find the strength to look him in the eyes. I hesitated and... Oh, silly. Naruto smiled affectionately, as if he had forgotten that they were having a serious sparring match against the sensei. He put his hand on Emi's shoulder, meeting her gaze. Emi involuntarily shuddered, feeling so much affection and care for her in the words and the look of her older brother. Please be more careful next time, little sister. He instantly came back to reality when he heard a quiet rustle from the side, but he didn't have time to react. Two strong male hands lay on the shoulders of the brother and sister, forcing them to raise their gaze upward. Obito stood above them, towering over them and looking down on them with condescension. His gaze was not as cold and hard as before, a weak but sincere smile spread across his scarred lips. In reality, he wanted to test not so much their level of strength or ability to work as a pair, but their emotional, deep connection. He saw how at the last moment Naruto, as if forgetting about everything, rushed to Emi and saved her from the rushing technique. Of course, if he hadn't managed to do this, Obito would have saved the girl, but the student's courage could not fail to impress Obito. However, there was also something else, concerning the student. Obito rightly believed that he, as a mentor, should help each of his students sort out their problems and feelings. And today's training was exactly for this. You have shown yourselves well. And so I want to give each of you an individual gift. Obito pulled out 2 small scrolls of blue and red colors with the Konoha symbols applied to them from under the hem of his cloak. With a sincere smile on his face, he handed the blue scroll to Naruto, and the boy accepted the sensei's gift with hands trembling with excitement. I think the time has finally come for you to learn to comprehend these techniques. Rasengan. Naruto unrolled one of the scrolls, quickly reading the name of the very technique that he had heard about so many times from his mentor. The boy's eyes shone with genuine joy that filled his mind. He could only imagine how happy his father would be at this very moment when he began to comprehend his techniques. Wow, I can't believe it, sensei. Is this really the same technique that my dad created? Thank you, sensei. Well, you got your present, but what about your sister? Obito looked at Emi, who had remained silent until now, looking with some envy at the happy Naruto. And I have a present for you, Emi. He handed her a scroll in a beautiful red case, and Emi pulled it out of the case with trembling hands, then slowly unrolled it. In the center of the white sheet of paper, an intricate ligature of fuinjutsu spread out, converging into a seal that Emi immediately recognized. Such seals were used to seal not very large objects into scrolls. The girl put one hand to the seal, conducting chakra into it. White smoke burst out of the fuin with a characteristic pop, and when the breeze carried the smoke away, Emi could see what was sealed in the scroll. In front of her lay a 3-link battle flail, painted matte blue. Each of the links of the battle flail was polished so well that one could see one's own reflection in them. The chains of inconspicuous fuinjutsu wove into beautiful patterns, but they did not serve for decoration at all. Amy looked at this weapon, mesmerized. No, rather, a work of art, and she could not take her eyes off the battle flail. She had never seen a weapon of such beauty before. The cold metal of one of the links dug into her skin. Amy's gaze slowly studied the fuinjutsu applied to this bizarre and beautiful work of weapon art. The battle flail is a dangerous weapon for both the enemy and its owner. Obito straightened up to his full height, taking the flail in his hands. He took a few steps away from his students, taking a somewhat bizarre fighting stance and beginning to demonstrate his skills in wielding this weapon. Emi watched her mentor intently, trying not to miss a single movement, trying to remember absolutely everything. You may look calm on the outside, but inside you are a real hurricane of emotions. He approached Emi, handing her a gift. Emotions are a double-edged sword, and they can cause harm just like if you handle this flail carelessly. Obito looked closely into the girl's eyes, and she nodded uncertainly, looking away. There was little she could accept as truth in Obito's words, but still, her current mentor was clearly far from weak and harmless. The scars alone could cause the necessary intimidation, combined with the cold-bloodedness that usually reigned on the mentor's face most of the time. However, the base desires to deprive other people of their lives were abhorrent to Obito. The horrors he saw in the war forced him to radically reconsider his past views on the very structure of the ninja world and even chakra itself. He placed his hand on Emi's shoulder and smiled encouragingly but sincerely at the girl, as if appealing to that tiny spark of hope that was growing stronger and stronger in Naruto's presence. Remember, Amy, to renounce your emotions is to renounce your humanity. But to follow them will not give you strength and will lead to your fall. This weapon is not designed for you to take lives with it. It is designed to restrain your shortcomings, and so that you learn to fight for lives, but not against them. Commentary on Chapter 11, Teacher and Students, Part 1. You Keep Silent, FK It. Chapter 12, Teacher and Students, Part 2. How easy it is to deny the pain of someone else's suffering. From the song, Suicide Machine, by Death. Years later, Obito never thought that he would one day remember that long day after he left Madara's abode. He opened his eyes convulsively. A cold wind mercilessly fluttered the hem of his worn cloak, like a huge, tattered banner. Obito felt the cool gusts of late autumn wind. The withered grass slowly swayed from side to side, dusted with recently fallen snow. He pulled his hood further down, feeling the cold touch of the wind on the rough skin on the right side of his face. Obito slowly moved his feet, looking somewhere below, and with his whole body he felt the approaching frost and at the same time the feeling of something even more terrible. He did not remember how long he had walked since the very moment when he left Madara's hideout and decided not to follow his ideas. But now, was such a decision the right one? Looking back every time, Obito saw only the closing rows of black trees and the ghosts of the not-so-distant past. The torn cloak always reminded him of how he had turned into a real monster after seeing Rin die at the hands of his best friend. Obito's face twisted into an angry grin, and he slowly, with suffocating rage, clenched his hands into fists. Chakra rose to his eye on its own, the Sharingan flared ominously in the approaching twilight, and the wind began to slowly die down. Obito exhaled a small cloud of steam and threw back the hood of his cloak in order to somehow unwind and soothe his emotional wounds, which were still bleeding even days, if not weeks, after that fateful night. Perhaps he should have listened to the ghost of the Uchiha. Perhaps there, in the world that Madara offered him, he would have found happiness again. But Obito pushed that thought aside. It was just an illusion that could not bring back the one and only love of his life. It was just an illusion, the cost of which was disproportionately high, the cost of one life. Obito understood only one thing. Rin knew and looked down on him from the heights of heaven, and she would definitely not approve of the methods that Obito had to use to create the eternal Tsukuyomi. He had come to hate senseless violence with every fiber of his being, having looked beyond the edge of eternity and returned as a completely different person. His mental anguish had left only a gaping, bleeding wound that had devoured all the best things in his life. Apathy dominated Obito's mind, the emptiness that was left over devoured his soul and tore it apart like a slaughterer's hooks. A chill ran through Obito's bones and flesh as he heard the caw of a crow and the distant rumble of a passing storm front. Just like that day. Obito remembered how he had stood on the edge of a steep river bank not long ago. He could hear the roaring water, here and there sharp rocks could be seen, predatorily stretching upward, and the cries of crows in the distance. Oh, he could end it all right now. The mad flow of water and the sharp rocks beckoned Obito to them. He stared at them for long moments, as if enchanted, his heart beating faster and faster in his chest with each passing moment. He needed to take just one step towards the inevitable. Just one step that would free him from the burden of suffering. But, his body did not obey. Could it be that even in this empty shell of the former Obito, who now looked more like an old man with long, disheveled hair and tattered clothes than the cheerful and sympathetic boy he once remembered himself to be, there was still a glimmer of hope. There was still something in him that stopped him from ending his life right then and there. He only slowly touched the right side of his face, covered with scars, then just as slowly lowered his hand back. The endless snow-covered field in front of him merged into a single boundless ocean of whitish color, and only on the farthest edges of the field were black stripes of bare forest visible. Obito took another step before he heard a strange sound under his feet. He looked down, removing his foot and seeing a kunai under his sole. Obito dropped to one knee, holding his breath as he took the metal weapon in his hand. His trembling fingers slowly clenched around the bandaged hilt, which dug into his skin with its cold. Obito felt a sharp pain pierce his hand, and then the sensation of warm blood. Images of that battle filled his vision, and the boy threw away the kunai. For a few more moments, he heard in his ears the raindrops hitting the trees and the singing of thousands of birds breaking through alien flesh. Please, let this all end. Obito pressed his fingers into his hair, squeezing it so hard that he almost tore out a clump. Let this all end. The Uchiha felt a hot trail of tears slowly sliding from his only remaining eye. He wiped it away with a sweeping motion, directing his gaze into emptiness. The sounds of footsteps and the thin layer of fallen snow crunching underfoot gradually filled his ears, but through this crunching Obito caught the cawing of crows. He looked in the direction of the source of the bird's cry, seeing a large flock circling above the edge of the forest. Driven by his curiosity, Obito walked across the field, but with each passing moment the apprehension in his soul grew stronger. The snow crunched loudly under the soles of his sandals and clogged his open nose, but Obito did not pay attention to the cold. He quickly ran forward, there, towards the place over which the crows were circling. Obito quickly ran up a small rampart strewn with rusting kunai and shuriken, but that wasn't what interested him. From the top of the rampart, he saw a huge red spot in the distance, which contrasted too strongly with the whiteness of the snow-covered field. Pushing his sweat-caked hair aside, Obito broke into a run, dispersing his chakra through his body and trying to reach the red spot he had seen from afar as quickly as possible. A slight shudder ran through Obito's body as he finally reached the edge of the red spot. In front of him was a huge hole in the ground, about 10 by 8 meters, filled almost to the brim with the dead bodies of Leaf, Rock, and Mist Ninja. Obito had never seen anything so horrifying and repulsive before. His eye began to water on its own, and Obito, unable to contain himself, fell to his knees, vomiting the small contents of his stomach onto the cold ground. The cries of the crows were nerve-wracking, and he looked ahead for a moment. The birds were landing on the corpses and pecking out their eyes, the air was thick with the stale stench of incipient decomposition and the heavy, metallic smell of dried blood. What are you doing in this wilderness? Obito wiped the last of the stomach acid from his lips. A hoarse voice belonging to an elderly man pierced his hearing. He looked in the direction of the voice. In front of him stood an old man of medium height with a long and thick beard of ash-gray color. On his head was a kasa woven from reeds and a warm cloak completed everything. The old man was clutching a smoking pipe in his lips and a shovel in his hands. You don't want to answer? Well, fine. He turned away from Obito, thrusting his shovel into the ground and pouring a handful onto the dead bodies. The twilight was gradually thickening, the distorted faces of the dead seemed to Obito like eerie masks in the darkness, and he quickly looked away. Why are you doing this? Obito finally asked, suppressing the urge to vomit. What? The old man looked at him in bewilderment, distracted from his work. Why are you burying them all in a common grave? Konoha, Iwa, Kiri. Is there a difference between them now? The old man answered Obito's words with a question, impartially. Yesterday's boy blurted out emotionally, pointing at the bodies of the Kurigakure ninja. They are our enemies. You are doing them too much honor by burying them with the leaf ninja. They are no longer enemies, none of them are enemies to each other, he said vaguely, continuing to bury the bodies. Obito only frowned, but did not answer, only feeling the anger boiling in his soul. Death took them all, kid. Now they will not kill and shed rivers of blood. Now each of them is equal to the others. Death made them all equal. Now they are in the bosom of the pure world. There is no death here, there is something here that you cannot see, but it is there. Their bodies will saturate the grass and the earth, feed the beasts of the earth and the sky. They will give rise to new life, giving theirs in return for what they themselves destroyed. But why? Are you blind? Can't you see it? The gravedigger asked Obito coldly. None of them will take lives, plunder, or burn. Now they have all become part of the earth's crust, scorched by the fires of a senseless war. Their wars, kid. Silence reigned once more. The cries of the crows died down, the birds finished their bloody feast, soaring into the sky. But Obito seemed to have closed himself off from everything around him, when suddenly his ears caught the sound of a long and heavy sigh. Obito started, looking in the direction of the source of the sound, and saw a pile of bodies there, at the foot of which lay a Kurigakure ninja on his stomach. He dug his fingers into the dirty and blood-damp earth, crawling forward, trying to crawl out of the fresh burial ground. Something inside Obito clicked, the Sharingan flashed in his single right eye, and a wooden spike grew in his hand. Obito's face twisted into a wicked grimace as he closed the distance to the wounded mist ninja in one leap, flipping him over onto his back with a furious movement of his left hand. Obito kneeled on his chest, pressing the end of the wooden stake to the Kurigakure shinobi's throat. He was breathing heavily, a painful groan leaving his lips as Obito kneeled on his chest, pressing him into the ground. Obito's breathing became sharp and intermittent, his lips twisted into a malicious, mad grin, his Sharingan gleaming ominously in his eye. His hair, caught in the wind, slowly fluttered about him. He was only 13 years old, but he looked more like a monster than a man. His blood was burning, and in his soul there was only one desire, to finish him off. To finish off all the Kurigakure shinobi. Finish them all off for Rin's death, kill them and show no mercy to anyone. No. The old man grabbed his hand roughly, squeezing it with such force that Obito involuntarily hissed in pain. Don't do this. Please, don't do this. His death will not give you anything. Let me go, damn you. Obito shouted at him, his cry echoing across the snowy field. You are a fool, Uchiha, if you cannot see the truth when it is right in front of you. Obito felt the old man's hand tighten. And he realized, the old man was a shinobi too. I was a ninja of Konoha, when the glory of the legendary Trinity had not yet thundered throughout the world. And I saw the war long before your yellow lightning. I saw the bloodshed and violence that drowned the old world. I saw the ruined villages and the scorched earth. And I saw the senselessness of battles. I left my life as a shinobi and came to live here, to hide from this madness. I saw how ninja killed each other out of senseless whim and thirst for violence. There is no strength in taking another's life without a second thought. But there is strength in overcoming your hatred and sparing life. They succumbed to their hatred, and look where it led them all. The old man's words penetrated Obito's mind like a gentle breeze that grew into a real storm. And he remembered what his granny had told him that very day when they all went to battle as a team. Listen carefully, Obito, she said with an undisguised tremor in her voice, listen carefully and do not forget what I am about to tell you. You will go to fight with people just like you. But do not let hatred blind you, do not let it control you and your mind. Do not allow yourself to harden and become a monster. Always, do you hear, always remain human and seek within yourself the strength to spare lives, but not to take them. Haven't you had enough of this madness around you? Do you want to continue to senselessly shed the blood of others and glorify violence? The old man's wise voice tore him from the haze of rushing memories. Have mercy on him, young Uchiha, you no longer have any enemies among all mankind, no one has them. Remember that compassion and mercy are like water that nourishes plants in the summer heat and does not allow them to dry out, harden and die. Cruelty, heartlessness and indifference are the companions of death. Remember this and use it as your life credo. Find a different meaning in life than the incessant worship of death and violence. You learn to be a shinobi, now learn to be a man. And remember, no one is your enemy, and you are no one's enemy. Why yes, Obito's voice trembled slightly, an unpleasant sting slowly crept up to his only eye, but somewhere deep inside he felt a crumb of warmth for the first time in so long. I, from now on, have no enemies among all of humanity. The wind blew freely the hem of Obito's cloak as he walked like a silent and sullen shadow down the busy street of a small coastal town in the land of whirlpools. The stalls of fishmongers, spices, fishing tackle, and other necessary things for fishing were lined up along the squat two-story buildings. A light rain slowly beat out a long, endless, mournful beat on the roofs and wet pavement, and Obito pulled the hood of his cloak deeper, hiding his face from the drops of cold November rain. The street was filled with the smell of dust knocked down by the rain and dried fish with overseas spices. But despite the approaching storm cloud, whose thunderous rumbles could be heard in the distance, the city was as lively as ever. Naruto followed Obito through the crowd of locals and the few visitors from the continent. The boy was dressed in an orange transparent raincoat and was shuffling his feet, trying not to get under anyone's feet. The adults towered over the 10-year-old boy like centuries-old trees in a forest, whose crowns covered the sky, and the silence of the forest was filled with an ancient and unclear cold, bone-chilling whisper of the wind in the branches. The last days in Uzushio dragged on. Winter was coming, November was coming to an end, and soon the really serious cold would begin. Their sensei decided to spend this time elsewhere, which, of course, did not please his newfound student. Naruto stole a glance back. Emi was walking a little further from him, looking at her feet with melancholy and hidden sadness in her eyes. All the sounds around her seemed muffled and distant, the cold slowly fettered every cell of her body. Her unbraided hair was neatly tucked under the lowered hood of her blue raincoat. The girl put her hand in her pockets, and it seemed as if she had fallen out of reality. Naruto shook his head heavily, turning away from his younger sister and turning back to the front. Despite the terrifying and devastating atmosphere of the Uzushio ruins, Emi was deeply attached to this place. The lands around Uzushio were cursed, for even the birds did not sing there. Life seemed to have stopped or completely abandoned this place, but for Emi, even these silent groves, bearing old wounds from past battles, were truly dear. This place meant everything to Emi: a home, a lost and found family in Naruto himself, a new mentor in Obito. But now Uzumaki wondered if Obito was really capable of teaching her to fight her demons and overcome the pain in her heart, like he had taught Naruto. A secret thought that even Naruto did not know, like a secret that only Obito could get to the bottom of. Thoughts of the monster, of this shameful mark on her fate, rose like a lump in her throat, causing bitterness from the depths of her soul. The monster had taken too much for Emi to continue to put up with the mere fact that she and he were now one. She looked sadly at her brother's back, as if he did not understand the feelings that were hidden in her soul. And yet, she really felt different next to him. Perhaps it was their family connection that was significant here, or the fact that they both became receptacles for monstrous, truly elemental power. Power for the sake of acquiring which sacrifices were made. But it was all in vain. At the thought of this, her soul became darker. What was the meaning of all this then? Amy shook her head, trying to drive away thoughts of the existential into the dark and impenetrable depths of her soul. The girl only straightened a small strand of hair that had fallen out of her hairdo, trying not to lose sight of Obito-sensei and her newfound brother with her gaze. They turned into a narrow alley, and Emi did not immediately notice the people in poor clothes sitting by the wall. She slowed down, looking with incomprehension and hidden excitement in her eyes at the people sitting by the wall under the canopy, seeking shelter from the rain. Why did they look so poor and stingy? Why did they not go home and were here? Uzumaki could not understand this. She rarely left the vicinity of the Uzushio ruins, and then only in dire need of provisions or new clothes. But now she was gradually beginning to merge with a new society, and many things remained too incomprehensible for her. Apathetically measuring with her glances several poor people, hanging their heads and stretching their hands forward, begging for alms, Emi moved after Naruto and Obito, who had already gone to the end of the alley. Mistress. One of the beggars, a boy about the same age as Naruto and her, fell at Emi's feet. He looked at her tearfully, holding out one hand. Do you have a few coppers? She didn't answer him. Her eyes were cold and undisguised contempt for this boy. If he was so weak and unable to overcome his difficulties, it was his fate and no one else's. Amy chuckled indifferently and shrugged before taking a step forward, but the poor boy grabbed her leg, preventing her from leaving. Please, madam. Get away from me. Amy turned to him and with the back of her right hand slapped the poor boy hard in the cheek. The boy let go of her leg, falling onto the cold pavement. The sound of a resounding slap and Emi's voice, saturated with contempt, made Obito stop in his tracks. He turned to the student, whose cold blue eyes blazed with the purest contempt for weakness. Naruto looked at Obito's impenetrable face and then at his little sister's cold face with confusion and apprehension in his eyes. Tension hung in the chilly autumn air. Emi had her hands in the pockets of her raincoat, frozen in place like a statue. The cold November wind ruffled her hair, and her icy gaze dispassionately, apathetically drank in the figure of her newfound mentor. Obito looked at her with his characteristic cold and unreadable gaze, filled with wisdom and knowledge that he had gleaned from the bitter experience of the years he had lived. He measured her with a patient gaze, while mentally telling himself how much more he would have to teach this girl so that she could throw off the shackles of her old views. She had been taught to use strength and be a shinobi, but for Obito, another word had always been of primary importance: human. And this is what he wanted to teach his students in the person of his brother and sister. Why did you do this? Obito was the first to break the silence, his voice gliding through the cold air, making Naruto shudder involuntarily at the intonation. Is there not an ounce of mercy in you for this child? Mercy won't change anything, Emi said coldly and insistently, looking at Obito with the same cold and apathetic gaze as before. His path is predetermined, she pointed at the boy who was starting to rise from the cold pavement. He can't overcome his problems on his own. Giving him something he doesn't deserve is like pouring ashes into his hands. What if, by giving him something he doesn't deserve, I turn him into a target for others? Emi noticed the intense gazes of the other poor people and the greed in them. Her soul was filled with the certainty that they would be ready to tear each other apart for one measly coin. You teach the wrong things, Obito-sensei. Strength is in every person, and he must reveal it himself, and not through the help of others. And what you teach Naruto is weakness. By helping the weak, you only weaken them even more, and yourself along the way. Spending your strength for someone else is a waste, pointless. Naruto involuntarily shuddered at Emi's words, and it seemed like the very air around him instantly became colder. She despised weakness in any form. Compassion for strangers, complete strangers, was unknown to her. Anything else was the embodiment of weakness for her. But Uzumaki at that moment did not even think about how diametrically opposed the point of view of her new mentor was. Obito looked at her calmly and somewhat indifferently, in response only receiving a look imbued with cold contempt. He understood why his student came to such conclusions, because all these 4 years of self-denial and all-consuming despair had changed her mind, forced the thought to take root in her that such a feeling as compassion was false. That love and affection would invariably cause pain. Her words about compassion and altruism, her very attitude towards the poor, were nothing more than a defensive reaction. But is there strength in abandoning others to their fate and ultimately remaining alone in an extinct world? Weakness, you say? Obito said it as if he savored the word on his tongue. If you prefer individualism, then why did you ask to become my student? He noted reasonably, but Emi did not react. It doesn't matter, though. Tell me instead, why give in to your feelings in such a situation? Obito folded his arms across his chest, slowly looking around the alley with the poor. And he decided to start from afar, smoothly leading the dialogue to the key meaning of his words. Any action that seems the most petty, the most insignificant to you can have far-reaching consequences. There are connections in life that go through years, decades, and centuries. It's like an echo going through time. And what if your actions hurt one person, but tomorrow he, in revenge for his suffering, hurts thousands? Cruelty leads to suffering. And when someone suffers, they bring suffering to others. Naruto silently reasoned, listening to the dialogue between Obito-sensei and Emi. Could I really one day become someone who would bring suffering to others because of my pain? Suffering, pain, bitterness and anger grow like a vile growth, poisoning everything around it. His voice sounded like a song of metal, cold, powerful and confident. But before his eyes, Obito saw fragments of his own past and the events that formed his current worldview flashing by. That very day when he left Madara's hideout and saw something so terrible that it still rose before his eyes like a dark ghost. Suffering is growing, and this becomes obvious to anyone who is not deprived of the ability to see. However, any manifestation of care and compassion is punished by anger. And evil is born from kindness. Even the most insignificant action that you forget about in a minute can give rise to a real storm tomorrow or years later, it does not matter. Therefore, no, compassion and mercy are like water that nourishes plants in the summer heat and does not allow them to dry up, harden and die. Cruelty, heartlessness and indifference are the companions of death. You speak like a shinobi, like one who is ready to take a life and not torment herself with the knowledge that, perhaps, you took away the most precious thing in this world from someone. Pain only gives birth to pain, revenge only gives birth to revenge. And this is what all ninja live by. This is what I want to protect my students from. Obito's voice became impartial and apathetic, as at the very moment when he revealed the truth about Emi's past. The horrors of past battles and the conclusions he came to during his life and after Rin's death spoke in it. You must have heard the legends of Rakuto Sennin. He was so powerful and so wise that he could give his power to other people. He gave our distant ancestors chakra in order to unite them, to connect their lives with invisible bonds. But people used this divine gift not to create bonds, but on the contrary, to destroy them. And this is the flaw that I want to show the world. I want people to remember their innermost connection through life and chakra itself. You, with your thoughtless actions, your indifference to others and, it would seem, the most insignificant cruelty, can crush so many bonds and kill so many lives that it will create a wound, an echo that will sound even after years. It is similar to what once happened to Uzushio. The bonds in life were destroyed, rivers of blood were spilled, the highest gift to humanity was used for evil, and this gave birth to an unthinkable, deadly horror that lives in the hearts of the locals to this day. Obito pulled out a small bag of money from under his dark cloak, and without even counting it, he began handing out the money to the beggars who had become involuntary witnesses to his and Emi's dialogue. Emi hunched over, wrapping herself deeper in her raincoat and looking away with cold incomprehension, as if she felt contempt for what Obito was doing. Such a display of altruism and compassion would have been strange and despicable to her before, but now. Now she really thought about what Obito had meant. Just as she had hurt this boy, could he himself bring pain to others in the future? Wouldn't that mean that with her small act, Emi would bring suffering to tens and hundreds, if not thousands of people in the future? Was it possible that a child would be born who had never known sorrow and sadness, but lost everything in an instant? And one day come for your life. What would it be like to see your own reflection in a child who came to avenge his pain? Naruto, although he kept aloof from the contrasting words of his sister and mentor, but in reality, he understood the meaning of everything that was said very well. And every moment his mind brought to life crazy images of what could have happened to Konoha if his fate had not turned out so amazingly 4 years ago as a meeting with his mentor. That day Obito could have calmly left the cemetery and not taken with him a boy he barely knew, but he chose to save an unknown child from a monstrous execution, because inaction is deadly for him and even worse than death. And somewhere in the depths of her heart Emi felt contempt for such a decision. He took this fight away from Naruto, he teaches him weakness, not strength. He should teach him to be a shinobi, and not carry abstract nonsense about some kind of bonds in life and an intimate connection between people. But was it really important to help other people, the weak and feeble in their struggle? To take away this struggle from them meant to take away their chance to win and get rid of their weaknesses. Obito believed that indifference and inaction to the suffering and weakness of others could cause much more pain than it seemed at first glance, because for him inaction was equivalent to only one thing, death. If there was even the slightest chance to save as many human lives as possible. But if you try to help everyone in this city, this country, this world, no matter, doesn't that weaken you and those you try to help? Emi involuntarily clenched her fists, not wanting to fully accept the obvious flaws in her vision of altruism and compassion. And if a person must comprehend their own inner strength without the help of others, doesn't that mean that becoming Obito's student was a hasty decision, as was creating a strong bond with Naruto? What if these very bonds were a manifestation of Emi's own weakness and her desire to free herself from the burden of the past? In the end, this is a purely internal struggle between a person and himself. Only when a person fights on his own and wins, does he receive what is rightfully his. Rigid and dry individualism, capable of giving a lot. Acts of undeserved altruism only devalue all the work and efforts of a person, turning him into nothing more than an empty phrase. Emi clenched her fists in confusion, bit her lip, and, no longer able to look and be here, she broke into a run, feeling a suffocating feeling of confusion, abandonment, misunderstanding. She did not want to think or talk about anything anymore, only to hide away from this place and be alone. The sounds around merged into one, and a veil of burning tears came to her eyes. Her lips twisted in a painful expression, and Emi felt how the cold rain intensified. She silently cried, not daring to show her tears in front of others. Go. You can teach her. It's your duty as an older brother. Obito turned to Naruto, who was silently and worriedly looking at the sensei, only waiting for him to speak. You, like no one else, can understand her feelings. And you, like no one else, can show her how to change her life for the better. Making her way through the thickets of thorny bushes, dried out by the autumn winds, covered with rain moisture, Emi herself did not notice how she again came out to the ruins of Uzushio. She stopped. Her chest heaved from intermittent breathing, and the piercing, cold wind of the November day tousled Emi's hair. The girl approached the edge of the observation deck, feeling how cold drops of rain mercilessly whipped the pale skin of her face. She tiredly plopped down on the wet stone, dangling her legs down and seeing only bare tree branches beneath them. Tears slowly flowed down her face, mixing with rainwater. Her impartial gaze looked into emptiness, and somewhere above her head the first peals of thunder sounded. The sounds of hurried footsteps could be heard from afar, interspersed with the patter of rain, the howling of the cold wind, and the sounds of thunder in the sky. But Emi didn't even look at the one who followed her. She already knew that it was her older brother. Naruto sat down next to her, but even so, Emi didn't look at him, as if she had fallen out of reality. The silence between them was tense like a string, and was about to snap. Naruto clearly felt the confusion and misunderstanding emanating from Emi, but could he really say something to support her now? Could he really teach her a valuable lesson? Did he have the necessary wisdom, or was the sensei wrong about him? But, gathering all his will into a fist, Naruto decided to speak first, to finally break this long, drawn-out and tense silence between them. I don't know what you've really been through, sister. I don't know what your life was like or what happened here 4 years ago, and I won't ask until your pain subsides. He spoke quietly, but confidently and ingratiatingly, and it seemed to Amy that she was hearing not the voice of a boy at all, but of an adult. But I can still understand you and why you think the way you think. Then why did you come here? Amy asked barely audibly, turning to him for a moment. Maybe because it's an older brother's duty, Naruto said with a soft smile, throwing back the hood of his raincoat and looking into the girl's sad eyes. I can understand why you became so cold, unsociable. Because that's how you tried to overcome all your fears, all your pain, your loneliness. And I was the same. I tried to prove to others that I was not an empty space, that I existed, and every time I was faced with only hatred, anger, indifference and apathy. I wished them all death. I wanted to kill them all one day. He clenched his hands into fists until his knuckles turned white, and Emi caught the notes of anger that flashed in Naruto's voice. But Sensei opened my eyes and showed me how blind I really was. They hurt me, yes. They saw in me not myself, but the Nine Tails. They feared me, hated me, despised me, and I did the same to them. I wanted to hurt them. And I think one day I would have. His speech was interrupted by a clap of thunder that split the stormy skies. A bright arc of electricity stretched across the sky, briefly illuminating the entire area before disappearing forever, leaving only a thunderous echo. He looked at the gloomy ruins of Uzushio, which looked even more desolate and deserted than before. And from this, a strange, existential cold filled the boy's soul. His hearing was slowly drowned in the hubbub of muffled voices from the not-so-distant past. And Sensei was right, they hurt me, and I would have paid them back in the same coin. I would have taken revenge on 1, 2, 10, all, but did I need it? This action would never have given my soul peace, because I knew that there were still those who were ready to hurt me and who were afraid of me. Naruto actively gesticulated, expressing everything that was on his soul. And now I think, if everything turned out differently, how many would have had to suffer because of what I once experienced? One person, all of Konoha, or this entire world. My actions, my revenge would have generated even more pain and suffering. I always wanted to get rid of the stigma of a monster, but if I had finally succumbed to the call of the Nine Tails, would I have become the monster that others saw me as? I do not want to think about the fact that I spat on the lives of my mom and dad, on their sacrifice. His imagination obligingly threw up images, vague and painful, full of only horror and cruelty, suffering. The destroyed faces of the Hokage, buildings and houses engulfed in flames, streams of blood flowing through the streets, the screams and pleas of the wounded. Mountains of mutilated bodies, fear in the eyes of the few survivors. And in the midst of all this horrific apotheosis of cruelty and violence, himself. His adult version, in whose dull and hardened eyes the tongues of flame reflected, and the people who knelt before him, looking with a tiny hope at the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. But there was no mercy for anyone. He came here to take revenge, to pay them pain for pain. The screams of the dead fade away, black smoke covers the sky, only the crackling of burning wood is heard, the angel of death mercilessly reaps his harvest. And there was no one and nothing left except a lonely silhouette towering over this dark, irrational, terrifying and hellish splendor, as if it had come from a painting by a mad artist. Naruto jerked back, a chill ran down his spine from just the thought and the terrifying vision of what he could become in the future. What a monstrous disaster he could have turned into if he had not once met his mentor, whose teachings helped him look at many things from a different angle. And this is the meaning of which he wanted to convey to his younger sister, in whom he is a reflection of one of the stages of his own past, a page of his own history, long written and closed. But now I understand that they were in pain too. That they were looking for comfort and that my very existence was a reminder of the past tragedy, he said quietly, listening to the melancholy howl of the autumn wind. Sensei wants to teach us that we must overcome our pain and not take it out on others. Because now I think, if the worst had happened, would my actions have probably created a person just like me? I feel disgusted at the very thought that I could turn someone into an orphan, take away someone's entire family, leave someone alone. And this is what I learned from Sensei. No matter how much pain you are in, you must always remain human. Compassion and love are not weaknesses at all. No, there is strength in them, sister. We must teach other people this, show them by our own example. We must show them that indifference is evil, that you can't leave others in trouble and turn a blind eye to someone else's pain. So know this. No matter how they treat me because of the demon inside me, I don't give a damn about it. I am me. I am who I am. And I will show everyone how wrong they were. I will show them all that Uzumaki Naruto was always a human. He spoke so enthusiastically that it seemed as if the gloomy weather and the gloomy atmosphere of the Uzushio ruins did not affect him at all. Fire blazed in the boy's blue eyes, his gaze was confidently directed somewhere at the horizon. And a smile spread across his face, instilling hope. Emi hesitantly looked away, her heart painfully squeezed and ached from the realization of her own wrongness. She was overcome by a feeling of shame for having treated that boy so rudely in the port town, although she could have refused in a more polite form or tried to help him in some way. Inaction is death. The memory of the first conversation at the cemetery by the grave of her relatives appeared in her mind by itself. Now she understood the true meaning of these words. Her inaction and indifference, as well as her disparaging attitude towards weaker people, could bring much pain and suffering sometime in the future. Let's go, little sister. Naruto's gentle voice pulled Emi out of her thoughts. A kind and sincere smile froze on the boy's face. He extended his hand to her, and despite the lashing rain, his smile seemed so bright that it overshadowed all the gloom of this day. Let's go to meet the best. Amy felt a strange thrill engulf her soul and body. Her heart was warmed by hope for the best, and she felt a hot tear cut her cheek. But it was not a tear of grief, sorrow, it was joy. A pure, sincere and, it seemed, long-lost feeling of happiness. The bright and radiant smile on her older brother's face brightened up all the gloom and cold of this November day. She slowly rose to her feet, holding Naruto's hand and feeling as if she was behind a stone wall that protected her from any adversity and misfortune. I'm sorry for acting like an idiot, she said quietly, looking away and trying to hold back her tears. Don't worry about it so much, silly. Naruto smiled widely, throwing one arm over Emi's shoulder and turning his gaze towards the ruins of Uzushio, being cleared by the November rain. We have many adventures ahead of us, little sister, and just as many difficulties. But no matter what, we will endure all the difficulties. Let's prove to our sensei, our parents, and all our ancestors that they can be proud of us. Commentary on Chapter 12, Teacher and Students, Part 2.